Hello developers, welcome to what might be the most comprehensive API tutorial you would watch this year. But I have a question for you. How many times have you started an API tutorial only to end up with another basic to-do app that you will never actually use? Well, today that changes. We're building something different. A movie watchlist API that is not just functional but actually smart. We are talking AI-powered recommendations, intelligent search, and automated movie analysis. The kind of feature that would make users go, wow. Now, before we dive in, let me state this. You do not need any front-end development knowledge for this tutorial. If you know JavaScript, you're good to go. And by the end of this tutorial, you would have a production-ready API that you can showcase on your portfolio. So that being said, grab your popcorn, fire up your code editor, and let's get straight into coding. In this section, we're going to understand Node.js from the ground up. And by the time we're done, you would know exactly what Node.js is, why it is perfect for APIs, and how to build servers from scratch. Let me start by showing you something in the browser console. And this is where JavaScript has lived for decades. So let's inspect, click on inspect. If you're on Windows, you right click. Then let's come to the console, right? And let's just simply type console.log. And if you do console.log, hello from the browser. Now we hit enter, we see hello from the browser. Now, this is where JavaScript has lived for decades. So this is JavaScript, right? We simply console.log hello from the browser in our browser's console. Now, for years, JavaScript only ran in browsers. So it means to say that you couldn't use JavaScript, or just call it JS. You couldn't use JavaScript or JS on servers. That is, you could not build APIs. You could not build APIs. And with that such restriction, you could not access the file system indirectly. So JavaScript was stuck in the browser, right? So something happened. A man called Ryan Dahl in 2009 changed everything. So it took Chrome's versions 8 JavaScript engine and created Node.js. You can simply just go to nodejs.org to actually install or download Node.js because we'll be using it in as we proceed, right? Node.js is a way for JavaScript to run outside the browser on servers. So with Node.js, you can run JavaScript on your computer, in fact, anywhere. So let me show you how to actually implement this. So the first step is you have to actually get Node.js. So you can either install it. If you're using a Windows, it will tell you that it should be Windows, right? So proceed to install it. Some people might need to restart their system after the installation. So to confirm that you have Node installed on your laptop, you can simply open your IDE's terminal. If you're using Sublime VS Code Cursor, and just node -- version, right? So you're going to see the version of Node that you currently have installed. So this is the very first step. You have to have Node installed on your laptop. Now, in testing, formerly JavaScript only ran in browsers, right? But now we want to, after you have Node installed, we can now allow JavaScript to read our file system, right? So let's simply create a file. Let's call it app.js. Now we have this app.js, right? So let's also console.log. You can easily do CLG, right? Then do hello. Now let's, we did hello from browser. Now let's do hello from Node.js. So I already have Node installed. So to confirm, you can just do node -- version. And to simply open your terminal, you can just click on Control backtick, the keyboard before one, Command backtick if you're on Mac. So with this, if you do node -- version, it should the version of Node that you currently have installed. So let's do console.log hello from Node.js, and let's do, since we're working on a movie application, let's do let movie be equals to, let's create a JavaScript object, right? And do title, let's call it Game of Thrones. Let's just do this, right? Then let's just do console.log movie. Then if you do, now the file that we have here is what? App.js, right? I created this file. So if we do in our terminal node app.js, right, you can easily hit terminal to auto complete it, then hit enter. You can see that we now log the movie in this, like we logged everything that we have in our app.js. So we see that the same JavaScript that runs in my browser now runs on my laptop, right? So when I ran node app.js, I got hello from Node.js, everything in this app.js file. So Node.js also gives us quite a number of functionality. You know, initially, before the advent of Node.js, JavaScript was stuck on the browser. So let's say we do console.log, and we do directory name. This is how you can get directory name. If we run node app.js, you see it automatically outputs the directory where this app.js in which is called tutorial. So what I'm trying to drive out here is that initially, before the advent of Node.js, if you understand JavaScript or you build something with JavaScript on the front end, let's say React or with vanilla JavaScript, you had to use a different language to build an API or server. Let's say you have to use maybe PHP or Python and all of that. But with the advent of Node.js, with the same JavaScript, you can actually build things on the front end and the back end without switching to different languages. And that is why Node.js is very, very interesting. Now, since we've seen this, the next step would be how to create your own server. Now, Node.js comes with quite a number of functionalities, that is pre-built functionalities. So to build a server, we need to tap into those resources that Node.js comes with. To create your server, the first step to do is we need to import those functionalities. So we can do const http is equal to require. My copilot is already suggesting it, http, and I'm going to explain what http is. Now, this is how we import packages in Node.js, right? Then there are other ways. There are people that use the import in other ES modules, but we'll not be talking about that now because we are just we want to understand the basic approach, right? So this syntax here at the top is how we import modules in Node.js. So the HTTP module allows us to create a basic web server that can listen for request and response. That's what it basically means. And to further see more of it, you can just hover on the HTTP, then maybe click on it. So you're going to see that it comes with quite a number of things like the URL from Node, blah, 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 quite a number of things, right? So on hovering on HTTP, it tells us that to use the HTTP server and client, one must import the Node HTTP module, and that is what we have done here. So it gives us quite a number of functionality. Then the next step is to actually create a server instance from the HTTP. And to do that, you can simply do const server is equal to http.create server. So this create server functionality, when we call it, it creates a new HTTP server. That is what it does. It creates a new HTTP server. Please ignore that. It creates a new HTTP server. So this create server functionality always takes a callback function. That is, it always takes a function in it, right? So this is how you declare a callback. You declare a callback like so. Then we use curly braces, right? This is how you declare a callback inside a function. So now, because it's a server always expects a request and the server sends a response. So we're going to pass these keywords as parameters. That is, this one means a request and the rest means a response. So for better clarity, whenever you go to google.com and you search for a thing, or let's say you visit a website and you get 404 error, I think that's a common error, not found. It means to say that the resource that you're requesting is not currently existent on the server. That is a response. But a request is how to cook rice. You're sending a request, then whatever google.com gives you back is the response from the server. So our server is expecting a request and would always return a response if everything is okay. There are situations whereby the server might throw an error. So the create server function takes a callback, and this is how you pass a callback, right? Then we're passing these parameters, request and response, because that's what our server is expecting. So with this, we're already initializing our server, right? We've tapped into the create server method on the HTTP module. So that is how we import modules from Node.js at the top. Then the next step would be to, what do we do? What do you think we have to do? We now have to declare the logic of what we want our server to do inside this callback function. So the callback function has two parameters, the request object and the response object. Now, whenever a user accesses our server, we want to send something to them, right? We want to send a response. So to send a response, in this particular scenario, we will not be handling any request. So let's just send a response. We can just do, since this res here means response, we can just do res.end, right? So we want to end the request. Then we can just do hello world. Let's just do hello world. Now, we successfully initiated, I don't want to use the word instantiated, we successfully initiated our server. Then to complete everything that we've done, we need to listen on a port, because every server runs on a particular port. Some people use 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. So we can just do server.listen. Then we want the port to be 3,000, right? Then we also, after this server.listen also takes a port and it takes a callback function. And I told you how to pass a callback function like this, right? Then we can now do, inside our callback function, we can now do console.log server is listening on port 3000, right? So this is the basic way to create a server. Then, just like we did before, if we do node app.js, we can see that our server is listening on port 3000. So let me just do this in a more professional. Some people do consport is equal to 3000. Then here they'll pass port, right? Then we'll do server is listening on port. Then they can do 3000, right? So basically, it means to say that now Node.js gives. Remember that previously I said that Node.js gives us the ability to use our file system. It means that this server is now running, it's not just running on the browser, it is running locally on my local machine. It is running on my local machine, and that would be local host, right? Because it's currently on my device. It's not hosted on Roku, Render, or Vercel. It's currently on my local machine, and that would be that port will be running on my local machine. So I can simply do HTTP localhost, then the port number, which is what? 3000. So if I stop the server, to kill a server, you can just do Ctrl+C, then do node app to restart it. Unexpected input. Okay, that should fix it. Then node app, our server is running on port 3000. So if anybody accesses this, our server, they should get hello world. So let's check. We see hello world. So now we have our server set up, right? And what we did was that we imported the HTTP module from Node.js. So this is the HTTP module is an inbuilt module that comes with Node, right? Then also we created the server instance by tapping the create server method that exists, by tapping into the create server method that exists on the HTTP module. Then we ended the response by saying hello world. So anybody that goes to localhost 3000, because that is the port in which our server is listening on, would definitely get hello world like we saw here. So let me just explain some nitty-gritty. Now this response.end that you see here, when we overrun it, it says calling the writable method signals that no more data will be written to the writable. The optional chunk, blah, blah, blah. So we'll talk about the chunk, receiving data and all of that stuff, right? So Now, with the rest.end, let's imagine that you have, or let's say you're writing a letter to someone and you want to tell them that I am done now. So at the end, you just write, I'm done. You want to let them know that you're done. That is what this dot end. So this is response. Remember that we said that the create server takes a callback, and in that callback, we pass two parameters, the request and the response. So we're ending the response by saying hello world. And that is why once anybody goes to our localhost 3000, the ports where it is running on, they get hello world. Now, how about the listen function? We just did server.listen. Now, the listen port is like, let's say you have a TV channel or you have a radio station and you want to tell your friend to listen to you as you speak on that radio. You know, there are quite a number of radio stations, but there's a particular frequency that your station will be running on. That is what the listen does. So we're listening on that particular port. So our server is listening for connections, right? So we start a server connection on that port and we listen for connection. Now, we can as well have done something like this and just do ports. It would still work, right? So if I kill the server by pressing Ctrl C and I hit node app again, you see that nothing is logged anymore. But if I come to the website and I reload, I still get hello world. But by simply doing what I did here, I simply passed in the callback, right? I passed in a callback. This callback did not take any parameter, and I logged server is listening on this particular port. That is just to indicate in my terminal that the server is listening on that particular port, right? Now, this is the basic of creating a server, like an introduction. But what I want you to picture and understand is that servers basically handle request and response. That is just what it is, request and response. Then over time, you can have middlewares, and we'll cover that in this tutorial, right? So a server is listening on port 3000, and whatever I did inside this console.log is template literals. There are things that you might have noticed that why do we always have to kill the server before rerunning it and all of that? We're going to attend to all of that, right? Now, the next step will be addressing, so this is template literals. So template literals gives us the functionality of mixing JavaScript syntax and normal strings, right? Let's quickly talk about how to undo data that is sent to our server and how we undo data that are sent back to the client, right? Now, there's quite a number of approach to this, especially with the likes of Express.js, and you're going to understand what Express.js is. But since we're still using the basic inbuilt HTTP module, I would love to cover JSON, the difference between JavaScript object notations and also JavaScript objects, because it's very, very important. Now, let's console all of this out. Let's comment it out, I mean to say. Now, let's create a simple JavaScript object, right? You know, JavaScript object starts with curly braces. Let's just do ID. Let's say, since we're working on a movie API, let's say we have a movie which has ID of 1. Okay, let me just go what Copilot is auto suggesting. Then the inception. I think I will leave it like so. Director and all of that stuff, right? So, to know what kind of data this is, we could easily do console.log. Then we can do, let me just say type. Right, so we know the type of data that this is. We can also do type of movie, right? Type of movie. Now, if I kill this server and I do node app, we're going to see that this is type of object, right? So this particular data is a type of object. That is what it is. Now, in sending data over an API, we need to actually send it as string, It's very, very important. Now, to do this, to convert a movie to a string, we have to actually use the JSON.stringify. This is a JavaScript method. Now, when you want to send data over an API, we have to send it as string. But when we want to process data, when we want to receive an API, we have to pass it to JSON. We have to pass that particular data, that particular string. Now, let's get into practice. Let's work on something. Since we have this data type of movie, right? We can easily do, let me do const, let's create a constant. That's what const stands for. And if I do movie JSON, if I do movie JSON, right, and I do JSON.stringify, and I do movie, and I console the log movie JSON, right? If we do this, we're going to see that this movie, this data type now is now outputted or outputs as a JSON data, right? As a JSON data. Why? Because if you notice, this ID, the basic difference between a JavaScript object and a JSON is that JavaScript objects are the key and values are never strings. And that is one thing you can always use to identify it. You can notice that this ID has strings and this does not have strings. And that is a major way that you can use to easily identify the differences, right? Even a JavaScript object can also take a function alongside. So imagine we do greet and we do function name, and we just do console.log and just do, let's just template return. Let's do hello name, right? So you see that a JavaScript object can take functions, but this is not possible for JSON. So in sending data over an API, that is, if our server is sending data to a client, it has to be stringified, right? So we have to send it. JSON is easily for sending data easily, right? Then in receiving data, we have to pass whatever this will be. So we can do const pass. Let me just call this pass movie JSON. Then I'll just do JSON.pass movie JSON. So if I do console.log pass movie JSON, let's see what we would have. You see that we now have that particular data back. And this is very, very, very important. Now we have this back to this, like how we had it here. This is very, very important in handling sending data across the network. So from handling the request, in receiving a request to our server, it must be passed to prevent error. While in sending data from our server, it must be stringified. And you're going to see reasons why. We're going to talk about buffer, all of that. We're going to log data across the chunk. And do not be scared of this terminology. This is something that you're going to understand as we move on. Now, the next step would be to handle requests. We have to talk about different HTTP methods that we have in Node.js. So let's console this out again and return what we have here. Now, what we have here is a simple server that listens on port 3000 and ends every of its requests, sends every response as hello world, right? Now, that was what we have here. So let's run the server again. But before we run it, how do we handle the methods that a user would send? So while talking about this, let's quickly search different HTTP request methods. Let's search for different HTTP request methods. Let's check the one on Mozilla. Now we can see here that we have different request methods. We have the get. So the get method requests a representation of specified result, and the get is simply a user asking for something. So I'll be using the word client. So we have the client and the server. Now, a very common illustration that people use is when somebody goes to the restaurant and orders the food. The kitchen where the food is being cooked that usually cannot be seen is the server. Then the client is the person making the demand, and the waiter, which is the API, the application programming interface, is the person that takes the logic from the client and takes it to the server and takes whatever the server brings back to the client. So that is a very common terminology that you would see that people use a lot. So we have different request methods in. Now remember that this is the request. We did not handle the request at all. What we sent was a response, and that's why we saw hello world. Now, there are different HTTP request methods. We have the get. So anytime you go to Google and you say how to cook beans or how to make pizza, that is a GET request. You want data from a server. You're asking for something, right? Now, there's the head. The head is identical. It asks for a identical response that is similar to the GET, but without a response body. And we're going to cover all of that. Then there's the post. The post is creating something, right? And we have different status code. We'll get to that. So the post is you creating something. The put is you updating something, but partially, but totally, I mean to say. So we have the put, we have the patch. The patch is like when a shoemaker patches your shoe. It does not make a new shoe, right? So the patch is you're updating a data set partially, and the delete is that you want to remove that data from the server, right? So we have different HTTP methods. So I'll throw a question to you. Whenever we hit HTTP, localhost HTTP 3000, and we get hello world, okay, because the server is not running, let me just do node app. Anytime we hit HTTP 3000 and we get hello world, what are we doing? Is it a get, a put, a post, and a patch? You are correct. It's a get request. Now, how do we know it's a get request? Let's say in this logic where, in this our callback logic where we create a server, let's say we do console the log, and I can just put a text here, request, and call it request method, right? And I do request dot. See that it comes with a lot of methods. If I just do, when I talk about method or functions, it comes, so I can just request the method. So if I do request the method, I kill the server and I restart, and I do node app, right? You see server is listening. If I fire this and hit hello world, you see that I get request method is get. So the request method that we actually see here is actually get. So I kill the server, if I run it and I do this again, you can see that request method is get. So sometimes, if you do not want to always revisit the browser, we're still going to talk about how to use Postman. There are quite a number of things we'll be covering. You can just easily create a new terminal by clicking this button here and do CURL. This stands for client URL or client URL, unique resource something, client URL. Then if you do localhost 3000, you see that it fires that endpoint too. You see that we have another. So the request method, we have different request method. We have the get, the post, the put, the patch, options, and add. But the get, put, post, patch, and delete are usually they're used frequently. So now let's talk a little bit about HTTP methods, or let's talk a little bit more about handling requests from a server. So let's talk about handling request that is sent to our server. Now, we saw that when we console.log request the method, we saw the method as that when a user fires this localhost 3000, we see that request method is get. But how do we handle the entire request object that is sent to our server that is running on port 3000? What we can do first is that we can actually console.log requests. Let's just console.log the entire request. Now, if we do this and we kill the server and restart node app, and we do localhost 3000, we see quite a number of data, right? We see a lot of things like the incoming message, blah, 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 socket, and all of that stuff. So how do we undo each of the necessary data that would be relevant to us, because we do not want to just tap into the entire request object, right? As backend developers that would be actually handling data that will be sent to us, there are things that are very, very paramount. One of them is the URL that is being called. Then also another thing that is important is also the HTTP method that is sent to our server, which could be get, post, put, and patch, right? Then also query, the query that is sent alongside the request, and you're going to understand everything in details, and also the path. Yeah, the path. So what we can do now is let's refactor our code base. What we have here, we can do rather than having just rest.end, we can take all of this out and do console.log. Let me call this method, and I'll do request.method. Then I want us to see the method that is being sent, right? Then we can also do console.log. We can do query, right? Then we can do to know the query, we can do request.query. Then let's also console.log. What should we console.log? Let's console.log the path too, so we can see the path that is. So it helps us to understand the request that is being sent, request.path. Should I use .path name? Yes, that is what it should be. Request.path name. Or let's use request. I think it does not request. Okay, let's use the URL instead. So let me just do URL. So anytime I'm going to kill the server, in fact, I'm going to just delete everything and do node app. Node app. Now we are not sending any response back. So you would see that if we hit localhost 3000, it just keeps loading without, and that's bad, right? You do rest.end, then let's just write server details. Now, for people who might not understand, we can maybe clear this mode. Now, we have server details logged in console, and now we see that there are quite a number of things. The method is get, the query is undefined, and the URL is just showing that this is the base URL. So when you say slash, it means this is like the base URL, right? Now, what if we change the scope of this? Let's say we do localhost 3000 slash movies. If we want to see the movies, right, we see that what we get next is that the URL is now slash movies and not just the base URL. But the query is undefined. Now, what is the query? Now, the query is the string that is attached alongside the URL. So let's say we want to filter movies that are of the year 2000. So if you do, it's done like so. We start with a question mark, then we do year is equal to 2000. If we hit enter, we see that the server and the server details logged in console. And when we check the URL, we see that the query is still undefined, but the method is get, but URL now specifies to be this, to be slash movies question mark here. But what we intend to do is to log movies that of the year 2000. So the query helps with specificity in filtering data sets that exist in the database, right? Now, we want to be able to handle everything possible that is needed when the request is made to our server. Remember that our server is running on port 3000, which serves as the base URL, right? So how do we tap into every other things that are needed? Now, this query should not be undefined when we're working on it, because we want to be able to handle the query in the right way, right? Now, if you remember, I said when we are sending data and the previous, I think when I was talking about JSON, when sending data over an API, it has to be sent as string, right? But when we are receiving, it has to come in as, it has to be passed by JSON to as an object. And that is why we are not seeing this undefined here being rendered perfect. Now, how about we change the old scope? Now, there's an inbuilt URL functionality that comes with Node.js. Remember that we have to use packages that come with Node.js, we also have to import them. So we can do const URL. The const stands for constant. We do require URL. So this is a default. It comes with Node.js and tells us that the Node URL provides utilities for URL resolution and parsing. And to use it, we have to import URL from Node.js, right? And that's all we've just done. So what we can do next is we can, right here at the top, or at the very top, even before you can do const past URL is equal to URL.pass, right? And we pass the request.url. But let's then, also it takes in a second argument, which is true. And let's call it inside here, because we want to be able to use the request method that exists in the callback, right? So if it's outside here, request.url will be undefined. So it has to be inside the server. Now, in changing this query, how about we do past URL dot query instead of just doing request.query? We want to tap into that has been passed, right? So let's just do past URL.query. And if we kill the server, then do node app, then our server is listening on HTTP localhost 3000, then we come here, we reload. We still have the same details, but now we see that the query is no longer undefined, but has the year 2000, right? So with this, we're already getting into understanding how we can actually undo queries that are passed. So with this, we can tap into the year and proceed to run our database filtering with what the user sends, right? Now, that is that. That is how to undo that. Then there's also something else. We also have what we call headers. Now, a request can be sent alongside with an header, right? And a request can also be sent to allow different types of data, to handle different types of data. There are form data, there are strict JSON data, and all of that. So let's talk about request headers. Like if you come below here, I'll do console.log headers, and we'll do request.headers. Now, if we kill the server, I'll do node app and we fire it again. We see that the header comes with a lot of things. Now, this header comes with host, connection, cache, a whole lot of details, and it's going to be very, very important as we proceed, right? And we're going to talk about this. But rather than sending in our rest.end, rather than sending server details console, server details logged on the console, how about we create a request info? A request info. Let's just do request info, and we send it back to the front end, right? So we can do method. Let's just do method request.method query past URL.query URL request.url headers and request.headers, right? And right here. Now this is very tricky. Remember that everything we've been sending back to the client, that is our response, has been a string. Remember that I said that when we are sending it over an API, it has to be JSON.stringify. It has to be stringified, right? So we also have to send this request info. This is currently as a JavaScript object, right? You have to send it back as a string because we're sending it back to the client. So what we can do here, we'll do JSON.stringify, right? Then we'll pass in request info. And this is very, very important. If not, we might get an error. Now, this past URL functionality, if you hover it, it tells us that it uses a linear non-standard algorithm for passing URL string. It is prone to security issues such as OOs and incorrect handling of username about. Do not use with untrusted input. So this pass URL helps us convert the URL into an object. Now, remember that before we used this pass URL, our request.query was undefined. But when we passed it here, it helped us to undo the value that was passed alongside the request. And it's very, very important. But as you proceed to express, you're going to see that this can be handled very, very much easier. But understanding the basics like this is very, very important as we move on, right? Now, what we are doing here is that once the response, what we want to send back as a client is the stringified version of the request info, which is currently a JavaScript object and not JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript object notation, and the difference between a JavaScript object and a JSON is that JSONs are known for sending data between a client and a server, and they're usually strings, right? So if we kill this server and we do clear, and we do node app. And you might be saying, why do we have to kill the server? We're still going to talk about package installation. There's a package that allows us to track our saves as we make changes on our application. So if we hit localhost 3000, again, we see that what is being sent to the client is the request information, right? So we necessarily do not have to console.log this anymore. We are sending back the request information. It's kind of ugly, right? But what we can do is to make it we can pass in the null and structure it into. So this helps with the way the data will be sent back in a more user-friendly way. So it helps with how the key and objects will be. So you see that it is now better. We see that the request method is get. The query is what of year 2000, right? Key and value, everything is strings, even the key. We see that the URL, this is the full URL, movie slash, then the headers, these are the contents of the headers. And we're going to explain everything as we proceed. So this is how to undo request info. Now let's talk about handling response objects. We just covered how to undo request objects, that is requests that are sent to our server. Now, how do we adequately undo response object? So let's refactor our entire code base, and we can just console.log handling or sending response. Let's just console.log sending response to the client. Let's have this. Now, in sending response back to a client, we have to specify certain things. Now, one thing that we have to specify, I would say we have to always specify, is the status code. Now, after this section, we're going to talk about HTTP status codes, and there are quite a number of them. We have the 100, the 200, 300, 400, and 500. Now, the 200 is usually success, 201 means created, 500 means server error, but we'll talk about that in details. Now, in sending a response back to a client, we have to specify the status code. Now, to do that, remember that the rec means request and the res means response, right? Now, firstly, if a user comes to, let's just do rest.end, hello from the server. Now, if you kill the server and start it again, if a user hits localhost 3000, they get hello from the server. This is a GET request, right? This is a GET request. And why is it a GET request? Because the user is asking for something. They are not creating. They are not just, if a user goes to say facebook.com and they register, they are creating an account that has a post method. But this 3000 is a GET method. This, when you go to a website, it's a GET request, right? So the hello from the server is actually a GET request. And the logic in our core bucket just says sending response to the client. But what if you want to specify the header? Now, I want you to pay attention. Let's head back to the browser. If you click on inspect and you come to the network section, let's reload. And if you click on localhost, you're going to see that the request URL here is 3000, right? HTTP localhost 3000. The request method is what get. Then the status code by default is 200. And 200 means okay. The remote address and quite a number of things are here. You can also see that it accepts the type of text, HTML, application, and all of that stuff. Now, what if we could change the status code? By default, because we have no issue, the browser handles the status code to be okay, that which means 200. And you're going to understand everything about status code. It's very easy to understand. Now, we can actually tweak that status code to our own taste. Now, there was a time where I was working with somebody and I worked as a front-end developer on that particular project, and the person was sending 400 and everything was okay, which I think 400 means bad request. So as a backend developer, if you're not careful, if you do not know how to use the right status code, you might actually like get into misinformation or miscommunication with front-end developers if you're not careful. So the way we can actually tweak the status code is to do res.writeHead, right? Res.writeHead. Then the first thing it takes is the status code. If we say 400, for instance, by default, if everything is well, it should be okay. So let's say 400, right? Then let's say the content type. Let's say that the content type is what this should be capital letter. Let me use capital letter. The content type is application/JSON, meaning it should take JSON. Right? Then this should be colon. Now, if we save this, we restart the server and we come back here and we reload, we see that now we're seeing that the status is 400, right? We're seeing that the status is 400, which is not the best, right? 400 general. You can see that it is 400, which is bad request. But meanwhile, everything is okay, but we're sending the status code of 400, which is bad request. Now, this is how you can actually tweak the status code when sending a response alongside. So 200, 201 will mean create and all. You see all of that. So now, aside this, the status code, we can associate many other data like the content type, like authorization, and a number of things. But for now, let's just send 200 because everything is okay with the response, right? So the response, we use the right head to set status and headers. That is what it's used for. Now, we can see that right now, our server is just telling everybody hello from the server. Hello from the server, and that is what we're using to end the entire response. But what if we want to associate, or what if we want to add other data alongside with, before we end everything, we want to send other things? So we can use the response.write. This response.write allows us to send other things. It allows us to send other data alongside before ending the response. That is what it does. So the res.write, when it is called, it allows us to set data in forms of chunks. So now I can do, yeah, I can say, what are you thinking about, right? Then I can also do res.write, right? Res.write. I can do, I am famished. I'm actually famished. Then if we kill the server and we do node app, then we refresh, you can see all of these data sets are now sent before we end the server. And it is 200. So we use the res.write to send other data in chunks before we end the server. Then the res.write head, we use it to set the status and headers. And the res.end is used to end that particular response. So just like as if you're writing a letter and you're saying I am done, like we said earlier, right? So if I console.log res.end and I kill the server and I press node app, you'll see that our server just keeps on spinning. You see, it's still loading. It keeps on spinning and spinning. And you see, it's just spinning because we did not end that particular response with anything. See, it's just spinning. So to make sure that everything works adequately, we have to use the res.end to specify that this is the end of the response to finish the response. So this is how to undo response basically in a very simple way. So as we proceed to express very soon, you're going to see how to do this adequately and very efficiently. Let us talk about the different status codes that we have. So you can easily just search HTTP status codes. Then let's click on this. Now you see that we have 100, we have 1xx, 2xx. So the 1xx stands for information response, the 2xx stands for successful, 3 redirection, 4 client error, and 5 server error. So the 100 means continue. The 100, everything that falls under the 1 category is informational response. The 2 is success. So 200 is okay, 201 is created. And 201 means the request has been fulfilled, resulting in the creation of a new resource and all of that. We also have 300, which stands for redirection, 400, which stands for client errors, and 500, which is server error. So the status codes help us basically to send a message to the client, right? It helps us to tell the client what has happened. So now let's refactor our code and undo various scenarios of response, right? So if we remove all of this, we can just leave the response.end. Then let's undo various scenarios like a success, a failure, and all of that. So let's do const URL is equal to request.url, right? Request.url. You can also console.log URL. We can use that. Now, what we can also do now is we can now say if we can use a conditional statement, we can do if URL is equal to /success, we want to return a response with an header of 200 because it is successful, right? So we can do res. How do we attach an header? We use the write head keyword, then the status code goes first, which signifies that the request is successful, right? Then we can pass the content type. We can pass it as application slash JSON. Now, what this does is that it tells our browser to undo the request as JSON, right? That's what it tells our browser. It tells our browser that the data being sent over, or it tells the client that the data being sent over is a JSON data. Now, we can now also end this response. Let me just copy this. We can end the response as success. We can just send in this place. We can do what we can do here is we can pass in, that the whatever we'll be sending has to be in string. We can use JavaScript object. We can do message 200, or we can do status. We can do status 200. Then I can also now say message. I'm passing the message keyword that the request is sent successfully. Now the issue is that this is a JavaScript object. Allow our code to fail because when sending data over an API, it must be stringified. So what do we have to do? You can just do JSON the stringify, right? Then put this in brackets. Then we've set up handling a success, right? So if we restart the server and we do node app and you see that if you refresh, nothing is being sent. It just log slash. But if you do /success, we see that we get this status code request is being sent successfully. So with this, we've handled like a success instance. So now let's do for okay, now we get an error. Server response, stream right field, /success, not event, right after end. Do we have right after end? What could be wrong? Okay, let me just do this. Then refresh. Okay, now it handles it very well, right? Without throwing any error. Now let's also undo for another scenario. Let's undo for created. So we can also do else if, right? Then just copy all of these. If the URL is what would it be? If the URL is created, so what status code would we be returning? We'll be returning what? In this scenario, we'll be returning a 201, right? Now there are packages that helps us to do all of this easily, and we're going to see that as we proceed to Express. So we can just save this, we can make this 201, leave the content as application/JSON, because meaning that the data has been sent over JSON, then here will be 201. The data is created successfully. Then you can proceed to handle other things like bad request, that will be 400 and all. So basically, this is how to send status codes and the various types of the status codes that we have. So if I do /created, see that we have the network here. If we refresh, we click on network, you see that the status code is 201, which means that a new resource has been created successfully. Now, let's talk about handling various HTTP methods. Now, we've handled various status code. Let's talk about handling various HTTP methods. Now, remember that we talked about the various types of HTTP methods that we have. We have the get, the post, the put and patch, right? We also have options and all. Now, let's handle a basic get request. So the first question is, how do we know the method that is sent? We can do const method is equal to request dot method. The const method is equal to request dot method. So if you do console.log, so we can say the current method is what method. We can do rest.end testing methods. So if we restart the server, clear, and we refresh, we see testing method. I'm sure that the current method is get. Now let's undo a get request. The get request that we want to undo would be for /movies when the user wants to see the movies that exist in the database. So we can do conditional statement also. Yeah, we can do if request. We can do if request the method is equal to get, because the method that in fetching something and asking for something is get, right? We can do if request the method is equal to get. We can do then if also the path, that is request or URL, you can just create it as a constant at the top. Let's just do const URL is equal to request dot URL. Can do so if URL is equal to /movies, right? What can we do? We can now undo the logic within this conditional statement. So we can just do console.log returning all movies, right? Returning all movies. Then what do we have to do? We have to specify the head. I can do the rest right head. Then would this be a 200 or a 200? To be a 200. Let's not attach any content type. Let's just let's end the response. We can do the rest or end, right? We can do JSON, the stringify, then passing various things, key and a JavaScript object success to be true. You can also see data to be movie, or we can create something like this. You can say title, something is wrong. Okay, this has to be curly brace. Let's curly brace. This has to be curly brace here. Okay. The title should be, let's say, GOT, Game of Thrones. Then let's do the year of the movie. Let's just do year 2000. Then this is the data and blah blah blah. So this is how we can undo /movies. Let's say we want to undo another part. Let's say we do slash latest movies, right? Returning all latest movies, and this will also be 200. Then we can change this to what to be. Let's just use bridge FN, and let's say 2022 or 2023. Right, so we have two routes now. We have the one that undo one for let me see. We have one that undo. We can remove this rest.end here. So we have one that handles for latest movies and movies. Let's restart the server and do node app. Then let's change the endpoints here. Let's do /movies. It fails. Okay, it says get is not defined. Okay, so this should be string. Right, it should be a string. If request the method is get, let's refresh, restart the server. So we see that it returns true title GOT, then returning all movies. Then if you eat latest movies, then you see that it returns the one for Bridgerton. So this is how we are handling various requests. Now this is for the get request, right? What if we want to handle? We've not talked about handling that for post. Now, why we've not talked about handling that for post is that the post requires us sending data over to our server. Now, remember that in doing this, we had to use if request the method is get, and if the URL is equals to /movies, we return GOT, and for the latest movies, we return Bridgerton. Now, how do we undo for get? So we can do, how do we undo for a post when the user wants to create a new resource? Now we can do if request the method will be is equal to post, right? We can now do the way we undo this. We can do, because the user would also fire a URL. We can do if URL is equals to /create movies, right? That is, if the URL that the user is calling, we can also say, we can console.log creating movie, right? Or we can do adding, right? Adding movies. This should also be double string. Adding movies. Then the rise.air to be 200 or 201 to be 201, right? Then now we also have to send a response, but in the logic of our post, we also have to add the data to our existing database. So it needs us in it begs the question that how do we do all of this? So since we are not working with a database at the moment, we can actually create a memory data. And the memory data is something that is not persisted, right? So at the very top here, if we create a movies array, so an array a is a JavaScript data type that can hold quite a number of variables or quite a number of things. Like, right, so this is how we declare an array in JavaScript. So we can do movies, we can create a array of objects, right? So we can do title, we can do title, then we can say GOT, then year, we can say 2000. Then also we can have another object here, copy all of this, right? Then do the title should be Titanic, then the year should be 1999. Then also we can have this too. Then the title can be Bridgerton and it can be 2023. Now, this movies here, we can replace our data here to just be movies. So this we return the movies that we have at the top, right? Rather than using cons, let me use the let keyword, let movies. Then also, yeah, also in the data, I can just say movies. Now, in handling the post, we have to append the new data set that is sent over. Now, remember that in the get, the user is asking for something. We are just returning everything that the user wants that exists in that particular logic. So if the user hits slash movies, return the old data movies. Now, also, we could have handled this latest movies here by maybe doing a JavaScript filtering method by finding if movies is greater than year. Okay, let's try to do that. Let's say we want to use a JavaScript project to say const latest movies, right? Const latest movies would be we can use movies dot find, right? The find method on and returns the value of the first element where the predicate is true. Or we can do return movie, we can filter. Let's filter the movies. Then we can do movie the year is greater than 2021, right? Movie the year is greater than 2021. We should just return movie. If we return, we were simply returning all movies that are greater than 2021. This is how to do the logic. So let's just do latest movies. Is this now that our year is a string, not a value, not a number? So let's change it to a number of type number, right? So that we would not have an error. Although another way would be that to simply do number to convert this to a number, but let's just see if this works. Let's refine our database. Then we see that now the latest movies does not return all of that data. It just returns a movie that is greater than 2021. But if we come to the top here and we change GOT to 2009 and restart the database, you would see that. So that is how we handle the logic. So let's do this. Latest movies. Okay, not 20. Let's do if it is now greater than 2020. See that something is wrong. 2020. This is 20. Oh, 2009. GOT is 2009. So let me just do 2008. So it would return GOT also, because GOT follows that logic. So that is how we can. But if you do movies, if you just do movies, it's going to return the entire array of movies that we have. Now, how do we undo data that is sent to our server in a post request? In a post request, we want to be able to handle the data that is sent from our client. In a GET request, we are actually handling the request from a client. We are offering the client something, they are asking for something. But with a post request, we want to be able to handle the data that our client sends to us, because with a push request, they want to create a new resource. I remember that we said the status code for a push request is always 201. Now, in handling a push request, we're expecting something from the client, and whatever the client is sending is going to be stored in the body of the request. So we can create a body variable and call it let body be equals to, remember that when the client is sending things over, it is usually as a string, right? So we can say let body be a string variable. Then we can listen for data that is sent to us. We can listen for data that is sent to us. Let's put this inside this if URL. So we can listen to data that is sent to us from the request. And how do we do that? We can simply do request dot. Now remember that this request is declared at the very top here in our create server. We can do request dot on. So with this request dot on is a listener. It helps us to listen for the particular event that we're going to pass in here. And the event that we're listening for is a data event. You can see that vscode my ID automatically suggests it. Then in using HTTP configuration, data are sent in chunks. Data are sent in chunks. So what we're doing is that after passing the type of event listener, which is of type data, we are passing a callback function. I'm passing a callback function like so in here. So what we are listening for is that we are listening for chunks. It is because that data in HTTP configuration are sent in chunks, that is in bits, especially when we're dealing with large data sets. So we can actually append each chunk to the body by simply doing body is equal to chunk.toString. And I'm going to explain what this is. Now, the chunks are usually sent in buffer, that is you see it like in number 0, 1, and all. For instance, if I console.log chunk, so that you can actually have an idea, we just console.log chunk, then we have to convert it to string so that it can be readable, so that it will be in readable format. So every time we actually receive a data, we can actually log, we can just do console.log receiving, so that we can be aware receiving data chunks. Right? We can do this. So what we're simply doing is that we are listening for data that is sent from the request. Then we are appending each of that data to body and we're converting it to string. And the reason why we're converting to string is that the chunks are usually treated in buffer format. Now, after this is done, after we've listened for the data that is sent from the client, we can actually also listen for the end of that request. Now, it also takes a callback, but now we're not passing a chunk, right? It takes a callback. And I want you to remember that we always want to pass the data back. Remember that we always want to pass the data back. So we can actually first log all data received. All data received. Now, data is sent to our API in strings. When we are sending back to the server, we are also making sure that it's stringified. But when the client sends data to us as string, we on the server end have to pass it, especially when we are using HTTP configuration. But when we come to express, you're going to see how all of this can be handled easily and efficiently. Now, what we can do is we can now say that we can do const movie data is equal to, remember we have to pass it, JSON.pass. JSON.pass. And what are we passing? Let's use this movie data variable at the top, which will have let movies. Let's pass the body, I mean to say, because we're appending the chunk to the body here, right? Now, there are scenarios whereby a user can send in a badge request. Let's say, our configuration here for our array of objects is that it's title and year. Imagine a user sends titles. We're going to have an error because this key pair do not match on our database, right? On our database. So we also want to potentially handle any errors in a user request. So we can do if movie data, what we declared here, we can do if movie data does not have a title, right? We can return an error. And in returning an error, remember that we always want to attach the status code, right? So we can do res.writeHead, right? Then we have different types of status code. If you go back here and we search for the list of HTTP status code, we see that 400 is client errors. That is error from the client. Then we want to use the 400. The 4xx, I mean, are client errors, and the 400 is the badge request in this scenario. So we want to use it as a badge request. In a situation whereby user wants to do something that they are not allowed, you should return a 401 because it's unauthorized. We're going to see a JavaScript, a NPM package, Node Package Manager, that makes all of this easier as we proceed to express. But for now, let's just say 400. We want to return status code of 400, right? Then we want to send a message. Let's just copy something here. Rest.end. Let's just say rest.end. Yeah. And we should tell the user error true. Some people will use is error depending on what suits you. Then we can just return a message. And the message will be what? What should the message be? What should we use? Please provide title. So with this, we've potentially handled any error that a user might actually send to us, right? Now, we want to now append, right? What we have to do now is that whatever the user has sent to us, we want to append it to the existing movie data that we have, right? What do you think we can do? Now, what we can do is we've handled this. You could even do return. Okay, since we're using res.end, we don't have to use return keyword here. Now, what we can do here is we can now append this new movie data to our existing movie array that we have at the top here. So what we can do here is we can say const, or we can just say movies.push. Then we push in movie data, right? We can push in the movies data here. So what we've passed here, the movie data we've passed here, we're pushing it into our array here. So what it does is that it appends the data, whatever data that is sent to the last part of the array length, right? So if everything goes well, we can now do this res.writeHead, meaning that the resource has been created, right? 201, which stands for created. Request has been fulfilled, resulting in the creation of a new resource. We can send in a 201 status code and now send in a rest.end, signifying that everything went well, right? Then we can do this here. Then we can do success, true, and message. We can do movie added successfully. Now with this, we've successfully handled our post request. Now remember that for us to treat any push request, the user must call localhost 3000 / create movies, right? Now, how do we test this? Remember that when we're dealing with get request, we simply just went to the browser, hit localhost 3000, and we got the response back. The server is not running. I'm going to run it now, Node app. We just had to hit this and we got all the data that we need. But now, in a post request, the client is sending a data to us. they want to do something. Maybe a new user wants to add a movie, or they want to create their account. A client is sending data to us, and we want to handle the data that is being sent to us. But in our browser, we cannot necessarily just pass the data here by default, because this is just a GET request. Now, how do we handle data that will be sent to us? Well, as we proceed to use Express, we'll be using a tool called Postman, and Postman is used for testing. Some people even use it for documentation and actually testing your APIs without having any idea of HTML, CSS, or vanilla JavaScript. Now, because we are not using that, we can use the CURL, the client URL, right, from our terminal. And I think it comes default with most system. So we can create another terminal, and what we can do is we can do client URL. We have to use this X keyword to actually indicate the type of HTTP request method that we're sending. So we can do -X. Then, because it's a post request, we now attach the port where our code is running on, which is localhost 3000. Then we can use create movies, because that is the URL that we are calling, right? Create movies. Then the next step would be to pass. You can use this backtick to indicate the next thing that we'll be using. We want to pass the header, right? Remember we talked about header. We can just say that the content type that we're sending, content type is what? Application / JSON, right? Then this too has to be. Then also another, then the data, this D is for the data. Then we can use a single string, right? Then do title, because it has to be in JSON format. Inception, this is the data. Let's call the movie Inception. Then we'll call the year of the movie. This also has to be in strings. Year of the movie should be, let's just use 2010, right? 2010. And I think that is all, right? Then we can end it with a curly braces, then close the string. So if we run this, we should actually be calling the create movies terminal. So the X here is to identify the type of HTTP method. The H here is for the header, which we are saying we're expecting a JSON, and the D is the data. So if we hit enter, let's see if we'd have an error. So we see malformed input to a URL function. So the error that I'm having is from this, my call here. So I'm going to copy this and check what I could have done wrong. So CRL expose client URL, the HTTP method, then movies, header, right? Content type, application / JSON. Now, because we're using terminal, we have to be very, very careful. D, well, I think, okay, I had this here. I don't think it was necessary. The column in front of this D, then let's hit enter. Still the same thing, malformed input to URL function. Failed to connect to local hotspot, was not running. JSON.pass, all data received. So what could be wrong? Let's debug it together. I'm going to do call client URLs post, then HTTP localhost 3000 /movies. Then this should be the backtick. Let me just use this. Then the header type is content type. Content type should be application /JSON, right? Then this, let's leave the space. Then we have to attach the data. Hope I'm not making any mistake. Data, then this. Okay, I'll do title. The title should be in title. To call it Inception. You can call it whatever you like, then yeah. You can call the year 2010. The year is not string, right? Year 2010, and I think that should be all. Then we can close this and hopefully it works. Let's run Node app. The server is listing on port 3000. Is there anything we're doing wrong? Let's hit enter. So hopefully it does work, but we did not get any response. So the current method is post. I thought we ended it in the request.on. It does work now, but we're not having anything logged. So the writer 201, we should get a response that success is true, right? We should get that response that success is true, but we are not having anything. So what could we be doing wrong? Now let's try and check the bugger code. We have request.on on end. We actually console.log all data received. This does not run. This does not run. Oh, and why it does not run is because I called /movies instead of create movies. Yep. So we should have create movies. I just hope you do not get any error. So create movies. Malformed input to URL function. So we're still having the same error. Okay. So because of the complexity of using the CURL, client URL, we have to be very, very careful. Let's head to Postman and try to use Postman for this. Now, we're simply going to go into Postman because of the client URL. Sometimes it can be hard to handle and maneuver. Now, let's quickly check about Postman. What's Postman? Now, Postman is a API development platform that allows users to test, to actually even document some of their code base. So if you come to postman.com, you can actually create an account. I already have an account, so I recommend that you create an account. Then you should have your workspace where you can actually do stuff on the web. You can use Postman on the web, and you can also use it in your browser. So I do have Postman in my browser, and in using Postman, you can actually see that it comes with quite a number of things. This is an untitled request. You can call it create movies. Then this is the HTTP method, get, post, put, patch, delete. You can also see that you can select wherever that you like. But in this scenario, we are dealing with a post request, right? Now, in dealing with a post request, we need to pass in the URL that we are calling. And as in scenario, we're calling HTTP localhost 3000 / create movies, right? That's the endpoint that we're calling. Then if it's a get, you have to use get, and or we're going to go full details, and we're going to go explain fully how Postman works. Then Postman, we also have the parameter authorization, but because we are sending a push request, we have to send data in the body. Then you can try to use a form data if you're sending images, form URL encoded. But in this scenario, let's just go with raw and let's use JSON. Then let's pass in data type. Now our data type would be what? Let's just use this title. Let's copy this. Let's use this title and year inception that we have here. Then let's post it just at the bottom. Yeah, like so. So we're having an error. And I know why we're having that error that we had before. The reason why we're having that error that we had before is I think because the title here is not double. More like so. Yeah, I think that is why. But we still had the error. Like I think our server is down. Let's try again, but still the same error. So let's just go with Postman. So let's say our title here is double string. Then let's click on send. We see, okay, our server is down again. Node app. Then let's fire this. Now we see that it goes through. And in Postman, we see that Postman shows us quite a number of things. We can beautify this. see that we get a data. We see that success is true. Then the movie has been added successfully, and the status here is 201. The status here is 201. The success is true. It means that the CRL is just not handling it. Well, I don't know why the CRL is not working, but you can try it. You can try to debug it in your spare time. Now I want you to pay attention to what we have logged here. So that here we see the current method is post. Then in our rec.data, we see that we see the log of receiving data chunks. Where is it? Receiving data chunks here. Then we also see that the chunk is this buffer that we have here. It's not quite understandable. But that is why we have to convert it to string so that it can be readable. Then we append it to we add it to the body, right? Now, you also see that in the request.end, all the data is received, and we send a response back to the client that success is true and the movie has been added successfully here. But what if we want to now show the users the newly added movies? So we want to, if we can just say, we can just do all movies here. We can also do all movies here. Then we can just do movies. So let's restart and do node app. Then if you send this, you can see all the movies, right? You can see all the movies. Let's make this more pleasing. We can do JSON.stringify. We can do null. We can do 2. So if we kill this, if we stop this, clear, load app, and we fire our database, you see that we see everything. We see all the movies, Titanic, Bridgerton, and we see that Inception has now been added. If we also do Alani, Pomo, Lekun, and we do 2009, and we send it beautiful, and we send it, see that Alani Pomo Lekun gets added to our database. So with this post request, we've been able to help our clients handle their request and append into our data sets. Now, we also can do for put, which means to update the entire resource, patch to update a particular resource and delete. So it follows the same logic, but we'll be moving straight to express from here. And the reason being that in handling the delete, we just have to use basic JavaScript operations because our data is not persisting, it's not persisted on the database. So we can just try to find the index, remove it from the last element on the array using JavaScript for the update. So we can associate IDs. If you're using put, we can associate IDs, then find the particular element that we want to update. But I believe that with handling this basic get and post request, you already have an idea about using basic HTTP requests. So as we proceed to Express now, you're going to see how to use npm pre-existing tools that we can proceed to install various packages. We would proceed to do proper folder management, and Express is a very, 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 very important framework for Node.js. So that being said, let's get straight into Express. All right, so let's set up our first Express server. To do that, I'm going to cut everything that we have here. Command Control X if you're on Windows and Command X on Mac. Then I'm going to leave this app.js file. Now, the first step that what we have to do is to initialize a proper Node.js project and install Express. When we're dealing with the inbuilt HTTP, we installed Node.js, we downloaded it, then we created this app.js file in this tutorial directory, and we started using the inbuilt HTTP module from Node.js. Now, what we can do is we have to use Express. Express is a npm package that comes with Node.js, and to do that, we need to install Express. So it's not magic. Let's simply head to our browser and do npm. Let's do Express.js installation in Node or something like that. Let's just search for something. Now, this is the Express documentation. It tells how to install Express. It tells us that we have to make directory, that is, create a directory called my app, then cd into that directory, that is enter into that directory, then we have to do npm init. We have to do npm init. Now, if we head back to our code and we open our terminal, we already have gone through the process of creating a directory. We still want to use the tutorial folder and want to use app.js as our entry file. So we need a file to start. So you can easily do npm init, or even if you don't have a file, I can just delete that. I can just do npm init. Then if I do npm init, it tells me that this stands for npm initialization. What npm means is Node Package Manager. So it says this utility will walk you through creating a package.json file, and it only covers the most common item and tries to get sensible default. So basically, npm init means that we are initializing Node Package Manager in our tutorial directory, and npm means Node Package Manager. So it's going to ask us some questions. It's asking me, is the package name tutorial? Yes, I'm okay with that. Is version 1? Yes, this is the first thing I'm working on. Description, I can just say introduction to Express, right? Then entry point, app.js. You can call it whatever you like. Then you can just hit enter so far. Then it outputs, is this okay? Yes. So I can hit enter. Then outputs a package.json file from me. And the name of the file, the name is tutorial. It asked this question when I did npm init. Now, and you might be thinking that, do I always have to answer all of this to create this package.json file? No, you do not have to. We're entering Express. We're no longer using the default HTTP module, right? So we can delete this back, and a faster approach is you can just easily do npm init flag y. So once you do npm init flag y, it means yes to all the commands. And once you hit enter, automatically fills it by default. Then it outputs the package.json for us. Now you might be asking, what's the importance of this package.json? Package.json helps us to track dependencies. It helps us to install dependencies, and also helps us to actually track dependencies in our application. Now, to use Express, let's go back to documentation. The documentation says npm init, blah. After we do all of this, it tells us that we now have to install Express in our app. So we can do npm install Express. And for you to do this, you must have Express installed. You must have Node.js installed on your local machine, on your personal computer. So we can just copy this and do npm install Express. So I'm intentionally showing us documentation so it's not look like I'm performing magic, right? So if we do this, you would see that the dependencies will be added to our package.json and Express will reflect here. Now, I want you to pay close attention. At first, when we did npm init y, we add just our package.json. But when we did npm install Express, we see that the dependencies, Express was added to our package.json dependencies, and we saw the package log.json, and we saw the node modules. Now, the node modules helps us to track every package that we have installed in our app. That's what the node modules does. So it's a module that we are using in our node app, in our backend app. So it helps us to track quite a number of things. And if you scroll down, you're going to see that Express is part of the node module. So the node modules comes with quite a number of things. Now, aside that, the package log.json also comes with the installation of whatever package we have included in our app. I hope that is clear. So the package.json helps us to track the dependencies, and the package log.json also comes alongside when you make an installation. The node modules helps us with the management of various modules that we're going to use in our app. So while this is done, we already have Express installed in our tutorial directory. We can proceed to create a file called app.js, right? Now, if you remember, in using HTTP modules, we have to do const HTTP is equal to require HTTP. Then we would do we have to do HTTP create server. Then we passing quite a number of things. We have to manage request response, passing a callback. It was quite a hassle to do all of that, right? It was quite a hassle. But Express makes this very, very easy. And the first rule of thumb is to use anything, we have to import it, right? And so how do we import Express now? You would see that Express makes all of this very, very much easier. So how do we install Express? To get started with Express, we can simply do const Express is equals to require Express. So with this, we've imported Express, right? We've imported Express. Now, how do we make sure that our app uses Express? We need to call Express. You know how we call functions in JavaScript? We use this parentheses, right? So we can do const app is equal to Express. To const app is equal to Express. And I'm sure that if we go back to documentation, you're going to see quite a number of things. So the next will be hello world. Okay, it's a documentation series tells us to see how it is done. Say hello world example. It tells us to import Express. Then we create a port where our backend, we talked about this in the HTTP module, right? So we can also just follow suit. We create a port. I don't know why I like using capital letter. We just do 3000. Then it tells us to actually, you see that by default, Express comes with the HTTP request methods inbuilt. In the HTTP inbuilt method that comes with Node.js, not Express, we had to use conditional statement to do if request the method is equals to get, then we undo the logic. But Express comes very easily and with fewer lines of code. So let's say we want to undo request to our base URL. Remember that we said that the base URL is denoted by a slash like this, just a slash. So let's say we want to do app.get. So you can say app.post because we've called our app to use Express. We can do app.put, app.patch, app.delete. So we want to do app.get. That is, a user wants to make a request to this endpoint, right? So let's just follow documentation. Let's copy this and paste it here. So let me explain what this is. App.get is telling us that a user wants to make a request to our base URL. Then the next thing is a callback function. So our server is expecting a request and returning a response, right? So anytime a user sends a request to our base URL, which will be localhost 3000, we want to send back hello world. And now our app has to listen on a particular port, right? Like how we did in the HTTP method, server.listen in HTTP method. We can now do app.listen. I'm just going to copy this and just paste it here. So we have app.listen on port 3000, and it takes a callback. So it's telling us here that after our server listens on port 3000, we are now passing a callback function and login. This is an example app. You said this is our first Express app on port 3000. So you see, this is very, very much easier to work with. And this is why Express is very beautiful and modular. So if we do node app and we hit enter, we see that this is being logged in the terminal. This is our first Express app on port 3000. So if you go to our browser and we do localhost 3000, we see hello world. Wow. So this is an introduction into Express. Now, there's one thing I want us to actually address before as we proceed. Now, you know that when we're working with the HTTP modules, when we make a change like hello world, if we save it and user goes back here and refreshes, it still gets hello world, which is really not nice. What we can also do now is install another package called nodemon. Now, remember that when we wanted to start working with Express, we had to install it also, and we did npm install Express. In installing this, we could have done this easier too. In installing Express, we could have done npm iExpress rather than typing the whole of install. So we're going to also install nodemon, and so it's not look like I'm performing magic. We can just say, what is nodemon? So nodemon is a utility function designed to improve the development process of Node.js application by automatically restarting the server when changes are detected in the source code. So we can install nodemon. So we have to do npm install nodemon. And in some situations, so you do not have to always install nodemon, you could decide to install it globally. And to install a package globally, you can just do flag G and do nodemon, right? So although I already have nodemon installed globally, I'm just going to do it for the sake of this tutorial. So I'll do npm install nodemon, and this I stands for install. So if you come back to our package.json, you're going to see that when it is done, nodemon will reflect in the dependencies. So we have nodemon now. And now if I hit save, if I come here, I kill the server, rather than doing node app, I'll just do nodemon app.js and I hit enter. You see that it now listens for changes. It says to restart anytime, hit RS or is watching for the file. So this is a wildcard, right? So if I hit save, you see that it restarts automatically. And if I come back to my locals and I refresh, I'm seeing hello world. And if I do res.write, this is the power. This is the power of Node. You know, we explained what res.write is. You can use it to send chunk alongside before we end the request. So it automatically saves, and if I refresh, and not set headers after they are sent to the client. Because this is not HTTP module, I think it is train. You know, we just did res.send, so I should just do res.send. Sorry, I was using the approach of inbuilt HTTP node modules. So this is the power of nodemon. I should that it automatically refetches. So the response sends, it sends the one that comes first. You get, so it does not send the hello world. One way we can do that is maybe we want to send join thing. We could just maybe use, this is the power of nodemon, then also do hello world, right? Let me just, if I refresh, this is power of, okay, this is the power of nodemon, then hello world. I want the hello world to be there. I don't know why. It's power of nodemon, then hello world. Okay, so basically Express gives us quite a number of functionality, and also it is very, very easy to use. If we were to do this under this get request using the inbuilt HTTP module, we would have passed in quite a number of things, used a number of conditional statements and all. So we can actually maneuver our code base easily and more efficiently. So I hope this is clear. So if you were to handle a post request, we just do app.post, right? Then do all of the tweaking. So the next thing we'll be talking about now would be handling JSON easily with Express. In handling JSON easily with Express, there are quite a number of things that we should consider. Now we have Express imported, and we also have our app calling Express, right? And we are tapping into app.get. Remember that when we were working with the inbuilt HTTP module that comes with Node.js, we had to pass our data to JSON. Then when we are sending it back to the client, we had to send it as string. But let's work with JSON as we work with Express, so we see how it works under the hood. Now, if you pay close attention, in our app.get here, if a user calls the base URL, which is indicated as this /, we just send a response that this is the power of nodemon, hello world. That's what we are sending to data. So we're sending plain text back to the client, right? Now, we could have another approach, another scenario. If we do app.get and we do /movies, right? Then it takes what? A callback request, takes a callback request and response, right? We do. Let's say in this request.movies, we want to send back an array of movies. So we can, in the callback, we can do const movies is equal to, so this would be an array of objects. You can do title, right? And let's say title is the Titanic. You can say the year. Maybe this is a recent Titanic. Let's give it 2009, 10. You can also have another object. What title should we give it? Let's call it Bridgerton again. Then we can give it the year. Let's say this is an old Bridgerton, 1999. Now we have this movies array of objects, right? In our logic here, we could easily send this response back to the client. We can do response.json now. Now you can see that this is a little bit different from what we have here. here we have response.send because we're just sending a plain text. But now we have response.json in this /movies endpoint or the route. But now we're using res.json. I'm going to explain what this is. So we could just easily say success. Spelling of success will be so success true. We can do data. Can we turn the data to be movies, right? And if you choose to, we could also send the total amount of movies, right? Let's say total amount of movies. That would be what every area has a length. So let's do movies.length. So that would be 0. That's 2. Because it contains 2 data. I know array start from 0 and 1, so that's total of 2. So what I want us to pay attention is while working with JSON, this is not just plain text. This is a JSON response. This is a JSON response. And why is it a JSON response? We are calling rest.json. And this is what Express gives us out of the box. So in here, Express automatically sets the content type to be application/JSON. It automatically sets it. So we do not have to pass the data from the client, then also stringify it again when we're sending it over back to the client. So this is one flex that Express gives us. So we can easily just say rest.json, unlike what we did here in plain text. Now, let's also handle one more scenario whereby we send the JSON alongside with a custom status code. So let's do app.get. Just do app.get. And let's call this /status. Then the callback, request and response. Right, request and response. Then we also, now we want to send a status alongside a JSON data. So we can do res.status. Now you see that this is much more different from what we have from just this typical JSON response. Now we have res.status. Then what are we passing first? We're passing the status. And because this is a GET request, we're going to attach a 200 status code, meaning everything is okay, right? Then the JSON now follows alongside. Now, you see that with this approach, we're attaching a status code to the response that we're sending, but I'll just make this much more global. I'll change the scope of this variable. Let me make it more global rather than making it a local variable inside the /movies endpoint, right? So this is global. It could be accessible here. Then here, I'll just do the same thing that I have here. Just copy it. So with this, we're sending a status alongside the response that is sent back to the client. So let's test it. Let's use the CURL client resource, then do HTTP. Or we can just do localhost. If we do localhost 3000, I'm going to just get back. This is the power of NodeMod Hello World. What if we do HTTP localhost /movies, we'll be getting success true, all of this. And if we do call HTTP localhost /status, we're getting success true, but on the client side, it will be followed with a status. Although if we check the browser, the status code, the browser or client is going to automatically send a status code, but this gives us the ability to tweak the status code. Should we check it? Okay, let's check it out. Let's do localhost /3000 /movies. Now we see that this is success true data. Let's check. Now if you notice, Express automatically sends this as a string back to the client, right, as a JSON. Because it gives us that functionality. We do not have to do JSON the stringify like when we're doing with HTTP method. So let's check network. Let's refresh. So the status is not modified. It returns a 304. But if we check the /status, you see that the status is 200. So this rest of status gives us the ability to attach a particular status code alongside the response that we sent to the client. So Express gives us the ability to do a lot of things than the conventional HTTP inbuilt modules that comes with Node.js. With Express, we can decide to send plain text. We could also decide to send a JSON without a status code. But this is still the most best and valid approach to work with. Now, since we've seen how we can handle various response to the client with JSON, we could do the plain text, right? We could do the JSON response without status code, and we can do the one with status code. Now, let's proceed to undo various HTTP method with Express. Remember that when we were using the inbuilt HTTP module that came with Node.js, we practiced with the get, the post methods. Let's do the same thing with Express and see how it works. Now, if you remember, when we're dealing with the post in the HTTP module that came with Node.js, we had to do request.on, then listen for the data event. Then we also had to do request.on, then listen for the end of the request. Then we processed data that was sent to the server in chunks, right? And we said that chunks are data that are sent to the server, and sometimes they come in, most times they come in as buffer, and we have to convert them to string, if you remember what we did in the HTTP mode. So let's see how it works with Express. Now, let's create, like we did at in the HTTP mode, let's call this let instead of const. You know, constants cannot be changed. So let's say let movies. Now, I'm going to just comment this out. Then I'm going to call this movies. Now, when a user calls this /movies, I want to send all the movies that exist here. Now, I want us to handle a post scenario, that is a post request, right? So we can do app.post. Just going to type this out again, app.post, right? Then we also want to call this, let's still call this movies, but now the difference is that the HTTP request differs. The HTTP request here is the get, and the HTTP request here is the post. Now, we want to handle data that's sent to the server because this is the post request. Remember that the get request is when the user asks for something or wants to fetch something. Now, also, just like in the get request, we're going to pass the callback, request and response, right? Now, how do we access everything that the user sends to the server? Now, in Express, remember that Express automatically treats everything as application/JSON. We do not have to do JSON.stringify or pass the data. Now, what we can do here is we can do that. We can actually log everything that the client sends to us by tapping into the request. So we can just say data. I want this data to store everything that the user sends to us, right? So I will do const data is equal to request the body. Now with Express treats everything that a user is sending to the server in the body object that exists in the request object. So everything that will be sent in the push request will be stored in the request.body. So we can easily just tap into request.body. And if you overwrite, it's going to tell you that the body is a query string of whatever the user sends. So we can proceed to log data and just say, this is what the client sends. So that would be data. Let's handle it like so, right? Now, what we want to do is that whatever data that the user sent, we want to append it here to the movies. We want to add it to this data that exists. So let's say the user sends one movie, let's say Interstellar. If the user sends Interstellar, we want to add it to this array of objects. Now, what we can do is there are scenarios whereby some users are stubborn, and rather than attaching key and value, you know, the key here is title, and the other key, the value is Titanic, the key here too is here. Some users can make a mistake and do titles and that would be a bad request. So if you check the HTTP status code that we dealt with, that would be an error 400. Now I'm going to also install a npm package that helps us handle status code easily, and we're going to get to that as we move on. So we want to handle cases of failure, right? In case a user sends titles instead of title, because our database would follow a schema. It follows the schema of title and year. So in case a user sends something that does not match, we want to undo the error. So we can do if the user does not attach. So that is why we're using this exclamation. If not data.title, or this is and in JavaScript. So we do or if not data dot year, right? We can just do rest.status. Remember, I want to start send, so that's 400 bad request.json to send back a JSON. We'll do message. You can call this message title, where title, and movie year is required. Right? You can call this. Then we can return this. Now, because we're using Express, anytime we use anything in a conditional statement like the if block, even though it's an else, we have to use the return keyword to end the call. So the return keyword will make sure that this endpoint that is called returns here does not execute the next logic outside the if statement. Please take note of that. So if everything is successful, if we don't have a scenario that matches this, we want to append the data. So what we can do is we could just do movies.push. We get the push method appends new element to the end of an array. Then we just add the data. If we do this, then we can now return a response like so. I'm just going to copy this. Then the status will be 200. No, because it's a post request, it will be 201, signifying that a new resource has been created. So success will be true. We could just send a message that the movie has been added successfully. What if you want to tweak the message that is sent to the client very effectively? You want to let the user know the movie specifically that was added. We can use template literals. Template literals are used to add both JavaScript data and normal strings together. So you can say the movie with title. Can now do data. So this will be backtick. So the movie with data. So we want to attach title has been added successfully. So it will be, if the movie title is Interstellar, it will be the movie with title Interstellar has been added successfully. Now, I'm seeing that we might have a potential error here in this particular place. So let's try it out. Firstly, let's try the movie's endpoint, the get endpoint. So let's do curl HTTP. Remember that we're using nodemon, so nodemon automatically tracks our changes. You don't have to kill the server anymore because we're running nodemon app.js. So we can do HTTP. We could just do curl client URL localhost 3000. If you hit enter, okay, we're getting an error because we are not handling the base URL. We are handling /movies. So let's do /movies. So we have success is true, we return, so it works. Now let's try for the post request. Remember that in our HTTP module that came in Node.js, we tried using the CRUD, then the endpoint, then we did the X, we typed the method, but I was getting an error. So let's just go with postman and try to attach a data. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go to postman. Then I'm going to change this endpoint. This is a post method, right? I'm going to change it to /movies. Then, while I have done this, I can now come to the body because I'm sending a post request. And I'll just attach this movie like so. So, because I'm sending over a data to the API, it must be in JSON format. right? So then I think that should be all. So I'll just beautify this and let's send. I feel like there will be an error. I'll definitely resolve it. So it says cannot read properties of undefined. So it is treating it as undefined. Let's see. Cannot read properties of undefined title. So what this will mean is, you see that this is what the client sends that we logged here is this data is undefined. And why is it undefined? I want you to pay close attention here, please. Now, remember that when we were sending stuffs back to the client in the JSON response, we were sending it as request.json, rest.json, here was string, everything we're sending back was string back to the client. But now, when the client sends something to us, which is a post request, we expected it in the rec.body, right? And we did, this is what the client sends. Then we logged it as data. But we saw here that it is undefined. And we further got an error that because the data is undefined, you cannot tell me what title is. So how do we prevent further errors like this? So let's try one more approach. Imagine I did JSON.pass and we call this again. Let's see if it works. It still does not work. Undefined is not valid JSON. This is our first express app. So we're saying undefined is not valid JSON. That is, this data is not a valid JSON. So how do we fix this? Now, we have to use the inbuilt express method to fix this particular error. Now, we can do, since data is undefined, right? The entire data that we have here is undefined. Express comes with a particular functionality that allows us to use JSON by default. Now, if you come to the very top and we do app, now we have our app here. If we do app.use, then we call express.json and we call it here. This functionality allows us to use JSON. It allows us to use JSON easily. So it passes every data that comes to our server as JSON. It helps us to use JSON easily. So by having this line of code here, I do not even have to use this here because this does not automatically, it is not automatically configured with Express. I know that you might be getting lost, but I'm going to explain why I just did. So let's see if this will work with this our configuration here. Let's see. Now it does work. So we see success true and the movie we tied to Bridgerton, because we passed Bridgerton here, has been added successfully. If I call this Interstellar and I hit send, you see that the movie we tied to Interstellar has been added successfully. Now you might ask, why were we getting an error even when we used JSON.pass? This is not by default configured to work with Express because we are no longer using the HTTP module, right? Now, why it works is that we're simply calling at the very top here that we did app.use. We're telling our app to use JSON format that is inbuilt with Express. Now, this would definitely now lead us to what we call middlewares. But I hope you understand what we did here. We have an endpoint /movies, right? Then it takes in a data. You can see that the data that I log here, this is what the client sends. Whatever the client sends is now logged. Then we handle error. So if the user does not provide the title of the movie or the year, we're going to have an error 400. I want you to pay attention here that in Postman, you can see 201 here, which signifies created. This is the status code that we attached here. So let's say we remove title. Let's remove here and just send. You can see, oh, sorry, this is from my end. I'm just going to save this and send because it should not have a comma. There was a comma here before. So if I hit send, you can see that we have 400 badge requests. Movie title and movie year is required. So because the year was no longer sent, the server configured it to handle the if block that we declared in this place. So this is working, right? Because user did not attach here. We had this error message and the status was 400. This is what we attached here. But invariably, everything works very fine now. Now, what we did here at the very top is known as middlewares. So Express comes with some inbuilt middlewares, and we can configure our own. So that being said, let's go straight into middlewares. Now let's talk about middlewares. So middlewares are very important in Express. In fact, they serve as the heart and soul of Express. If you understand middleware, you would actually understand the Express like very well, and it makes using the Express functionality easier. Now, remember that we used express.json in our app.js here, and this allowed us to use JSON easily. You know that we were getting an error when we were receiving a request from the client. So, how can we configure middlewares? Now, basically, a middleware is a code that runs between receiving a request and sending a response back to the client. That is what a middleware is. So think of it like a middleman, something like that. That's why it's called a middleware. So we can have quite a number of middlewares. We can have 1, 2, 3 in our application. Now, this express.json that we see here is an inbuilt middleware that comes with Express. Now, remember that a middleware is a code that runs between receiving a request and also sending a response. So, a middleware can execute a code. We can even use it to modify the request or response object, and we can use it to do quite a number of things. So, that being said, let's get straight into working with it in our code. Now, to use a middleware, we simply just have to declare our application to use a middleware. Now, let's create a custom middleware and see how it works. So, right here, if we do app.use, that is how we use a middleware. We have to use the use keyword. So let's do app.use. Now we pass in a callback here, request. Now we're creating our own custom request response. And now this is a new keyword that you're seeing, next. And I'm going to explain what this next keyword does. So let's finish our callback function. We can do console.log. This is a logger. Let's just say logger. Now, what we want to do in this middleware is that we want to log the request method. Let's just log the request method in this logger. Now, we can also log something else. We can also log the request.url. Let's just have this too. So let's put a text in front of this. Just say, this is the request method. And let's also do, this is the request URL. Now, if we save this, anytime a user calls any of our endpoints, like let's say /movies, we're going to see this middleware being executed. But we are not done with this implementation. And the reason why we're not done with this implementation is because we have to use this next keyword here. And why do we have to use the next keyword? The next keyword simply means that we are passing the middleware to the next middleware. So for better clarity, this next keyword, let's say we have more than one middleware, or let's say we have quite a number of middlewares, we have to use the next keyword in here like so, and we have to call it. This simply means that we want to pass the functionality to the next middleware. So in a scenario whereby you do not use the next keyword, the other middlewares will not be executed or they will be blocked. So that is why we have to use the next keyword. So let's do client URL /movies, right? We see success is true. We get the movie response, but let's check our node code. Now you see that middleware runs. It says this is the request method get, and this is the request URL /movies. So the middleware is a functionality that runs between receiving a request and sending a response. That's what a middleware is. So this express.json here is an inbuilt middleware that helps us to pass JSON, and we just created a custom middleware. Let's also proceed to do a middleware that actually adds a custom header. Let's do that and do app.use. I'm just going to copy all of this at the top. Right, app.use. Then what we can do here is we can just do console.log. Let's do adding custom header. Right, let's do adding custom header. Then let's do, should we set the header? Here's the rest.set header. You can just say powered by Express. Let's just do this. Let's say X powered by Express. Let's just set the header. And you see that we also call the next keyword. And why we have to call the next keyword is that, this is the last middleware. We want to pass the functionality to the route handler. And that is why it is very, very important. When you create a custom middleware, you must make sure that you use the next keyword. This allows the flow of the logic to be maintained in our app. So let's say we have another middleware here and we do not pass the next keyword. It means that this functionality, this middleware here would not be executed. So it will not be executed. And that is why it is important to always pass the next keyword when working with middlewares, except you want to block a functionality also. And we're going to look into blocking. So that is how middlewares work. So now if we do this again, we're using node.js, so our changes are automatically saved. If we do CURL, client URL, this, we can see that, okay, we get an error, invalid, header must be valid HTTP token. Okay, so Express is shouting that what we have here is an invalid HTTP token. So I think what could be causing this is, I'm just going to change this to something like so. I'm just going to try this. Let's try this. I think it's expecting it to be something like this. Let's do save. So it does work now because everything was in a single string. It ought to be like separate and separate, right? So it now works. So we see that it shows adding custom header, right? It shows adding custom header. Now it means that these two middlewares are running. That it means that they are working very fine. Now let's talk about middleware blocking. So why do we want to have middleware blocking? Let's use a code implementation. Now we have this middleware that serves as a logger, and we see that it gets executed anytime a client sends a request to our server. We also have this custom header middleware. So let's create a middleware that blocks certain requests. So let's say we have app.use. Right, that is how we use a middleware. Then we pass in the request, response, then next, right? Okay, so I think we want to pass the callback first, request, response, and next. Then we want to check. So what we want to do here is we want to block a particular request to an endpoint. So we can do if request.url, that is if the URL that the user is calling is the blocked URL, you do not want a function to be executed. So we can console.log request is blocked. Now this is how we can do this. So if a user makes a request to this particular endpoint, we want to return an error message. So the error message that we want to return will be the 403, which is unauthorized. So we can do return. We have to use the return keyword, return response was status 403. Then we can send a JSON back to the client. So we say success is false, right? You can say success is false. Then we can now see, can send a message alongside telling the user the intent. The route is blocked by a middleware. That is our intent. So now if you notice in this if block, we do not have to pass the next keyword. here. And the reason being that we want to stop the execution once a user calls this blocked endpoint. So in this in this conditional statement, we do not have to pass the next keyword. So we want to stop the call in that particular block. So we can now say, outside of this if statement, we can now pass in the next keyword because we want the functionality to continue. That is, if the user is not calling the blocked endpoint. So if in the scenario whereby the user is calling this blocked endpoint, we're going to return a 403 status code and tell the user that the route is blocked by a middleware. Now, we can now see that in a scenario whereby the condition does not match the if block, this other middleware will be executed. Now let's create the endpoint and call it, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to call it /blocked. That is the URL. I'm just going to log 200 success. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to use a message. You would never see this endpoint. Or you will never see this because it's the blocked URL, right? Then status code can, I'm just even going to remove the status code. You can just be res.json. So let's try this. If we do call movies, we see that we're calling this endpoint. So we're getting success to be true, the data, and the movie's length. But if you come to our node here, we're seeing that this middleware is logged. The request method is get, the request URL is movies, and we see that the custom header works. Right? Adding custom header also shows here. And we see that this next here is being called because the request does not match this condition. It is not the blocked endpoint, right? So let's try for another scenario and let's do /blocked, client URL /blocked. It says success false. The route is blocked by a middleware. So it means that if we were to check our node, this would run, right? Then this, it will mean that this if condition is met, then it means that this app.use here would not run. We should not see adding a custom header because we did not pass the next keyword. So let's check. Now we see here that we see the request method is get, the request URL is /blocked. And let's say request is blocked. So we have this console.log. So it means that the functionality was not passed on to this next middleware. So that is how we can actually use middleware for authorization or to do protected routes. So I hope that is clear. We can now also talk about third-party middleware. I would say Node.js comes with quite a number of third-party middlewares that we can use with our application. And let's check what some of them are. So if you come to npm, this is the home, npmjs.com. It comes with quite a number. You can see that we can search for packages, and also some of the packages that comes with Node is course. We search for course. So what is course? Course is a Node.js package that providing a connect express method that can be used to enable course. So for developers, as you dive more into backend development, you're going to see the importance of course. Course is a third-party middleware. It makes our server or code base or API accessible. So you can configure, maybe you can decide to use wildcard or decide to configure your server for specific clients. And you're going to see how we're going to use course. So course is a third-party middleware. So you see how we do npm install course, then we import course at the top, then we tell our app to use course, like how we are using middlewares app.use. So you have quite a number of third-party middlewares. There's Morgan, there's Helmet, there's course, there's even express rate limiter. And all of them have their functionality. And we're going to dive into all of them as we move forward. So Express has many inbuilt middlewares. There's express.json. We also have express.text to handle text. Yes, and we also have the form. We also have the form express.form URL encoded. Then we can extend it to true. I'm going to extend it to true. We're going to explain all of this and how to use this. So let me just talk about this this inbuilt middleware. So the text here ensures that our server can handle text in case the client sends text. I'm going to see it in Postman now. And the URL encoded ensures that our server can handle form data that URL encoded. So let's quickly go to Postman. Let me just shine little light on this. So if you come to Postman, you can see that we have this is where we set the HTTP method. Then we have the param authorization header body script text. Now if you click on the body, because in most situations when you're sending a push request, the client is sending something to the server. So you can see that there's none, that is, you don't want to send anything in the body. Then there's form data. Now this form data is used, we call it multi-part form data. So it's used when you want to send, say, files, pictures, images alongside. But Express does not have an inbuilt functionality to treat request that comes with the type of form data. So it usually requires a multi-part pass, like the likes of Malta, and we might cover that in this tutorial, but Express cannot by default handle requests that are just from form data. But we now have the www.form URL encoded, and that is what we just passed in here. So we allowed our server to handle requests like so. Then we also have the raw. And the raw was what we used initially, right? When we were sending data like so. Now, when you look at the raw, you can decide to send the data over as JSON. And that's what we were using before, right? We were doing stuff like title, then repassing. Now we can also send it as text. And that is why we configured Express to use text. But let's quickly talk about using this form. Now, Express can handle this by default. So now, let's say we do not have this. We console.log this out. This is a inbuilt middleware that comes with Express. And this is how we send the data over using form URL encoded. We put the title and the value, title, key and value, key and value, key value, key value. If we hit send, we see that cannot read properties of undefined. It means that the data here in this post request is undefined. Our server could not handle it. But if we comment this in back and we send, you see that it goes through. So with this middleware, we're simply saying that our app should handle URL encoded from data, and that is that we have in our Postman. So middlewares are very, very important and germane as we proceed. So that being said, let's go deeper into Express. So let's move to route parameters and query strings. Now, when we're dealing with the HTTP module that comes with Node.js, we actually did some request.query. If you remember, we imported the URL that is inbuilt with Node.js, and we used URL.pass. Then we were able to pass the request query. If you remember vividly, when we were handling request query without the URL passer, we actually got an undefined error. So let's talk about how to actually handle route parameters and query string in Node.js. We have route parameters, we also have query strings, and sometimes a request can be sent to our server as a combination of both. But Express makes all of this very easy. It makes it incredibly easy. So we're going to actually comment our middlewares. Let's just comment all of this and select the inbuilt middlewares that comes with Express. Now, what we want to do is we want to handle requests that will be coming to our server. And in this particular section, you're going to understand how to handle route parameters and query string. So let's say we have movie array of objects that consist of titles and year. We want to undo a scenario whereby a user makes a request to see a particular movie and not just all the movie. Are you getting the picture? So let's say you have an e-commerce shop where you sell shoes, and when a user clicks on a particular shoe, they want to see all the details that is associated with that shoe. Exactly. So That is where route parameters and query strings come in. They are very essential when you want to filter data sets that exist in your database. Now, let's also create a user object array and call it let users. You can call it let users equal to, you can be name, you can call the name John, and we can also attach an email and do email. I'll call the email john@email.com. Let's just use this for now. Now we have this. We can also create another object. Let's just go with 2. We can call this JSON. And we can say JSON@email.com. Now we have a movies array and we have a users array. So let's handle a get request whereby a user wants to see a particular movie, not all the movie. Remember that this endpoint here that calls /movies returns all the data that exists in the movies and it returns the total amount of movies that we have. That is this /movies. This is a get request. So let's handle a scenario whereby a user wants to see just a particular movie. Now, it will be very important also if we can attach the ID of the movie. So we have to tweak our array. Let's do ID 1 to easily identify. Then this one will be ID of 2. Then let's also do the same thing, the ID of 1. Then also ID of 2 for easy identification. Now, we have to do app.get, right? Because the user wants to see something, they're asking for something, it's a get request. So we have to do app.get /movies/ Now, I want you to pay close attention here. Let's say a user wants to see the third ID or the third movie or the second movie in our database. How can they go about that? Now, it's in 2 ways. We can actually do name if we want to return the name of the movie. If the user wants to search by name, but it's a very conventional approach to just use the ID. That is more conventional, and that is what you will see in most scenarios. So this column ID here means that we're filtering the movies by ID. I'm going to see it. So this is a route parameter. The route parameter here is this column ID that we have. Then it also takes a callback like our normal request and response, right? Then we can console.log, just console.log route parameter. Then we can now do request.params. So we can do request.params. Then we want to return. Now, what we want to do is we want to return the ID of the movie that matches what the user passes in the request or what the client passes in the request. So we can do const ID, because that is what we're expecting, right? We're expecting the ID from the request. So when the user does localhost /movies/ the ID, we're expecting the ID. So we can do const ID is equals to request.params, right? We can do request.params.what.id. Then there's one thing that we must also note. When requests are sent to our server, they are always sent as strings. Especially request params are always sent as strings. So we always want to, now our ID here is not a string, right? It's a number. So we have to convert this to a number. You can do number, right? Or we can just easily do pass int. So we can do number. Let's just go with number, or let's just go with pass int. So we're passing it to an integer, pass int, right? Let's just go with pass int. Then what will be the next step to do? Since we do not have a database that we currently have is a memory database, right? We just have hard-coded. We've not yet implemented a database. We can now check using JavaScript logic to see that the movies that matches that particular ID is what is returned. So we can now do const movie is equal to, do we use the find or filter? Because we are returning the particular movie, we're going to use the .find. So we're going to do movies.find, right? This method can be called an array. If you read what the .find is, the .find returns the value of the first element in the array where the predicate is true. So it finds the particular movie that matches the request that the user makes. So we can just do movie, right? We can do movie, then return the movie.id that is equal to the ID that the user sends in the request, right? So we can undo errors. So let's say, our database currently has just two movies with ID1 and ID2. Imagine a user sends /3. Imagine the user params is ID3. We want to handle the error, right? And we want to handle it gracefully. So what we can do here is we can do if not movie. That is, if this movie is not found, that is, if this is not truthy, if it's a falsy, right? If not movie, we want to return an error. Remember that this is inside the if block. We have to use the return statement so the execution stops if this block is called, the conditional statement is called. So we can do return response dot what status. We want to send the status code, which indicates 400, or we can do 404, which will mean not found. I'm very sure 404 is very common. So we can do 404.json. Then we pass in, we can say error. So people use is error. We can say true. Then we can now do message. We can use ternary operation. No, not ternary operation. I mean JavaScript literals, right? So we can use this. I said ternary operation. Sorry, don't mind me. I think ternary operation is for true and false. So we can just do movie with ID. So we pass in the ID is not found or does not exist, whatever you want to call it. So we want to return this error. But in a situation whereby this block does not execute, we want to just send response.status, and that would be 200 OK.json, right? That means to be success true. Then we can now the message or the data, we can return the data. What data would we return? We can just return the movie. And you can decide if you want to attach a message, movie is returned successfully. Optional, movie is returned successfully. So with this, we've actually learned how to handle a movie by ID. So let's test this out. We can just use a terminal, right, using the client URL. So you can do curl localhost 3000/movies, then / what the ID that the user sends in the param. So let's say 2. If you hit enter, we see success to be true. Then we see that the data of ID2, the data that is returned specifically is the Bridget thing, because Bridgeting has an ID of 2. So if we tweak it and we say for 1, and we do for 1, and we hit enter, you would see that it returns Titanic because Titanic is 1. So it means that come to the node where our server is running, we see that route parameter ID is 2 and ID is 1. So this here is being logged, right? The route parameter is being logged. So this is how we undo request parameters. This is how we undo request parameters when a user requests for something. Now, remember that at the top here, we also created a user's ID, a user's array, I mean to say. So let's undo for both. Let's say a user makes a request with a request parameter both for users and also for movies. Let's also do right here, let's test if a user makes a request for a movie that we do not have on our memory database. So you can just easily press up to see wherever you've done before. Let's use number 5 and hit enter. We see that we get error to be true. Then the message is movie with ID 5 is not found. So our code works just very well, right? So let's proceed to test for both users and both ID. Now, also, I want to say something that you must actually pay close attention to. In laying out, the way Express handles request is from top to bottom. Yes, and it's very, very important that you understand this. So whenever you have, now if you look at this our logic here, we have app.get slash movie slash a route parameter, which is ID, and we have app.get slash movies. It is always best that if you have similar endpoints, the one that has a route parameter comes below the one that comes before it. It's just important to do that. And you would see why as we proceed. You will see why as we proceed. Now, let's undo for both movies and also for users. Let's say user makes a request which requests the param for both a user and both a ID. So let's do app.get. Now this is we've not gotten to route query strings. We're just talking about route parameters. We've not gotten to query strings at all. So let's do app.get. So we can do what? Slash users, right? Then we can do slash user ID. So this is the route parameter. Then we can also do slash movies, then do slash movie. We can do slash movie ID. And now I believe you know where I'm putting ID, movie ID now, not just ID, because so we would not actually mix things up. Then what will be the next thing? Yes, you're correct. We have to pass in our callback, and our callback takes a request and a response, right? It takes a request and a response, so should be curly braces. Then we can console.log also request parameters. I'm just going to copy this router parameters. Should it be route parameters? I'm just going to leave it like so. Should we use route parameters or request parameters? What should we go with? Okay, let's just go with route parameters. So now we are handling for both users and movies, right? So let's just go with route parameters. Then the next thing will be that we want to get the ID and store it like we did here. So we can do const user ID. So what would user ID be? It would be rec.params.user ID. That is what it would be. Then the other one will be const movie ID is equal to rec.params.movie ID. So we are storing it in this variable, right? Now we also want to find the user and the movie that matches that particular ID that is sent from the client. So we can do const user, right, is equal to the user array. Why is it not showing? Okay, sorry, this dot users array dot find, like we did at the very top. We can pass user, then find the user dot ID that matches user ID. Then the same logic at the bottom, we can do const movie, right? Const movie is equal to movies. What am I having it? Movies dot find. Then we pass in movie. Then we return the movie that matches movie.id that is equal to the movie ID. Right, that is how we check. So we're making progress, right? So this is how we check for the movie ID. So we can do if not, just like we did here, handle this. If not, so you see that as we proceed, our app.js is getting much more complex. So we're still going to dive into proper folder management. So we do if not movie or if not user. We want to return an error and say movie and ID, movie or user is not found. Right, let's just return movie or user is not found. Let's just return something simple. Movie or user is not found. It could be much more. It could be handled better, but let's just say movie or user is not found. Then we can now return a response now. So the response, we can just copy what we have at the top here, then do 200. Then how do you think we handle this? We can return a message. We can also, in our data here, we have to change the format because we cannot just return movie. We want to return the data and the user alongside. So we can just make this a JavaScript object here. Your next set object, you can do user to be user, then movie to be movie. So let's fire this endpoint. So it's going to be CURL, client's URL, we do not have an error. Remember that we're using node mode and our changes are automatically saved. So you can do client URL localhost 3000 / what users / the user ID, let's say 2, user ID of 2 does exist, right? 2. Then we can now do /movies. That's what we have, /movies, then /1. So if we hit enter, so we see movie or user is not found. So we are having an error somewhere. So where is the error coming from? We should not be getting an error. So I'm surprised. We have user ID 2. Oh, I think now you see why we get that error. We did not pass. It is returned as string. You see that the route parameter is a string, but we do not pass this to a number. So we do pass int like we did earlier. Pass int. Then we also do pass int, right? Then we save. Then if we write this, it should work. So we see that it now worked very well. So it says success, true data, user ID. Remember, this is returned as a JSON. That's why the keys are string and the value too are strings, right? So it returns it to be true and blah, blah, blah. We see that it works very well. So we can make this very nice. We can just make this null, the structure, the response to be sent as I'm in the wrong place. I should do it here. Let me just do it here. Just do JSON. I can make it. I can break down this object. You see that it looks jam packed. I can put it like into so that it will be well spaced. That is what this does. So if I save and I hit it, you see that /movies it should be sent. No JSON. Oh, sorry, that's for JSON the stringify. Sorry, I thought I was implementing the same thing with JSON the stringify. I'm so sorry. So this is how it is sent back to the client. This is how it is sent back to the client. I've not used that approach with this JSON. I was using JSON the stringify. So now our code does work. Our code does work. So let's add to using query strings. Let's add to using query strings. Now, query strings are also important, but we also use them for filtering data. So let's head to our browser, right, and let's just ask our browser, what is the difference between a request parameter and a query string, right? Coding is an open exam, so there's no need to cram or try to memorize anything. So the primary difference between a request parameter and a query string lies in their location within an HTTP request and their typical usage. The query string is the portion of a URL that appears after the question mark. Just pay attention to this. It appears after the question mark, containing key and value pairs used to pass data to the server, often for filtering or sorting resources. Now we now say that the request parameter, on the other hand, are typically used to identify a specific resource within the path itself. Just like we said, we wanted to identify a particular resource and we used the route parameter or the request parameter. But the query string is used for filtering oftentimes and for sorting of resources. So you see that it's telling us that the major difference is how it is being used and where it lies in the request string, in the query string. So this one comes after, the route parameters come after the question, after a question mark, and the request parameter, the query string comes after a question mark, while the route parameter does not come. It just comes like after a slash. So it says that, for instance, if the URL example.com, D123 is a request parameter. So this here is a request parameter that identifies for a specific user. So it is very, very easy to use and understand. So that being said, let's head back to implementing the query string. Let's say go with our movie data here, the movie data that we have, and let's still go with the user data that we have. Let's create another logic here. Let's do app.get and do get movies. Let's just have this endpoint, get movies. Now, this would not need to have this slash or ID, no, it does not have to have it because it's not your route parameter. You can just do slash get movies, then we can do request, like how normal callback takes request and response. Then we pass all of this, right? Now, we want to check if there is a query string from the request. And that is what we have to do next. This does not automatically have a parameter. We're not doing slash column. So we can do const. If the user wants to get a movie, we can just do const query. Let's do const query is equals to request dot query. Let's do const query is equals to request dot query. Then we can console.log request. And just console.log request query is query. Request query is query. So we have this. Remember that we also want to filter by the query that the user sent, right? We want to filter by the query that the user sent. Now, we can filter by quite a number of things. Remember that I said that we can filter by ID, we can filter by name and all. Now, majorly, the route parameter is used to identify a particular resource, and that is why for the route parameter, it is usually say the ID of the particular resource or something. But with the request query, we can filter by quite a number of things. We can filter by the year, we can also filter by the title. So let's say we want to filter by the title. Let's say we want to filter by the title. Now, it means that our endpoint is would always be expecting the title of the movie to be sent. So anytime a user from the client, or anytime the client is accessing these get movies, we are expecting a query from the client, right? We want it to only process name of movies. So we can tweak our functionalities to make sure that it processes both name and both title if either is sent. So because we are expecting name, okay, you know what? Let's just leave this. I want you to see how it works. Let's leave this like so, and let's return a response. Response.json. This is a query implementation. This is a query implementation. And let's do CURL, client URL, HTTP. Let's just do localhost. I don't want to put HTTP. It's not postman. Localhost 3000. Then slash get movies. Then, because we're expecting a query for this get movies, remember that we are told that the query comes afterwards a question mark. I can just do slash get movies and I'll do slash name because I want to filter by the name of the movie. Then, okay, by the name, then it has to be title, right? And if I do title is equal to Titanic and I hit enter, I see that no matches found for localhost get movies. Okay, let me see. Call me. Where's the logic? Slash get movies, then title. What could be wrong? Localhost 3000 slash get movies. Is this save? Let's save. So it's saying that our app is not processing this, that there is nothing found for the CRL localhost 3000. Localhost 3000 slash get movies. Title is equal to Titanic. So it's saying that there's no match found for this. Okay, what could be wrong? Now, basically, this is how queries are sent to a server. But in handling it, okay, how about we tweak the logic? This should work. Let's just do CURL get movies. Let's see. This is a query implementation, so this does work. Does work. But if we check our node, it shows that the query is not sent. So it shows that the query is like, it's an empty object because we are console.login request query. So it's an empty object. So what could I be doing? Then it means that the error is for me. So it would mean that my error might be coming from the approach that I'm using here, right? And what will my error be? Let's go back to what the browser is saying. You know, sometimes we experience bugs as developers. So it's saying ID is equals to 123. It says it is passed like so. Then what could I be doing wrong? Now, one thing that, okay, it says full bar is equals to, so I think it is the way I'm calling this. So let me be much more careful. If I do HTTP node, CURL, client URL, localhost 3000 / get movies / a question mark, then I do title is equals to, let me wrap this in a string Titanic and see if it will work. So there's no match still for this particular endpoint. The error is definitely from me, because when we did /get movies, it did work, right? So why are we not getting anything back? So our app is not handling /get movies / get movies. Do we have any get movies endpoint here? No. So necessarily, we do not have to pass anything here at the top. We just have to do it like so. You know what? Let's test it with postman. Let's test it with postman. Because that should work. I'm surprised it's not working. So it should be app.get, right? Then if I do get movies, I'm just going to paste this endpoint here. Right, send. This is a query implementation. So it works, but it's treating it as, so it does work. Yes, it does work. So I think the error is from the CURL, and I do not know why it is saying no match found for localhost 3000. So the issue is from the CURL, not from me, because that should work. Right, enter. Still the same thing, but it works with postman. So the issue is from me. You see that when I hit send, it returns this is a query implementation, and in our node here we see that it is Titanic. So the issue is from the terminal. Thank God I tried with postman. Some back and forth that we usually have. Now we can see that by tapping into this request.query, we can access the query that I sent. So let's say I say Bridgerton and I hit send. This is a query implementation. This is what is returned. You will see that Bridgerton is set here. So now, how do we return the data that matches this Bridgerton? Because request.query is what? A object. It's an object, right? So what we can do here is still using JavaScript implementation, because we're not working with a real database yet. We're working with memory data, right? So we can do const title is equals to what? Request.query.title, because this is the title, right? So when we tap into .title, it definitely gives us Bridgerton. And also remember that our Bridgerton here that exists in our database is in capital letter. So we have to find, just like how we did this find method here, we also have to find the movie that matches the title that is sent in our query, in our request query string. So we can do const title is equals to request.query.title. Okay, let me just do const title is equals to request.query.title. Then I'm not going to do find movie. I'll now do movie is equal to what? Movies.find. According to find method, I'm going to say movie, and I'm going to find the movie.name, movie.title, that is equals to title. Now, because our Bridgerton here, the user can pass it as they like, but most of the time they usually send it in lowercase. We can call the dot to lowercase method that exists on JavaScript. So we can do dot to lowercase, right? And we can now say if the movie does not exist, let's just copy this. If the movie does not exist, we want to return the movie with title, and the change this to title, is not found. Then if the movie does exist, right, we want to send this. Remember that in conditional statements, you was always use the return keyword. Then we can now send this. So let's try it with postman. I don't know why CURL, the client URL was not working. Then let's try this. Let's fire this Bridgerton. We say error. Movie with title Bridgerton is not found. So what is wrong? Maybe my spelling. Yes, obviously. You can see that. Now, the mistake I did here was I passed the query here as a string. It just has to be Bridgerton, not because automatically the server treats it as a string. So if I just say it sent, we can see that movie with title Bridgerton is not found still. So what is wrong? Maybe my spelling of Bridgerton. Bridgerton. Okay, so it's definitely my spelling. This one has an R. This one does not have an R. So what's the spelling of Bridgerton? I'll just go with what I have. I'm going to remove the R. Bridgerton. I'm going to remove the R here. And it's sent. So we now see that it works. It says data is true. I do it. So this is the year of the movie. And movie is returned successfully. So it does work now. So this is how we also undo query strings. So in configuring your server logic, we are expecting that this get movies endpoint receives a request, a query string of type title. Then also, if the movie is not found, we send 404. Like if I do Bridgerton with double N, it's going to tell me that movie with Bridgerton is not found. And you see that the status code is 404, right? But in a scenario whereby it does work, it's going to send the movie. So this is how we undo query strings. And yes, it could be much more functional. We could also send in, now let's say we want to also send in the we also want to send in a user that matches that. How do you do it? We're going to say here, we're going to do and, right? I'm going to do user that is equal to 1. If we want to use the username, we can say user that is equal to, let's do user, or let's use name for user, right? And do user that is equals to, what name should we call it? What name do we have here? Let's just say John. So if you're passing another query string, you have to use the and keyword. So let's fix this. Let's modify our backend code to actually process for username too, and not just movie alone. So we can do that if we send this and we log in our console, you see that it tells us that the title is Bridgerton and the name is John. So it means that our query string is actually catching the query string that is sent from the client. So we can now do const name. We can call it username. Let's just use username. It will now be request the query. Then we tap into this name here, right? This name here. So we do dot John. Dot name, I mean to say, sorry, not dot John. Then we can also find, we just copy this, paste it below. We can say name. We can say user. Let's call it user. Then do users dot find. Then we do user. I find the user name, right? User the name that matches username. So if not username, if the user too does not exist, I want to say movie and user is not found. Let's say movie and the user is not found. Then in our data, we do not just want to return the movie now. We want to return movie to be movie. I also want to return user to be user, right? So if we come to postman and send this logic should be changed. So now we have the data to be movie, and we also have the user to be this. So our code does work. So this is how to also undo request query string and also undo route parameters. So that being said, let's undo quite a number of things like a get method, a post method, and refactor our app.js because it's already looking clumsy. So now we're actually stepping up our game. So that being said, let's go further deeper into the rabbit hole. Now let's build other core API endpoints. Currently, we have our memory data for let movies and let users. and we also have these endpoints. We use this slash block when we're testing a middleware blocking functionality. Then we also have the slash movies, which is to return movies, right? And we have the movie slash the route parameters, which is used to return a particular movie that matches a particular endpoint. Then we also have the slash users, then the route parameter, then move slash movie to return a user and the movie that matches the given ID that the client sent, right, to our server. Then we also have the slash get movies, and this was intended, we use it to handle a request query, not a route parameter. So what do we have to do next? Yes, we also have this post endpoint, this post endpoint slash movies. The post can be HTTP method, which we use to send which we use to create a new movie, right? A new movie set, and we append it. We do movie.push to append it to our new data set. So what do we do next? Now we also want to implement the put and the patch method. The put and the patch method. So how can we work around that? Now, since we do not have we're not working with the database, we still have to use we do not have to necessarily use the configuration of the database that we're working with, since we do not have a database. So the implementation that we have to use is that we have to maneuver our way using JavaScript implementation, right? So now we have other HTTP methods. We have the get, the post. We also have the put, the patch, and the delete. So now now remember that the get is used to fetch for a resource or to send something to the client. When the client asks for something, we want to give them something from the server. Then the post is used to create a new resource. Then we also have the patch. The patch is used to update a particular resource partially, and the put is used to update a particular resource totally. And I remember the patch when you're patching a cloth or your shoe, that's what the patch is used for, to update partially. Then we also have the delete to remove a resource from the data set. So let's implement. We've done for post, for get, and even we handled get params, route parameter and request query. So now let's implement that for, what should we do first? Let's do for the put. So let's implement that for put. Now we can do, our logic would be like so. App, right? Should be app dot put, right? So do we want to update the resource entirely? So let's say we want to change this movie, right? Let's say we want to change the movie that we have here from for the title for Titanic. We want to change it to X-Men. Let's say we want to change it to X-Men. So that would be a put or patch request. Because we are not updating the title, and because we're not updating the year, it should be a patch request. So let's handle a patch. Let's just do app.patch. Right. Now it will be slash, let's just do slash update movie. Now let's think about this further. Do we have to pass a route parameter? Yes or no? What do you think? Since we want to specifically update the movie with ID1, we need, let's add the route parameters. Let's just do ID because we want to update the particular resource, right? So it takes a callback. Now in this our callback logic, we want to undo what? The parameter that is sent, right? We want to undo the parameter that is sent. So we can do it like so. Let's say whatever movie that user wants to update, once they send the type so and it matches that particular ID, we want to update the title. Let's use that approach. Since we're just testing, we just want to undo like the update functionality. So we can do const ID, like we did before, is equal to request dot params dot ID, because we're expecting the ID, right? Then what we can do is that we can do const movie is equal to movies dot find Then we can find the movie. You can try to call it aim or something. But for easy understand easily or easy readability, you can do movie dot id that is equal to id. Now remember that this ID here is a string, right? This ID here is, the movie.id that we have at the top here is the movie.id that we have here is a number. And the way the server will handle this will be as a string. So we have to convert this to, we can use pass int, then do something like so. Yep. Now, what we can do next will be to check if the movie exists. So we can know if you can make the update, right? So we can do return rest.status. If it is not found, we do 404.json, right? Then we can return a message. We can return error to be true. We can say message movie not found. Movie not found. So we've checked if our movie, then if our movie exists, we do not just want to send back a response. We want to let the user know that it has been updated. I want to show the user that it has now been updated, right? So what we can do is we have to use the JavaScript logic. Now we have the ID, right? And we now have the movie that matches that particular ID. So how do we update the actual movie? How do I update the actual movie title? Now we found the ID, but alongside we want to because the user knows the title that they want to make this particular movie or any movie that matches that particular ID to be, they have to send the title right from the client. And that will be where we talked about it in our push request. It will be in the request.body, right? So it will be in the request.body. So we have to also undo the request.body. So we can say, let's just leave it. You can say const data, that is the data that the user will send, or should we say const title? Let's just say const data is equals to request.body. Now remember that it will be sent in key and value like title and whatever title it will be, right? So to know the title, we have to do data.title. So let's just console.log data and say data. So we can know the data that is sent from request.body. Now, we want to make sure that that particular ID that matches what the user sends in the request parameter gets updated, right? So we can now there are quite a number of approaches to doing this. We can try different things until we find the one that best suits what we want to do. So we can now say, if the movie does not exist, we want to send this error message. But if it does exist, we can now do movie, right? Movie.title, that is the movie.title that we checked here that matches the ID, can now be equal to what? We update the state to data.title, right? So what we can now do is we can now send back the response. Let's try this and see if it works. So that would be 200. Okay. Let's see. What do we do here? Let's just say success true. Then we can say message title update is successful. Then we can now return the movie. So this is a patch request. We expect the ID. Then when we get the ID, we find the movie that matches that particular ID. Then we undo whatever the client sends in the body, right? Then we now check if the movie exists, and we also now set the movie.title to what the user sends in the data.title. But let's also handle a potential error in case there is no in case the user does not send a data or there's no data.title. We can do, I'm going to undo this here. If not data.title, I'm just going to copy this error message here and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to say 400 should be a bad request. Because 400, you do not have to cram any of this. The more you do it, you're going to get familiar with it. And as we proceed, we're going to install HTTP status code to actually easily understand whatever this request is. So we can now do movie title is required, right? Movie title is required. So let's save this and let's test it with postman, right? So I'll explain again. We expect the ID, we find the movie that matches a particular ID, we ensure that we convert this string to an integer. Then we expect the request of body, that is wherever the client sends, and we check if there's a title, the title key of is sent. Then if it does not exist, we return error, say movie title is required. Then we log the data, then we check if the movie exists. Then if it does exist, we set movie.title is equal to data.title, then we send back the response to our client. So let's test with postman. So we have our server running with nodemon. Nodemon automatically tracks the changes, right? And so we're going to do nodemon app. So let's test with postman. So the route is /update movie, right? And it's a patch request. So we have to change this to a patch, right? I have to change this to a patch request. Then we can now change this get movies to /update movie, right? Update movie, then pass in the ID. So if we do 2, let's say we do 4. Now that ID does not exist, right? Let's send it as JSON. And I just want to send title. And I want to use Wolverine, right? I like Deadpool, but let me just go. If I hit send, you see that we get 404 not found. So this error does not look like our classic error message that we're expecting. So what could be wrong? If no movie, return movie not found. Or we're saying, oh, I think I have to slash here. So yes, it does not look like. So now we see error 404 movie not found. So it does work, right? Because we do not have a movie with ID of 4. But if we do 2, let's hit send. We see 200. Why just 200? Okay, so something is wrong. Okay, so we have an error. Cannot set headers out there after they are sent to a client. Okay, so there's an error. Cannot set headers. The data is Wolverine, so this just work. So I think movie.title cannot set. Okay, so I think the error is coming from this line. I'm going to send again. Still the same thing. So I'm still getting the same error. So let me check. This approach should work. Data is tied to cannot set headers after they are sent to a client. So I think our code base is trying to update the headers after we've sent this to the client. So let me just check. Response and send. Oh, I hope you can see my error. I'm using response.send instead of response.status. Oh my god. So let's send this again and see if it does work. So we see that the title for the movie with ID2 is now, instead of Bridgerton, is now Wolverine, right? What if we want to also update the year? We'll just pass year and actually update the logic too. So let's say we want movie 1, which is Titanic, and of the year 2009, right? Let's say we want it to be X-Men, or let's use Deadpool. Deadpool. And we hit send. We see that it gets updated to Deadpool. This is how to undo patch requests in JavaScript. But what if we want to delete? What if we want to remove something? It depends on your knowledge of JavaScript, right? I think there are a ton of ways to do this because we were just working with memory data. So it will be app.delete. Then, okay, let's try it. Then we do, let's just call it delete movie. delete movie. Which I'm thinking of how I'll do that with JavaScript. So I'll do request at response. Maybe I'll just use the filter approach. So we also want to find the movie. Should we use the ID? We could even pass the body of the string. Let's say the user wants to delete a movie called Titanic. We can pass it and request the body, then find the movie that has request dots that matches that type. Let's just try another approach with this delete. So rather than using ID, let's not pass any route parameter. Although the request params is the best way to do this, yes, it is the best, but let's just try something else. I'm tired of writing the code the conventional way that I've been doing it. So let's do const data is equals to request.body. Let's say the user just wants to send the title from the request.body. Let's try a different implementation. So let's do request.body. Then if not data.title, we're expecting a title. I'm just going to copy this. If not data.title, we're going to return this error message. Let's return this. Now we have this and we're good, right? Now we want to check for the movie that matches that particular title. So we can do const movies equals to movies.find. Right, then we do the movie that matches the movie.title that is equal to data.title. Right? So sometimes you can use to undo null, potential null, or we could easily destructure title from data, right? We could just do const title is equal to data. So wherever you feel comfortable with. So if I just destructure this at the top, then I do I just pass title here. Even at the very top here, I can just do const title is equals to request.body. I think this should work, but let me just go with what we're working with before. So if not title, I just destructure title. I can just be using title. So I just do title, right? Then if the movie does not exist, I want to send movie not found, that is 404. Then if the movie is found, I want to update. I want to delete now, sorry. I want to delete now because this is a delete request, a delete HTTP method, right? A HTTP method that is delete. So what I can do now is there are quite a number of approaches. Some people might use sort or sort, but let's use the filter approach, and this might be a little bit tricky. So the filter approach, how do you think we can do it? We can do const movie, that is the movies array, right? I can just do movies, since movies is we use the let keyword at the top, right? Movies, and it's globally available. So it's a global variable. So I can do movies.filter because it's an array, right? Then how do I remove that particular one? I can do movies.filter. Then I'll find the movie title that is not equal to title. And I can send this. So this filter function here, we create a new array, right? So it creates a new array and it proceeds to find the movies that is true. So I'm going to explain this. I know it can be a little bit tricky. So success is true. I hope this works. Movie is deleted successfully. So movies, and I expect that movies to be deleted. That particular movie that matches this particular logic. So before I even explain this, let's test it. Yeah, let's just test it. So I'm going to do /delete movie. So I'm going to do /delete movie. So if I send a movie, you know that every time we hit save, our memory data gets back to default because it's not persisted on a database. So definitely Deadpool is not part, and we should get an error that the movie does not exist because I'm sending Deadpool in request.body. So it's saying, oh, this should be delete. I'm saying, so this should be delete, then send. Rec is not defined. Rec request is not defined. So I think I have, So you see rec. So I'm going to send this again. So movie not found because we do not have Deadpool. And that is what we are having here, movie not found, and the error is 404. But if I use Titanic, hopefully Titanic will be deleted. I will get, is it just Titanic? Not found. Something is wrong. Should be passed here, Titanic. Now, remember that our Titanic here is capital letter, right? It's in caps lock. And what user might send might be in lowercase. So I think I should undo this too. So I can do dot to lowercase, just in case. To lowercase, just in case. Are you feeling the steez? Okay, so let's send this. Movie not found. Why is movie not found? Titanic does exist in the database. Titanic. Why are we having not found? Okay, so I'm sending this as capital letter. So I'm going to do also dot to lowercase. Let's see. And it sent. Now it does work. But we see that the movie is not deleted from the database. And why is that? So what am I doing? Thank God I did not go about explaining this. So it might be in the logic of this code too. You know, now I'm filtering, but I also have to do dot to lowercase and to lowercase, right? So let me do dot to lowercase. So it does, I ensure that it matches, right? Then I'll do dot to lowercase, and I'm going to call this. So hopefully it does work. So I'm going to hit send. It still does not work. So what could I be doing wrong? So I'm going to console.log movies. I'm going to console.log movies. Yeah, and I'm going to hit send again. And I'm going to check. I still have that movies is. So now I have to update. Now, I hope you can see my error. I feel like I am not storing this in a variable, and I should store this in a variable and send it here, not the initial movies, because when that call is being made, Express renders code from top to bottom. It's still sending back the initial movies, I believe. So I'm going to do const updated movies, and I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this one. I'm going to send updated movies. And I'm going to hit send. Hopefully that works. So it does work. It does work. So because I was not storing this in a variable and I was returning the original movies. So what this is doing is that it is checking the movie title that does not match the title that is being sent, and it is storing it in a new, it is creating a new array. So it is going through the entire array and it is filtering movies that does not match that title and keeping it in a new array. So this is one approach to actually delete using vanilla JavaScript, and I hope you understand. So we now have the delete method. So if we also do bridge thing, I'll hit send. Movie not found. Okay, so I think I removed the R from my. I will see that we now have Titanic back and Bridgerton is removed, so it does work very well. So now we have the delete method, we have the patch, we also have the post. We have handled all of this in a single file. So we've handled core API endpoint practices using memory data that is just hanging in our code base and not persisted on a database. So as we proceed now, we're going to go into creating a database and working with Root database. So I've explained to you how you can easily set up an account and all of that. But let's fix something before we proceed to database. We can see that our code base is quite bulky and this is bad code implementation. It should be structured in a way that you can easily know where whatever code belongs to. So we don't have to actually find our code being messy. We don't have to find our code is being messy. So what do? We have to create proper structuring for this. And this is very, very important and germane. And I would say that there's no, okay, I would say there are blueprints in structuring your directories, but you can always, as you move, you can always structure your directories to your own taste. Yes, to your own taste. So the first thing is that in backend logic, there are what we have the routes, we have controllers, we have middlewares, we have the DB section, we have the models. So the models, let me just write this down. The models is where the database schema is set. The models is where the database schema is set. Then we also have the controllers. So the controllers help with the logic of our code. Then also we have the routes, where routes are handled. Then we have utils, quite a number of things, but let's just start with the basic things, right? You can have the utils, you can have the connects, the DB, where you store your DB logic and all of that. Some people even use bin, quite a number of things, but let's just restructure our code base to make it more nice. So let's create the controller folder. The controller is where the logic of our codes will be. So we can call it controllers. So let's call it controllers. And now the endpoints that we have is basically for users and movie. So some people can create sub folders in these controllers, but we can just say users, right? We can have the users controller. If you decide to have the user controller, we can also have the movies.js controller, right? And we want to store the functionality of our code there. Now, how do you think we can go about this? So we have quite a number of things there. We have custom middlewares, right? We have custom middlewares. Then we also have the data. So we can easily, let's create a data folder and store our dummy data, our memory data there. So we can just call it data.js. Right. Then we can copy all of this. We paste it here. Now, we have quite a number of data. We do not just have this one. We have movies and we also have users. But we want to ensure that the data that we've removed from this app.js is still accessible. If not, our code will fail because we have movies they'll find, and if we've removed movies from the app.js and it's no longer accessible, we're definitely going to go into an error that movies does not exist. So when we create a new folder and we remove the particular file, we change the directory, we also have to make sure that it is accessible to other files because it might be useful, right? So we have to export whatever this might be, whatever things that we have here. So to export in Node.js, you can just do module.export, right? Module.export, then we do movies and we do data, right? So with this, movies and users, movies and users. So with this, we've exported and made this code here, these variables here, accessible to other files. So if we come back to our app.js, we have to import movies. Now, how do we do that? My IDE should suggest it. If I do movies, you see that it automatically suggests it, the data/data. If I hit enter, you see that it suggests where it is. So this is how you import it. So let me explain. You can do const movies, right? Is equal. Then we do require. We want to import, right? Require. Then we do find the endpoint. So to be /data. Then where it is data. I just like to put it under my express call. Then because it's not just one data, this would not be valid because we destructured it from module.export. We also have to return it like so. Then we also have to pass data, right? Data, no data, users, So you see that it automatically suggests user. So with this, we have our functionality okay. If I send, so everything is working well. Now we also have, we've handled the data. We are actually reducing the level to which our code is being messy. Now we have middlewares. These middlewares that you see here are actually inbuilt middlewares, right? They're inbuilt middlewares. Now let's quickly talk about how we can handle the logic of all of this. We have let's start by handling /movie/id. Now this is a movie logic, so it will be in the movie controller section, right? So let's copy this entirely. And let's go to our controller movies.js and let's just paste It's somewhere here. So let's create a function and call it get movie. So I'm used to using arrow functions like this in ES6 modules. You know, arrow function comes with ES6 modules, but if you're very still familiar with ES5, you'll be using, I think you use the function keyword, then we do get movie. Right, this is how to do it. Then we have something like this, no? Something like this, then we do this. Yes, this is how to get movie too. But I'm used to using arrow functions, so let me just go with it. So we have const get movie. Now, how do we handle all of this? So we can do let's say it takes a callback, request and response. Okay, I'm going to just cancel this out. Just consider something like this. I'm going to do request and response. Let me just handle it as a callback. Request and response, right? Then I'll do it like so. Then I'm going to copy all of this here. I'm going to copy, then I'll just paste it here. Now, our movies is undefined, so let me just import it. Movies, right? We've imported the movies at the very top. Now, I can just console.log this logic out. Now, I have my get movie endpoint, but I also have to export it, right? So I can do module so that it can be accessible. Module.export is equal to, I'm going to do this. Now, how am I sure that this particular implementation here would work? So let's go back to, let's test it easily. Let's test it first in our app.js. So let's go back to app.js where we have this functionality, and let's remove all of this and pass in get movie. Let's pass in get movie. Now, you know this get movie has been imported. I just used the same way you have to import it, get movie required / it's in the controller logic and all. So let's see if this will work. So let's try, it's a get request, so get movie, and we pass, is that it? No, it's movies, not get movie. So it's get particular movie, so it's get movie, this one, not not this, right? So we created this in our controller, we exported it, and we're using it in our app.js. So let's try if this will work. So let's go back to postman, let's change this to a get method, then let's pass /movie, because we want to get a particular movie, right? /movie, let this be movie, because we want to get a movie. It's not movies, right? What do you think? Yeah, let's go with movie. Then let's pass the ID of one and hit send. So it does work. It returns the movie Titanic. Amazing. So remember that our data array, we have Titanic to be in 1. If we do 2, I'll hit send. You see that it just works. It returns Bridgerton. So our code is looking a little bit cleaner, right? It's looking cleaner because here we have it like so, right? We have it like so. Then we can also do the same too for any other movie function that we have. Let's work together on this together. So we have get movies. So I'm going to copy all of this that I have here. In fact, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come to the movie controller. Then I'm going to create a function called get movies. Because get movies is equal to then request and response, right? Like so. And I'm going to, let me just paste this here. I'm just going to paste this here. So request and response, right? So the function takes request and response. Then we do not have users. Let's also import users. I think we used users in that functionality. Then we've imported users at the top. My ID vscode makes it much more easier. So now because we have, I can take this get movies. Let me just comment this out too. Now because we have another thing to export, we can destructure it out, right? Then do get movies. So the difference between get movie and get movies, one is one and the other is plural, right? Get movies. So get movies does not exist. So he's saying, oh, and why it is showing this error is telling us that the handler must be a function. So because we've changed this to a destructure, we've destructured this, and in our app.js, this is not destructured. We're going to get an error. So we have to destructure this too. And that will fix the error. So that fixes the error, you see. So you must always take note. So in our app.js, where we have this particular logic, where is the get movies, we can just remove everything that we have here and pass that function, right? Can just say get movies, and we can easily just import it at the top. So we can show you not be confused, get movies, then we use it here like so. Get movies, then we hit save. If we now want to get all the movies, with this, we do not have to express in our movie.js. Okay, so we send in a query, right? And this gets movies. I don't know why I called it gets movies. It returns movie and user. So I'm just going to do movies, right? And I'm going to, how does logic go? Okay, we expect a title. I just want to do, right? Because it's a query string, expect a query. I'm going to do Titanic. And I'm going to do the and keyword because I want to append. What am I appending? Name. It expects a query name, right? Expects a query name. I'm going to do name and I'm going to call it John. If I hit send, it should work still. So our code still works. So our code is getting cleaner. This is how we create controllers and all. So that being said, you can actually proceed to do the implementation for other things, right? So we'll not dwell too long here. So, but the next time we come back to database, I would have refactored all of this. Now, you know how to do forget and all of that. So let's just talk about this. Now, what if we do not want to even have this? What if we want to have a route folder to easily handle all of this? So we do not have to do app.get in our app.js. What if we want to handle this in a route folder? So to do that, now we have the data folder that stores our memory data. We have the controller section that we can use to write our code logics, and we can create a router. This should be in the root directory, not inside controller. So we can call it router or routes. Let's just call it routes. I think that sounds a little bit dope. Then, how do we use the routes? Now, remember that we have configured this to use controller. We've passed it in our controller, right? And we've also past the get movies and the get particular movie in our controller. So how do we tweak the logic to know we do not even want to have this app.get here in our app.js. We want our code to be much more cleaner. So to do this, we can create a route file called movie.js. Then in using routes in Express comes with its own default inbuilt router. So to do that, we can do const router is equal to require express. We call express, then we do dot router. So express comes with its own default router and it makes it much more easier. Unlike the HTTP module that we have to do conditional statement, we have to check if the request.url matches blah blah blah. So we have to call this. So with this we have our router. Now, how do we use a controller in the router? Remember that in our app.js, we are using this controller getMovie with a route, right? Now, how do we use a controller in our router? So what we can do is we can actually come back to our, hope you're not getting lost. We come back to our route, movie route.js. Then we have to import, let's say we want to use this particular movie, this gets movies and movie. We have to import it in our route. So we can do const. I'm going to just require first. I'm going to do require dot slash. Why is require keyword? Oh, because of this. I'm going to change this. So let me just do dot slash because it's in the route, right? And because it's in controller, then I'll do movies. Everything that I want is in the movies. And I'm going to destructure get movie and get movies from this route. I hope you understand. I just imported it. Then to use that particular endpoint, I can just simply do router.use. So this keyword gives me the functionality of using Express router. So I'll do router.use. I'm telling my route to use this endpoint. So I'll do router.use and I'll do slash wherever I want this to be. And in my scenario, I want it to be slash movie, then parameter ID, right? I'm just going to copy this. Then I'm going to do I'm going to paste this. Then once I paste this, then I can just put a comma after here, and I'll put get movie. So with this, I have Express. I'm already allowing Express. Yes, and one other thing, must always export the router. Yes, must always export the router so it is accessible to other files. Then to do the other one for get movies, it should just be movies. This is very important. It should just be get movies, right? Then we pass get movies. Yeah, like so. So with this, we've configured Express to use these controllers that exist in our movie.js controller. Then we exported the router. So how do we use it in our app.js is the next question. How do you use it in our app.js? So I can easily take all of this out. I can comment this out and also comment this out too, right? Then I have this commented out. Then at the top here, we see that our function is no longer using, our app.js is no longer using all of this. That's why it's grayed out. So it says it is not used. All the structural elements are unused. So this is not used. So I can comment this out also. Then in my where my middlewares permits me, sorry, where my middlewares are actually listed, I can just do app.use. I can configure my app to now use that route that I have. So I can do app.use, then I'll pass the route that I have configured in my route movie.js. So I have to import that. So I can do const, and then let's call the movie router is equal to require dot slash, no, not the dot slash route slash movie. Then in my app.use, I can just say, I can tell my app to use movie router. Let's try this out and see if everything still works. So if I do send, it does work. Wow, surprised. So let's try for movie. Let's say we want to get a particular movie too. We're just going to do Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, Control Z, then movie. It should be movie, right? And I want to get a movie particular. Let me say one, and I hit send. Oh, it does work. Returns Titanic. So with this, I can easily remove this. I can easily remove this and just tell my app to use all of this as to use my app, my movie router. So you see that our code can be much more cleaner and precise. So our app.js will be very clean. We know where to go to for particular thing. So if I want to go to the movie router, I know that everything is in the movie router here, like so. I can even tweak my, then I leave it to you to remove all of this and put it in like these movies and put it in the needed controller so that your app.js is clean. In fact, to the end that we do not have anything here, we do not have this here, we do not have this, even down to this, we do not necessarily have to have them in our app.js. Everything can be in their designated controller and router. So what about our middlewares? Our middlewares too can actually be configured appropriately. So what we can do is remember that we have inbuilt middlewares. These are inbuilt middlewares, the one we have at the top here. This is my custom movie router, right? And I have this too, my hub.use. These are middlewares. I created all these login, custom header middlewares. So what we can do is, in our root directory, we can create a folder called middlewares. Sometimes I call it middlewares. Don't mind me. So I can just call this custom middleware, middleware.js. Then what do you think we can do? We have to create I think we can create a function, right? So I'm just going to create a function. I'm going to call it const logger. I'm going to pass in, now this will take 3 params because you know the middleware is just the next keyword. So it can be request, response, and next, right? Then I'm going to do it like so. I hope this works. Then I'm going to just copy all of this. Command X. I'm just Command C for now. Then I'll paste it here. Then I'm going to do also, what do you have any other middleware? I'm going to do blocker. What's another middleware const blocker is equal to request. I'm going to copy all of this. Then I'm going to come to my app.js, then copy all of these, right? Then like so. Then what else? I'm going to also do the one for the custom header. So I'm going to copy this. Let me just copy this. I was going to call it custom header, right? Then I'm going to copy all of this right here, then change everything that I have here to like so. Then I'm going to make sure that I export it. Module.export is equal to, I'm going to do logger, blocker, custom header. Yeah. So we have this. Now let's use it in our app.js. So we can do app.use, let's call it custom header, right? That's what we saved it as, custom header. So I'm going to just import it. In my ID vscode automatically does that. So if I just want to suggest it and I hit enter, nope. So I'm going to change this to blocker, then this to logger, right? Logger. So now I want you to notice, I hope you that you notice something, that anytime we call any endpoint, because our middleware runs, you see that it's showing adding custom header, and that is what we have here. Adding custom header, we have, because we're not calling any blocked, this does not run, just calls next, right? Because we're not calling the blocked endpoint. So all the time you're not going to see request is blocked, but you'll be seeing logger, this is request method, and this is what you see. This is request method, this is request URL. So let's see if that we have the same thing after we change the old code logic. So if we end it send, it works, but we see that it says this is our first, we see that we do not have those logs again. It means that our app is not logging all of this. Why? Let's take this at the top here and hit send again. It does work now. So Express renders code from top to bottom. It means that our movie router ran. Remember that it's our movie router that sends this param, right? So initially our movie router ran before the middlewares ran. So to fix that, we had to ensure that because the middlewares process can tweak and execute code between the saving of a request and sending to a client, the middleware must always come before all of that, right? So not the execution of the endpoints coming before the middleware. And that's what we were having before. So by moving the middleware to the top of this, we had, this is the get, this middleware ran, then we now, our code endpoints now run. So that is how we can actually refactor. So you can see that our code base is becoming cleaner. And what we have to do now is you just have to remove all of these, put them in their designated controller. And now let's move into using database. So I've cleaned up the app.js. I've moved the necessary controllers and routes into the respective folder. So if you check the routes here, I've moved everything into the route, and also for the controller, I have moved everything into the controller folder. So our app.js is now much more cleaner. So let's dive into understanding databases and why a database is very useful. If you remember, we were using most of the data that we were using in our database were memory data. That is, they were not stored on a real database. And anytime we actually refreshed, or anytime we restarted the server, we lost all the data that we have maybe tweaked or modified previously, right? So we've been storing our movies in memory. So it means that every time we restart the server, we lose all our data, and it's not really useful, right? It's not really useful. So in this particular part, we're going to connect our API to a real database, and we'll be using MongoDB, one of the most popular NoSQL databases for Node.js applications. And you're going to understand what NoSQL is. And by the end of this section, the movies that we have will now be persisted, that is, they will be stored on the server. And even if the server restarts, we would not be losing the changes that we've made to the database. And also would learn how to create a database schema. I mean to say, perform CRUD operations. You get to see what CRUD operations are, and how to undo database errors like a pro. So I know that databases can be really intimidated for some people that are actually in backend development, because there are quite a number of them. But let's just dive straight into it and start with coding, right? So we have different kinds of databases. There are majorly two. We have the SQL database and we have the NoSQL database. So we could go online to search the difference, right? Coding is like an open exam. We do not have to cram anything or memorize them. So the difference between a SQL and NoSQL database, right? Let's just search that and see what we get. So SQL means SQL. So SQL databases are relational and store SQL databases are relational and store data in structured tables with rows and columns. So they require a predefining schema that dictates the data organization. While NoSQL databases are not relational and designed to handle unstructured, semi-structured, or rapidly changing data. Now, SQL means SQL and NoSQL means NoSQL. So if we check, let's just check images. SQL databases are in table and row formats. So whatever you're working with you already have to predefine the keys. Or should I use the word keys or the title or the key, the original value, because it's in like a table like Excel format. So key and table and row and column format. So that's what SQL. So it's much more it is, I don't want to say it is rigid, but it is much more, it looks like a serious database. Yeah, let me use that word. But NoSQL is non-relational, like we had here. So is there, okay, so we have SQL to be relational database management system. So it's like table format, and NoSQL is just key and value, like more like JSON format. So SQL uses structured data. Yes, it uses structured data. NoSQL uses data that are stored in JSON format, like key and value pairs. You get, so majorly, when as a developer, if you're using SQL data, that's a SQL databases, you must define the table and data types that you're working with. But with NoSQL is not as rigid as SQL. It's flexible. It gives us the ability to add new keys even while we've already done a predefined schema, right? So basically, MongoDB is not an SQL, it's a NoSQL database. So if you look at this image, it talks about the difference between a SQL and NoSQL database. So a SQL database is structured, while a NoSQL is unstructured. And SQL databases we experience vertical scaling and horizontal scaling with NoSQL. And it is, you see that NoSQL is flexible, like I was trying to say, and SQL is a little bit is rigid, not even a little bit. So as we dive into using MongoDB, you're going to see reasons why we should use MongoDB. So since we're using MongoDB for this tutorial, why should we use MongoDB? And you know, we're working on a movie watchlist API, right? So MongoDB actually stores data in JSON format. And I believe that now you know what JSON looks like. This example of JSON, like key and value pairs, key and value, key and value, key and value. So MongoDB uses this format and it has a flexible structure and it is more modern. Yes, it's more modern and we can easily add new fields as we proceed. So that is why we'll be using MongoDB in this tutorial. Right. So now the next step would be that we have to like set up a MongoDB account. And how do we work around this? So let's proceed to do that. So let's go mongodb.com. Let's just search mongodb.com. Okay, so we have to visit the site. This is it here. So this is quite so let's check the documentation. Right, let's check the documentation, resource. So we need the server documentation, right? Then okay, let's see. So the first step is to work with your data in MongoDB. You have to create a cluster in the MongoDB Atlas UI, then connect to your deployment. Then the third step is to insert, query, update, or delete document. So this is what we call CRUD functionality. So CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. Then the next step would be to model your data. And now we're going to see how we can do all of this. So the first step is to deploy MongoDB, connect to our deployment, perform CRUD operations, that is insert, update, delete, then model your data, model our data. So how do we connect to MongoDB? First, we have to have an account. We have to create a cluster, right? So how to create a cluster? Then how do you create a cluster? What is the documentation? So we have to have an account actually. Go and get started. So you can decide to set up a multi-factor authentication, right? After you've created the account. And okay, so we're in, and we see that MongoDB is being set up. We see loading project overview. Quite a number of things on the services section is being created, right? Now, we see that we can create a cluster. So it says your organization does not have a designated security contact. Add a security contact in the organization settings to receive security related notification. So we can proceed to set this up. I'm just going to ignore. So now when we check, let's go back to the documentation. I'm just going to go back to mongodb.com. When I click on resources, then SAR documentation, we see that we have to, the steps is that we have to deploy MongoDB by creating a cluster in the MongoDB Atlas UI. So we can proceed to create a cluster. So while this is loading, we can give it a cluster name. So you cannot change this name once the cluster. I can leave it as just cluster 0, leave it at AWS. I'm going to leave it at Ireland, recommended, right? Then I think that would be all. I'll just click on create deployment. And what else do we have to do? So we have to pay as you go. Pay as you go. So I think I did not choose a free cluster. I'm going to go back and check that, because MongoDB does come with a free tier option. So I do not want to pay as I go, because we're testing, right? So I'm going to check that. MongoDB comes with a free free tier plan. So maybe I did not pick it. Okay, so this is the free at the top, cluster 0 Island. I'm just going to click on create deployment. So I think I was on M10. So now that I have done that, my cluster is being created. So I'm just going to wait a bit, and let's go back to documentation. So it just tells me that add the current IP address. Okay, so we have to create a user. So we're going to need a database user credential in the next step. So copy database user password. So let me just create that. I'm going to call it test. I'm going to call it admin, and I'm going to give a password of admin 452. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to create database user. Then choose a connection method. Set up a firewall access below. Okay, allow access from anywhere. So for now, because you're testing, you can decide to, if you click on cancel, you can add, maybe you want to allow access from only your current IP or from a different IP. But for now, I'm just going to use a wildcard implementation, that is allow access from anywhere. So it means 0.00// is the IP address to allow a wildcard access from anywhere. So I'm going to click on add IP address. I'm going to click on choose a connection method. Now, we see that when we go back to documentation, it tells us that we have to create a cluster in the MongoDB Atlas UI. Then to learn more, create a cluster, blah, blah, blah. So we have to connect to our deployment. So to access deployment in the MongoDB Atlas UI, we have to connect with drivers or the MongoDB shell called Mongosh, whatever you deem it fit. So let's click on, how do we connect? Let's click on Compass. Then we can select our operating system and download the MongoDB Compass, or we could just copy the connection string and then use MongoDB Compass. So let's just use this. So we're going to copy this MongoDB Compass URL connection string and use it with our code base, and that is the implementation that we'll be going with. So you can see that it comes with this MongoDB SRV, then the admin is the name that I choose as the user. Then I'm going to put in that DB password, which is admin45. So remember that you do not want to share any of this with anybody. It should be private. And because I'm showing you this because we are testing, we're building something, right? But it should not be shown to people. You should keep it very privately, and even when you're deploying things, it should be stored in your in an environmental variable. And I know that you might be asking, what is an environmental variable? We're going to see it shortly. Now, the next step after doing this is to connect our deployment. And how do we connect our deployment? You're going to see that in a moment. Now, to use MongoDB in our code, we have to install MongoDB as an npm package. So to do that, remember that npm stands for Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager comes with a lot of pre-built tools that we can use for functionality basis. Like we used one that we saw was Express, right? And to do that, we have to do npm install or npm i the package name, and like we did for Express and NodeMon. Remember that we used NodeMon when we wanted to catch the changes that we made in our file or in our application. So rather than doing node app every time and restarting the server and killing the server, NodeMon helps us to track the changes that we make when we make a save in our file, right? So what we can do now is also install MongoDB. So to do that, we're just going to do clear. I'm just going to clear this and do npm package manager install Mongo. We can do npm install. So this is going to give us the functionality to install MongoDB, right? So we want to install MongoDB. So now Mongoose is installed in our application directory and is added to the dependencies folder. So to use MongoDB, we have to import MongoDB. So we can do const mongoose, right? Is equals to require mongoose. So with this functionality, we imported MongoDB, right? So how do we now connect to our deployment? Now that we have, remember that I use admin 452, I must not forget, as the connection string. We want to use it in here. We will have to pass it in this DB password. So to create a connection to our deployment, Mongoose comes with a .connect method. So if you do mongoose.connect, you're going to see that it comes with the connect method. And when we hover on it, it tells us that it opens Mongoose default connection. It opens Mongoose's default connection in MongoDB. So this is how we can connect. So in our app.js, just where we are listening in the port, we could do mongoose.connect, right? Then we pass in the string that we have here. We are passing the string. So I'm going to just change this to what? Admin 452. So I'm going to change this to admin 452. So this is how we connect. This is how we connect. But remember that I said it is very bad if you pass in your string. It means that, let's say you have your code on you're deploying your code to GitHub. If you do not know what GitHub is, we're going to see it towards the end of the tutorial. So GitHub is a place whereby you can actually store codes and actually do version control. Now, it's very bad. Imagine I just come to see you at home and I'm a malicious attacker and I just see your Mongoose connection string. I can actually use it to actually steal your data or tweak whatever you have on your database. So it should not just be left hanging publicly. And to protect whatever variables that you do not want to be seen, we can use a .env. Now, what is a .env? Let's also check that. What is a .env? So a .env file is a simple text file that contains environmental specific variables in the form of key value, which can be accessed by the application or services running the same environment. The .env module is a zero dependency, blah blah blah. So a .env is an environmental variable that ensures that variables that we do not want to be seen publicly are kept secretly, right? And to use a .env, we have to install it also because it's a package, it's a pre-built package with nodes that already exist and we can actually use in our application. So to do that, we can do npm install.env. That is how to install them. We hit enter. So if you check our package.json, you can see that .env is now added to our dependencies. Then to use it also, I don't know, I just like declaring it at the very top. I can just do require, this is how you use the .env, require .env, then it comes to the .config, and I'm just going to call it how use a .env in our application. So we can create a .env file in our root directory .env, and we can call it, let's just call it MongoDB URI. Then I'm going to store this here. So this is how you create a .env. So rather than using the actual string in here, what do you think we can do? So to use the .env, we could just say process.env dot what? Dot the name here that we have the key here. So this is how we use our .env. So with this, we've actually connected to, or we say that our application is failing. It's saying process. Okay, so it should be the process has 3s, right? So it should be process.env dot MongoDB URI. So we have that working now. So we have bad authentication. So I think my password is wrong. So I should be using admin 452. So that's why it failed. Admin 452. So because the changes most of the time that you make in a .env are not catched by NodeMon. So let me just restart this here and just press Ctrl S. So hopefully that works. Now there's something I want to point out. You can see that it now works. I think the password is now being read. Anytime you make a changes in your .env, you can just restart the server, press Ctrl C, clear, then maybe do NodeMon app too, because NodeMon might not actually catch the changes that you make in your .env. So we have our connection being set. The connection to our Mongo URI is set. So we just have to start performing CRUD operations. We're going to see that very soon. Now, one thing that I want to say is, what do you notice here? In here, this operation does not work immediately. The Mongoose connects to the MongoDB connection or the MongoDB URI to our connection string does not happen immediately. That is, it takes time. And sometimes we have to learn how to handle things that do not happen instantly, gracefully. I don't know if my analogy is correct. There are things that, okay, let's say you're making a request to a server. Have you ever visited maybe a site and sometimes before you see the content on the website, it takes time? Maybe you have to see we're fetching content, we are loading content and all of that. So the connection to Mongoose does not happen instantly. And to do that, we have to handle it gracefully in situations whereby we have an error. Remember that we had an error here. We saw that our application just crashed. So imagine a user was using our application and we had this error and we did not handle it gracefully. So we always want to handle things that do not happen instantly, gracefully in our server. And how do we do that? We have to use what we call async operation or async functions. If you're not familiar with what async functions are, I'm trying to break it down to something that you're going to understand easily. Async function is a function that allows us to use the await keyword in it. And that's something that you should always remember. So let's test run something here. Let's say we do console.log connecting to database. Let's do console.log connecting to database and save. Now we see that we have connecting to database, then this connecting to database, then this are our this is our first app. This is our first express app on port 3000. But we do not even know if our Mongoose connection is secure or if it failed. Right? We just hopefully passed it here. And when we had an error, the error just screamed out that authentication failed and all. But we want to know if our connection fails because it's something that does not happen instantly, right? Our server must connect to Mongoose connection or to MongoDB's connection to our database. So we have to use an async function to handle things that do not happen instantly. And what is an async function? So an async function is a function that allows us firstly to use the await keyword in it. And you're going to see that. So what the await keyword does is that it tells a function to pause. So it tells a function to pause its execution until wherever we expect is being completed. So it tells a function. Well, what the async function is, with the async function, we can use the await keyword in it, and it tells the function to pause its execution until the promise that we have is being fulfilled. So let's say we have a function here. I'm trying to explain so you're going to get once and for all. Let's say we have a function here and it's just a normal function. So what would the function name? Let's say I want milk. Let's call it milk. Let's call it milk. This is just, I'm going to comment this out. Let's say we have a function called milk and let's say you're a child and you want milk from your mother. Then you tell your mother, "Mommy, I want milk." Then your mommy says, "Oh son, the milk is not ready yet. I have to eat it up. It has to get eaten up before I can give you the milk." But while I am um eating up the milk, you can proceed to play games with your friend. And that is what an async function does. So let's say we have a full-fledged application. Then aside this function called milk, we have other things like maybe function, play with friend, blah, blah, blah. This kind of function here. We have function play with friend, but it's not inside this milk. So let's inside this function of milk. Let's say you're saying that we're telling this function to use await eats milk up, right? But to use the await keyword in a function, we have to declare that the function is an async function. So the async function, what the async function simply does is that it ensures that every other thing in our application works, but it ensures that everything in our application works without crashing. Then it pauses whatever this is until it pauses everything in this entire function, not in the whole application, until we have the result of the eaten milk. So the async function allows us to fetch things without crashing the entire application. And whatever this would return would be a promise. Yes, you might have seen what promise, you might have heard of promise in JavaScript, right? So the await keyword allows us to pause an execution until whatever promise this is. So let's say you go to a shop and you want pizza. Then the pizza shop is telling you that, okay, we do not have the pizza on ground, but we are promising you that we are going to have it delivered to you. But in reality, there are two occurrences. It's either the pizza will be delivered to you or it would not be delivered to you, right? So with the await functionality or an async function, you can decide what you would do if the pizza gets delivered to you or if the pizza does not get delivered to you. So that is what a promise is. A promise is something that you expect that is not yet being fulfilled. So the async function basically allows us to pause an execution until the awaited promise is resolved. So the promise can either be pending, it has three states, can either be pending, resolved, or rejected. Now, because I'm going to just comment this out too. I'm going to just comment this out. So because our Mongoose.connect does not happen instantly, it can either be pending, right? It can our connection might be successful and it can fail. We have to use an async function. And remember that this our callback here is a function, but it's simply an arrow function, right? So we can just declare that it's async. Remember that how we declare that this function is async is that at the front here, we called async. We declare to be function. So this is by saying this is a synchronous function, and you see that we cannot allow it does not allow the await. So it's telling us that the await expression are only used within async function. But if we say it is async, right, we do not have that error. Now this function is the same as saying const milk is equal to async. It's the same function. One is an arrow function and one is a normal conventional JavaScript function, right? It's the same thing. So it means that wherever we have here, it's what we are using in the callback and it's a arrow function. So to declare that this arrow function is an async function, we just have to say async, right? So we just have to say async. Now, this function, with this functionality, we can actually undo the promise. That is, this our connection, because the Mongoose.connect can promise that the promise can be pending, it can be resolved, that the connection might be successful, or it can be rejected. That is like the case where we had an authentication error. But we want to undo this gracefully. And that is why I'm actually revisiting what an async function is, because we're going to be using it a lot as we proceed in our application. So now, in using an async function, we can have a try and catch block. Yes, you might have seen it before if you're very familiar. So we have the try and we have the catch. Now, what is the try block? Just like how I give an analogy that you want to get a pizza, right? And the pizza can now tell you that the pizza will get to you, that the pizza is not on ground, but it's going to get to you. Now imagine that the pizza shop calls you that, oh, we're sorry, we do not have all the ingredients to make this pizza. What are you going to do? So it's either the pizza gets to you or it does not get to you. So you can decide what to do if the pizza does get to you and if the pizza does not get to you. So the try block is what you would do if the pizza gets to you. And the catch block is what you would do if the pizza does not get to you. So basically what I'm saying is that the try block helps us to undo success and the catch block helps us to undo error. I hope you get the analogy. So we want to move, since all of this we open like success, we want to move all of this in our try block. So it means that we are in the try block, we want to console the log connecting to database. Then if it is successful, we want to write console.log MongoDB connection. MongoDB connection is success or is done. Let's just use is done. Then we can now see this is our first Express app. But because we're using the async function and this does not happen instantly, we want to use the await keyword, right? We want to use the await keyword just in front of this. We want to use the await keyword. So our app ensures that this is checked before it logs this. But meanwhile, it does not crash the entirety of our application. It pauses the execution in this particular arrow function until it is done. So if it fails, whatever that we have in this catch block will be logged. So let's say we do an error occurred. So if this await connection fails, what will be executed will be what we want to do in the catch block. So by default, the catch block, because it handles error, takes in an error parameter and we can just console.log error. I hope this is clear. So because the catch block handles error, we have to pass in an error parameter. We can just say console.log error, or we can do an error occurred, then we can console.log error. And most of the time, an error used to have the message object, or we can do error.message. So I'm going to just leave this as error. Right, let's just leave it as error as first. So we see connecting to our database, it waits. Right, if you notice, connecting to our database, it waits a little bit. Connection is done, then it says this is our first. It means that everything works. So let's say I come to this particular presenter. It used to be 45 to the password, and I do 450 and I save. And I come here because it's a .env, it does not automatically catch the changes. Right, it's save. See, it waits. It says it's waiting. It says connecting to the database, and it then fails. And you see that wherever it now logs an error occurred, that is, it is now showing what we have in our catch block, and it no longer shows wherever we have here. So if this connection rejects, if the promise rejects, wherever that is in the catch block is what will be rendered. Now, let's just do error.message rather than logging the entire error object. Please ignore this. Rather than logging the entire error, let's just do error.message. So you see the message is bad authentication. So we do not have to, this is the error message. We do not have to tap into the entire error object. So we can just, let me use the correct password. If I save this, you see that the error will be gone, and it will proceed to, if you check this connection, it's going to log MongoDB connection is done. And so with this, we have our existing connection with MongoDB done and dusted. And what we have to do next is to perform CRUD operations. So now let's talk about CRUD operations. So to understand CRUD operations perfectly, let's just head to MongoDB documentation. But before we do that, our app.js is getting messier one more time. What we can do is, for easy, something that I like to do, I like to just create a DB folder. Then I can call this connectdb.js. So I can import Mongoose here on Mongoose require mongoose. Require mongoose. Okay, some important, it has to be in strings. Require mongoose. Right. So I can just create connect function and connect DB. Then I will do async, has to be an async function, right? So try and catch. So it takes a parameter of error. Let's consider the log error, the message. Right. Then I can also I can now do mongoose and await mongoose dot connect. Then I'll pass in the URI, which is what we have here. I can just do URI, pass it here as a URI, then I export module.export equals to connect DB. So I have it like so. Then in my app.js, I can, rather than using await mongoose.connect, I could just do await connect DB. And I'll call it here. So in here, I have to pass in the MongoDB URI. So I can just do process.env dot mongodb URI. So this would be the URL parameter that it takes, right? The URL parameter that it takes. So I just liked it like so, then I can remove mongoose from here. So that implementation should work too. Connecting to DP. Let's see. Say, okay, connecting to database. Does it work? Might be my network. Connection is taking time. Are we getting an error or what? Does this work? So that should work. Now let's talk about CRUD operations, performing CRUD operations in our database. So what is CRUD operations? We have to perform a CRUD operation, we can create, read, update, and delete. So yeah, it has gone. I think my network is a little bit bad. So we can create, read, update, and delete. And to understand it perfectly, you have to check MongoDB documentation, right? So okay, the first thing, we've deployed MongoDB, we've created a cluster, we've connected our code to MongoDB, right? Then we have to, this is part where we get to create CRUD operations. I mean, learn about it. It tells us perform CRUD operations in MongoDB Atlas UI by using MongoDB Create API, or to learn more, create the update in the MongoDB Atlas documentation. Let's just check the MongoDB CRUD operations. So we have create, we also have read operations, we have update operations, and we have delete operations. So this is what makes up the keyword CRUD. Now, how do we create an operation? So to create or insert operations, add new documents to a collection. If the collection does not currently exist, insert operations will create the collection. Now we can come to our project where we have this, where we got our cluster. I think where we got our, I did not want to edit this configuration. I clicked the wrong thing. So I'm just going to add back. So to create, I don't know why this is taking time. Let's go back to documentation. So we can actually this is a method that exists on MongoDB function, or Mongo's functionality. So we can tap into the insert one, insert many, and this is how the schema looks like. So the collection would be type users. So db.users. So users is the collection name. So we're inserting one. So what we're inserting is this particular object of name, age, status pending. So key and value. This is the field value and all. So to read operations, we have to use the .find, right? To insert one, to insert a single, to insert many, to insert multiple objects into the existing collection. So we call it doc collections. So we also have read operations. We can use it .find. Then these are what we want to find. We want to find age that is greater than 18. That's what GT means. And you're going to see it and limit it to 5. You're going to see everything. They call it the custom modifier. We also have the update operations, whereby you can update one, update many. To update many, just simply call update many. To update one, you can just simply call update one. And to delete, we use delete one or delete many. So this is MongoDB. So we can tap into the method. You have quite a number of methods. Insert one, find. We also have insert many and all. So that being said, let's just get straight into coding. So you can check the documentation for much more clarity. Now, if you click on connect, okay, if you click on connect, I don't know, I think my network is lagging a little bit. But if you click on connect, it should connect our DB and we can create custom collections. We can create our own collection in MongoDB UI. So we can create our own collection in MongoDB UI. But okay, we've done our connection already. I'll just click on done. Then I'm going to click on clusters. I want to show us how to create a custom collection. So rather than doing everything from code, you can also create your own collection on this UI. So if you click on browse collections, well, we can see all of that. We can see where we get to create our own collection. So MongoDB would give us a pre-existing collection, more like a dummy data, so we can see how it looks like. So it does, anytime you click on browse collection, you should see like a dummy data set that looks like what would be using, something that you can use to test. But because of time, let's just get straight into coding. I'm going to explain how to create your own collection. You can have quite a number of collection in MongoDB. So you can have one for users, you can have one for a collection can contain multiple sub collections. Let me just use that word. So, but because it's retrieving list of database and collection, but because we are testing or because we are building a test API, I'm just going to click load the sample data set. This is what I was talking about. So because we are building a movie API, I'm going to explain how you can maneuver all of this. So now we see that to perform CRUD operations, we can use the insert many and all of that. We can use delete, find and all of that. But it begs the question, what do you actually want to delete? What model? So basically, database do have schemas. Like a database has a model that it follows. You remember that when we talked about the SQL and NoSQL database, the SQL database had more like a rigid structure whereby you have to predefine the keys and value, like the table, the headers and all. But for MongoDB, it's much more flexible and regular. So every database has a schema, more like every user that is coming to our app to use our web app must have a name, a email, a profile image, and all of that, right? So that is what we call a schema, like a set structure that the data set in the database would follow. So we also want to use that implementation in our own code base. So we have to create a schema, a database schema, before we even perform CRUD operations. So to create a database schema, basically a schema is more like the fields that because this is a movie app, a schema is more like the fields that our movies will have, more like the type of, would the movies have a name, would they have a year, a author, who is the producer of the movie and all of that. So we have to create the movie schema, I mean to say. So to create the movie schema, conventionally, it's always in what we call a model folder. So to create the model folder, we can create a movie. This is the convention. It has to start with capital lock, so capital letter. So we can create a movie schema, movie.js. We can call it movie schema. Let's just call it movie schema.js. So we've initialized the file. Edmond's already tracking the changes that we just made. So to use a movie schema, we can do it in two ways. We can do mongoose, because it comes with from mongoose. Require what? Mongoose. So we import mongoose, then we create cons movie schema, camel casing, right? Then we do new schema, right? New mongoose.schema dot. So this is how you do mongoose.schema. So it's in two ways. We can either choose to destructure schema from this. You can choose to destructure schema from this and just use schema, right? Or do mongoose.schema. So the new keyword is telling us that we are creating a new schema, right? So new mongoose schema, then we call it like so. Then we start passing in the key and value that we want our data sets to follow, the order. So we want our movie to definitely have a title, right? Now, this can also be a object, and we want the title to be what? Type of what? String. Wants to be type of string. So by saying title, we're saying that our movies should have a title, right? We want it to have a title. Now, do we want this title to be required? Do we want to enforce that whenever a movie is created, there must be a title? Yeah, yeah or nay? We want to, right? It's very important that every movie has a title. So to do that, we can use this required keyword, required. So all of this is not just out of the box, it's from MongoDB. So required to be true. Then we pass in the error message next. So you can say movie title is required. So in a scenario whereby the user does not pass in the title, would definitely have this error that movie title is required. So we can also now do the do you want to set the max length of title? Not necessary. Not necessary. We can just leave this like so. We can now do yeah, right? So we can do yeah. Now, what type should we use the yeah as string or number? Let's go with a number. So it will be a type of number, right? Then we can do required should be true also. So I'm just going to copy this to required. I want to require the movie yeah. So movie yeah is required. So these are very, very important. Then we can also do what should we do? Let's do this to a movie type genre. All right, that's how it's pronounced. We'll do type string. Then we can also decide to add custom. Like we can decide the types of movie genre that we want. Let's say we do not want people to add in pornographic movies or sexual movies, right? We can decide the type of genre that will be added to our movie data set. But to do that, we can actually use this custom keyword called enum. Yes, that is how we do that in Mongo's model. So we use the keyword enum, then we pass in the values that we want. So we pass in the values that we want, and the values will be in an array of strings. So we can say action movies, right? We can also do comedy. What other type do we have? Let's say horror. I love horror movies. Then science fiction, sci-fi. Let's just put one more. Order. Let's just use order. Yeah. Let's just leave order to give. Then in case the user puts in, let's say romance or something, we can return a custom error message. We can just say message. That message will be that we only want type of value. So we can just, to do that, I can just say value is not a valid genre. So anytime a user puts in, let's say the user puts in romance, so romance is not a valid genre. More like so, then we can decide to do what other thing can we add in the schema? Let's say rating, the rating of the movie, right? So we can do type. This should be also of number, type of number. Then what else? So to set in, to enforce like a minimum or a minimum and maximum value, you can just do min, right? So you can do min. So this is a Mongo's format too. So we want the minimum to be 1. So we can do rating must be at least 1. Then we can also enforce for max too. So we can do, let's do 10. Then we can say rating cannot exceed 10. Rating cannot exceed 10. So we're making progress, right? So I think this should be all. We can just do this. We can just do this for now. So we have to export our Mongo schema so it can be accessible. You notice we exported our ConnectDB, and also we have to export our Mongo schema so it can be accessible by other files. So we can do module, right? Module the export is equals to Mongo's the model. It's how we export it. Then we pass in the name that we want to create, the name that we want to give the model. We can just call it movies. Then we pass in the Mongo schema. So it will be movie schema. So this is how we export it. You use mongoose.model, then we export that particular model. So with this, we've created our data schema. But one thing, let's say that we want to enforce the title length. We don't want too long title. We can do max length. We can do max length. Now it's different from min and max, right? We can do max length. And this usually works with data set that are type number, min and max. So we can do max length. This length should be like so. Max length. Then we can do, let's just do 200. Then say title cannot exceed 200 characters. So with this implementation, now to also by default to track whenever a user creates a data or add a new data or update a data, we can just add this timestamp variable to timestamp to be true. So this by default tracks, should have a comma. So this by default tracks the time. It helps us to add the time when the data was created or when it was updated. So with this, we've created our movie schema. Now we can now proceed to create data based on the schema that we just created. We can proceed to create, update, delete, or read. So what would read be? Read would be fetch, create would be post, right? Mostly post request. Read would be get, updates would be put or patch, then delete would be, and remove would be delete, right? Remember the HTTP methods that we talked about. So sample data, I'm just going to click load sample data. I should have clicked this since. So how do we now start creating? Now the first step is how do we follow the CRUD method? So now remember that in our controllers, we created this controller folder. I'm just going to take this down a little bit. We created the get movie, and remember that we were using memory data. Everything was dummy data. We created this get movie, then we created get movies, then we created create movies, update movies, and all of that. So I'm just going to comment all of this out. Then I would not save this. Our application would crash because remember that we already updated these controllers in our route. So our application will crash. So I'm just going to leave this first. So now I'm going to create a function called, we're still going to follow all this route method, right? I might just, because this get movies and get all movies might be, the names might be clashing, I might just tweak it in our controller. So let's just proceed. Now I've commented all of this out. Now I'm going to create a comment. I'm going to do read implementation, right? And I'm going to call the one above dummy or test implementation. Let's implement implementation. So for the read implementation, what do you think we need? Because we already have a model that we are to follow, we have to import that model in our controller. We can do const movie model or movie model. Let's just do movie model is equal to require const movie model is equal to require what? Now dot slash, right? Model slash what? Movie schema. Let me call this models. So I'm going to update it here to yes. Models. I would have to crash because there's okay, we've not saved this. So now we have our movie model. Now, how do we create? Now, let's create a function whereby we create a movie. Let's call this function create a movie. And we do it like so. Remember that. Now, if you remember in our create movie, I think we have a create movies function. We just passed in request and response. We tapped into the body because it's a push request. Usually is sending something from the client. But now we are dealing with a actual database. And initially we're dealing with data sets that were dummy, meaning that our computer my local machine could actually access it anytime. It did not have to wait. But now we're dealing with a actual database. So it means that everything would most likely not be instant. It might take time, more like a promise. You get the analogy, yeah? So it might take time, and because of that, our function will no longer, our arrow functions will not just be synchronous, it has to be async. So we can do create movies async, right? Because it does not just happen instantly, we now do request and response. Request and response. Then we pass in the function in here like so. Now, what would be the next thing to do? Because we want to create a movie, right? We are expecting that a user sends something from the client. That is the request.body. Something comes alongside the body, right? Like we did here. So we can just copy const data is equals to request body. So we can just do const data. Const data. Const data is equals to request.body. The body, like so. Now, with this, we are hoping that the user sends something in the body. But what if the user does not send? But before we do that, let's quickly try to do something. So if we come here like so, and we do const movie, or we can do const new movie, because we are creating a new movie. Let's do camel casing. Const new movie is equal to await. Now, if we remove this async, you'll see that we cannot use the await keyword. If we do await, it actually would not work. So we have to, because it's an async function, we have to pass in. We can use the await keyword because it's an async function. We do await what? Movie model dot create. Some people might use insert one, but let's just create because we want to create. So we do movie model dot. Then you see all the functionalities that exist. We have count document, create, db, delete many, delete one. So let's just do create, right? So we create a new movie. Then how do we create this movie? Now, we're creating the movie set by what? By passing everything that we need in here, right? So we can just do data. If we do data like so, and we hit save, then if we do it like so, await movie, then create data, then we pass in data. We see that our app is failing because we've commented most of the things that we have in our route here. So I'm going to comment all of this out, comment this out, comment this out too, then also comment this and comment this. I'm just going to leave the create movie, should be create movie, then create movie. It's a push request. So I'm just going to let me change it to create movie. Right. Then if I hit save here, then I come here and make sure that I export create movie. So I'll just do module.export create movie. Like so. So I've exported this create movie. I made it accessible. It's still filling. Error handler must be a function. Argument handler must be a function. So let me see my movie route. Create movie. So something is wrong. Create movie. It's not important. Create movie. Okay. So it's because I'm destructuring it. So let me just do create movie for now. Create movie. So like this, it should work. I remember that we exported this router, yeah. We exported this router, yeah. We use it in our app.js. Like so. At the top here. We use it here. We imported the movie router, then we use it as a middleware. You have to choose movie router. So our app can use the movie router. Now, I just tweaked the controller and I created a create movie, right? So I can just, now I have to send a response back to the client because the user is creating a movie, right? So I can just do res.status, right? And I do 201, then I'll do .json, then I'll do message, movie is created successfully. Movie is created successfully. Like so, then in here I can do data to be new movie, like so. So with this, let's test with postman. I remember that our port is running on port 3000. So if I do localhost 3000 /create movie, let's see what we would have. So we are seeing collection. I don't know why this is still loading. So we can do localhost 3000, say post request, right? Slash create movie. Then if I hit send, let's see what we have. I did send a response back. Error 500. Operation movie the insert one. So we had an error. Now remember that we are sending a push request and we are not attaching anything to the body. We're not attaching anything to the body. And we're getting this error operation movies insert one buffered. This is most likely a network error. But in sending this push request, I ought to have attached something to the body, right? Because we want to create a data. We want to create a data. So I have to handle error gracefully. And this is something that we must talk about. That is very, 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 very important. How do we handle errors gracefully? Now we see movies the insert one field and it's actually network error. So let's say I do if not, remember that in our movie schema, we enforce that the title is required. So if I say if not data, I can even call this, let me just leave this as data. So I can do if not movie.data, if not data.title, if user does not provide data.title, right, then if the user does not also provide the year, because those fields are required, right? Data.year. And what else? If the user does not provide the year and title, we return an error. So I could do something like if not, remember that if we're using a conditional statement, we must use the return keyword, right? So return res.status to 400, which is bad request, .json. Then I return a message saying, I just return this message saying, year, movie year and title, movie title and year is required. Is required. Like so. So if user tries to send something and in the object, if you console.log request.body, if it does not have title or year, we want to return an error. So let us test this. So if we go to postman and we check the route is to create a movie is now / create movie, right? So we can do localhost 3000. We just added this checker. We ensure that if user does not provide the title or the year of the movie, we want to return an error message. So let's head to postman. And if you click on create movies in our body, we've passed X-Men and the year. If we hit send, we get a response 201 that the movie is created successfully. And this is the data. Now, if you notice, what we have here in our code base is that we're returning a response of 201 and we're returning a message alongside that the movie has been created successfully and we return a data field. Now, the response we get in Postman is that we have this 201 that signifies that a new resource has been created, right? And we have the movies created successfully and the data to be X-Men and the year. Now, we also have the ID. This ID, for every new resource that is created on MongoDB, there is a unique ID, and this ID is unique. We can't have two of it in a database or in a data set, and also it is immutable, so it can't be changed. Now, we can use the ID uniquely, specifically to find particular resource because it's like a unique identifier. Now you can see that we have this created and they updated that. Why you're saying this field is because in our Mongo schema, in the movie schema, we have timestamps to be true. So anytime you pass timestamp to be true, it means that this field will always be populated when you create a particular resource in your schema. Now we have the created at, this signifies the time that this resource was created. And let's say we make a change to this resource in particular, the updated time would also be changed by default. So the timestamp helps us to check track of the time of creation and when the resource was updated. Now this version would always increment when we make a change, but now is by default at 0. So it means that our resource is actually added to the database. So let's head back to MongoDB. You come to MongoDB, this is the default or the sample collection that comes with MongoDB. And this collection has some sub collections, right? Like comments, movies, and sessions and all. So this is the movie, this is a default. See that the default, the movie's dataset has plot, genre, runtime, cast, poster, blah, 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 and quite a number of them. But now we recently just created this and we're expecting to see it in our dataset, in our database, right? MongoDB. So let's head back to MongoDB and we can actually just refresh this. Where's the refresh button? Okay, so refresh. So if we click on refresh, we see this test. It was not there before. We see movies. Now, the movies you're seeing here is because in our Mongo schema, we called these movies, right? So we are seeing the movie schema, we're seeing X-Men, object ID of 78, what we have here, like so 78. And we also have the year and every other thing that we have that postman returns. But now if you notice something, the movies collection or the movie sub collection is stored under this test collection, right? Now, we want to actually be able to modify whatever, like the name of our collection. And how do we do that? If you go back to our .env that we have here, like so in the root directory, if we just after the slash, if we do slash movies, I'm calling movies db, right? Let's just call it movies db. And if we restart our server, I'm just going to do Ctrl C and declare do node more app. Then if I head back, let's see if it's running successfully. So it's running successfully. If I hit send and we head back to MongoDB and we hit refresh, we now have the movies DB. So I can just delete this test. So to drop a DB test, as I delete this, then we now have the movies DB. And the movies DB, you can now see our movies. So with this, we're able to like determine the name of the collection. So just by passing it at the end of this .env, we can actually determine the name of the collection. So it means that our create movie functionality is working, right? Because whenever we call this slash create movie on port 3000, we do see that a movie is created in our movies DB. So let's also check for errors. Let's say I call this titles and I hit send. You see that we get movie title and years required, right? So yeah, because this if condition is true, we return this error message that movie title and years required. So it does work. But let's say we are to handle another kind of error. Let's head back to our movie schema and we want to pass in a rating of, let's say, 11. So we're enforcing here that the minimum must be 1 or be at least 1 and the maximum cannot exceed 10. So let's come back here and do rating. Let's just say 11. So this should be in string, right? And we hit send. Let's see what we have. Movie title. Okay, I'm going to call title back, then hit send. So we're having validation error. Movie validation failed. Rating cannot exceed 10. So we have an error, right? So it's a validation error. So it means that the logic that we have here is working perfectly. So because we are actually working with async function, you know this is an async function. That is the request we creating a data in our database does not happen instantly, right? We have to use the try and catch block. Remember the pizza illustration. Let's say you go to a pizza factory or where pizza is being made and you ask for a pizza. There are quite a number of scenarios. Either the pizza gets, let's say they say that the pizza is not on ground. It's either the pizza gets delivered to you or the pizza does not get delivered to you. So you want to do something if the pizza does get delivered to you. Let's say you want to pay, and if the pizza does not get delivered to you, you want to head to another pizza shop. So we have to use the try and catch block to actually handle successes and failures gracefully. So because this is an async function, we can just do try, right, and catch. So the catch takes, because it handles error, we can just do console.log error.message rather than console.log in the entire error object. Then we can move all of this that we have here, like so, into the try block. So that works, right? Now, if you remove the async here, you would see that we will not be able to use the await keyword. So remember, let that stick, please. So to use the await keyword, we have to use the async function. So with this, we successfully created our create movie functionality. And let's say we have an error. Let's try it again. Let's say we have an error if I hit send. So I think it's still loading. Connecting to database, this is our first Express app. Okay, so it's connected. Let's hit send. So we see that this keeps loading. In Postman, notice this keeps loading without, and why it's loading, because in our error block, we did not send a response back to the client. So Postman just keeps loading without having anything, and over time just going to stop. But you can see that in our console here, in our terminal, I mean to say, we have console.log_error.message, which is saying with validation failed, rating cannot exceed 10. So what we want to do is we want to send back a response back to the client. So it will be a response of what? Error, right? So response of status. So error 500, server error, right? Then we can do .json. Then we can now do message, right? So what can we call the message? We can just say error of message. So with this, we'll be sending back, we are handling the error gracefully. So if I hit send, Postman will not just be loading. You see that because of we did not send a response back to the client when there was an error, it just showed error socket ungop. So if we hit send, you can now see that we are sending back the error 500 and saying movie validation failed, rating cannot exceed 10. So this does work. Now, let's say we also want to handle a scenario whereby when a movie does exist in our database, we do not want it to populate again. So let's say we have a movie title of X-Men, but we do not want two X-Men to exist in the database. What we can do is, in our movie schema, we just have to use the keyword unique. So when you use the keyword unique and we say true, and we can just say X-Men movie already exists in the database. If we save this and we hit send, we would actually get a fail. But I just want to I just want to highlight this, right? So that is how it does work. If you do not want particular resource to be updated twice, so a particular resource with the same title, I mean to say, right? So if we have a movie with title X-Men, another user tries to update another one with same name, it's not going to work. So we are able to create our movie with this functionality, right? So what will be the next thing? We want to also be able to get a particular movie now by the ID of the movie, right? We want to be able to get a movie by ID. Now we have the create movie. So let's work around that. Let's work around that. So we can create a function and call it const get movie by ID, right? Then it's an async function, so it takes request and response. Then we can now do what do we want to do? We can do const movie, right? Is equals to, now because it's an async function, we also want to use the try and catch block. So try and catch error, then console the log error. Now as we proceed into explaining all of this, we're going to talk about how to not always write the try and catch. So we can create an async wrapper middleware and get into that. So let's just do const movies is equal to await. Now we're using the await keyword because we are expecting a promise, right? So we're making a request to MongoDB. We want to get the particular movie. So we can do await movie schema. Movie mode, I mean to say dot find. So it has this find. Then we can find by ID, right? So we can either do find or we can do find by ID. So if you press past the ID, it does work. So if the movie does not exist, we want to return response of status in 400. We can do .json, right? Then we can do message movie with ID not found. So let's use JavaScript literals. Movie with ID is not found. Well, I want you to pay attention here. Here we say ID, but we do not have, sorry, movie. This should be movie. Or code will fail, most likely. Okay, because we've not called this game with ID, but we do not know what ID is. ID is simply undefined. I just said ID. So where are we getting ID from? Now, remember that in the course of this tutorial, we talked about route parameters and query parameter. So this ID that will be sent will be what? A route parameter. Remember that in our router section, we have /movie/ID like so. So this is a route parameter. So it means that that particular ID will be sent from the route. So we can just do const ID to be sent from the route parameter. We can use const ID is equals to request of params dot ID, right? So this does work. Then with that, we know what ID is. We can now proceed to destructure this because we want to export get movie by ID to get movie by ID. Then we also have to change the way it is being rendered here, like so. So this will be get movie by ID. So we can now log this back. Uncomment it out. Comment it in back. That's the thing. Get movie by ID, then we hit save. So I hit save here too. So we have this functionality in place. So the movie downloader, if you go back to MongoDB and click on insert, we can see quite a number of methods. There should be the read, CRUD operations. You have also the updates. You also have the read operation. So you see that the find method is a method that exists on MongoDB model. So we have find by ID and we also have find. So because we're finding particularly by ID, we do find by ID. Let's say we're finding by name, we can do name, then the name, right? So wherever, let's say the name will be sent in the request.body or request as a query parameter. Because you're finding particularly by ID, you can just do find by ID, then we pass it like so, right? Now, this functionality does work, but we also want to send back the response back in case we have an error, right? So we can do it like so. We want to send the response back to the client if there's an error. Then we also want to send the movie back. So if the movie does exist, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to send the movie back to the client. So would this be 200 or 21 to be 200? So to be 200, that's when the status movie is found. Movie is found. Movie is found successfully. Then I'm going to send back the movie like so. Now this does work, but rather than you trying to cram or try to memorize, like I usually say, coding is like an open exam. You do not have to cram or memorize anything. So rather than you always trying to know the error code, we have an npm package that we can use to actually maneuver this. So we can just come here and it's called the HTTP status code npm. I'm just going to search this HTTP status code. So yes, this is it. So it gives us the functionality. It tells all status code defined in blah 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 TypeScript or JavaScript. So let's just copy this and we run it in our app. Just want to do this. Paste it here, npm install HTTP status code so it reflects in our dependencies. Now it is added. Now at the very top of our in our movie controller, what we can do is we can do const. We can require HTTP status code that we just installed. Okay. Just going to remove this for now. Require HTTP status code. Why is it not suggesting it? HTTP status code. So from this status code, we can actually destructure status codes. So we can do const status codes like so. So in all of this, where we have a status code, we need to status code dot whatever this would be. Right, status code. Now movie title and year is required. Let's say the user tries to create a movie without passing the movie title and the year. That would be what, like more like a badge request from the client, right? So we can do dot badge request. So this when you over on, it tells you that this is an error 400. So it's much more, makes it easier, right? And useful. So this would be status code. You guessed right. Status code dot created, right? Dot created. So you actually guessed right. Then this would be what? Status code the what? Sorry. Status code sorts. Server internal error, right? Internal error. Internal server error, and that should be 500. So with this, we can easily tweak it as we like. Just something this status code that bad request. Then status code. This will be since 200 is okay, the okay. Status code, the okay. Then I'm just going to copy this bit of time. Now, let's test this functionality for the get movie by ID. So we're expecting a param like so, because that's how we handle it in the router, like so. So let's go back to local shootout, create a new tab. I'm just going to copy this. So this is a get request. I'm going to change the HTTP method. Okay, so it's a get already. I'm just going to do /movie, then / the ID of the movie. And the ID of this movie is, let's say I pass in just anything and I hit send. I get cast object, field for value, blah, blah, blah. What's happening? Let's check. So I have GYGB cannot cast object ID field for value. Okay, so we have movies ID. In our movie controller, we have get movie by ID. So /movie. Okay, let's see what could be wrong. So I'm just going to console.log ID here. I'm going to send. So the cast error, we can just search that, but let's just check. So we have our ID to be GUI. Remember, these are the middlewares that we have, the logger, adding custom data we have here. That's why you're seeing all of this log. Then we have that we are actually logging the ID. Cast to object ID failed for value GUI, probably because there's no movie that exists like so. I'm wondering why we have that error. So let's check. Let's use the actual ID for this. So the ID is blah blah blah. Like so. Let's go back to postman and do right and read send. So it does work. So we're having that cast error. Why? Because we do not have a movie that has that kind of ID. So that's what the cast object ID field. Cast object error. Cast error means that the particular ID is not found in the database, right? So and the ID is expecting. Oh, sorry. So the ID is expecting a 24 character X string. So let's say I have this like so. This is in particular for the X-Men movie. And I just changed 7 to 5 and I hit send. We see that movie with. So why we're having the cast error, I meant to say, was because it was expecting a 24 character string and we sent in something, just a random alphabet. So that's what the cast error is. So it does not match the object, the format of Mongo's ID, and that is why we had that kind of error. So that was why. But we're still going to learn to handle errors gracefully too. We are already handling that, but we could actually create the error middleware. That's what I mean to say. So we now have the get movies by ID working, right? We have it working already. Now, when we did that particular thing with GBB and we hit send, you can just see that the message was actually nice because we're sending not the entire error message. Why you're seeing all of this is because we are logging the entire error message, the entire error object, I mean to say. But in the response, the status, in the response, we are sending in just the error message. That's why you're seeing just cast object ID failed for. So it was expecting a 24 string, but we sent in just a random stuff. So that works. So we have a functionality to get a movie by a particular ID, right? Now, how do we just going to ensure that we have something that works already? Now, how do we how do we update a movie ID? So I'm going to create more movies so we can actually test the get all movies. I'm going to remove this get movies. I think it's just confusing. Let's just use get all movies. So I'm going to create more movies. I'm just going to call this here. I'm going to call it Beauty in Black. Beauty in Black. And I hit 2024 and I hit send. Movie rating cannot be. I'm just going to do 10 and I hit send. So we now have Beauty in Black. If I refresh the database, we're going to see Beauty in Black. Just seated perfectly. Sitting pretty. So we have Beauty in Black now. So let's create a function to get all movies. Right? So let's come to our movies controller. Let's create a function called const get all movies. And we're going to just call this async, follows the structure request and response. Then also, now how do we work around this? We can do const movies. Now it won't be movie, it will be movies, right? So it will be Now, async function, we have to undo errors gracefully. Let's just do try catch error, right? In console the log error. I'm just going to count the log error. I'm going to send back this entire error message. And remember, we're going to work with an async wrapper over time as we proceed, so we can undo try and catch better. So let's just do const movies. Const movies is equals to await movie model dot find. Now there's a difference between find one and find. And when you do find one means you just want to find a particular resource that matches whatever logic that will be passed here. When you do the find, it finds everything. It returns an array of everything that exists, every resource that exists in the movie model X. So if you do the find, and if you just do console.log movies, I'm just going to send back. So now this would be an array because we're finding everything. It returns an array of objects of data that exists in the movie model. So if I do if no movies, that is we do not have any movies, just so this if movies are length is equal to 0, right? That is the array is empty. We want to return no data found. So I'm just going to send 404. So that is not found. Not found. And I'm going to do no movies. No movies has been created yet. So we have it like so. Then if there's the movie, we just want to send back the movie, right? So that's an array. I'm just going to do send this here like so that I'll change so I'll send the data to movies. And I can call this all movies. And I can do all movies returned. All movies are returned successfully. So we have it like so. So we can export this also to get all movies. Then in our movie router, I'm just going to do get all movies. So we import it also. Make sure you always import it. So if we come back to so this should just be slash get all movies. It does not take any param ID, right? I'm just going to copy this, then go to localhost 3000 and postman and slash get all movies, like localhost 3000, and this will be slash get all movies. Then I'm going to hit get request, right? You get request. So if I hit send, we should get an array. So we have all movies returned successfully, then all movies, we see X-Men, and we see Beauty in Black. So we have 200. Okay. Sounds great. So how do we delete a movie? Let's talk about how to delete a movie. I can just remove all of these endpoints for now. I'm just going to leave them here, blocked. And you remember where we referenced? This was when we were talking about middleware blocking, and this was when we were just doing a random test with 2 router parameters, user ID and movie ID in the previous section before we started talking about database. So let's just talk about how to delete a movie. So to delete a movie, we simply can do const. Let's create a function called delete movie. Then we do async request and response, right? Try catch. I think I'm just going to copy everything that I have here. Try. Just going to copy it like so and paste it here. Try catch. Please ignore this. Then we do to delete a movie. Now to delete a movie, how do you think we have to work around it? We have to know the particular movie that we're deleting, right? So what comes to mind? We're using the ID of the movie. So we do const ID. So we have to pass the ID as a route parameter, right? Request the params ID, right? Then we do await movie dot find. We find movie by ID, right? We can just say ID. Getting better. So if the movie does not exist, so this will be a movie not found. Just say movie with ID does not exist. And if it exists, I'm just going to call this data, and I'll send back the movie like so. Now hit save. Then we're having unexpected. Okay, where is the error coming from? So this should be like so. I think that should be fixed the error. Now movie like so we have the delete movie function. We're going to pass export it also delete movie. Then right here, what we can do is we can comment this back in, then pass in ID as the route parameter. So what we want to do here is I will just change this stuff to movies deleted successfully. Delete movie. I'll do movies deleted successfully here. Like so. Like so. Movies like successfully. If I hit save, I think I'm getting an error here. Delete movie, okay? So I hit save because I've not imported. So we are passing the delete as a raw parameter. So let's just grab the ID of X-Men 7. Then if you come to, so this would be a delete request. So it will be router.delete. Remember not post or get delete because we want to delete a resource. So do change the HTTP method to delete, localhost 3000, change back to delete. Then I just pass in. So it's delete movie, right? Delete movie. Delete movie, then I just pass it like so. Then I do not need anything else. So if I hit send, movie is deleted successfully. So let's refresh and see if X-Men does go off. Or we just have beauty in black sitting perfectly. We still have beauty in black and X-Men sitting perfectly means that our delete functionality, oh, I think did not go through. So I'm just going to check my logic and see what was wrong. Let's see what we doing wrong. So we get the ID, we find the movie by ID, and we did not delete the movie. So what we did simply was we just found the movie and we did not delete it. So how do you think we're going to do it? So MongoDB movie model, I forgot, has a and delete. So you can find by ID and delete. So that's what we ought to have because we want to delete. We just did find by ID. So if we hit send now, it should go off truly. So if we refresh, beauty in black, like Kimi, should be sitting pretty in the ballerina's house. Don't mind me, I'm just joking. That's people who are seeing beauty in black. See ballerina as a ballerine. So let's proceed to now work on the update. So the resource has been deleted successfully, right? So let's proceed to update, to do the update functionality. So should I leave that to you? So let's just call it, should I leave that to you? Let's do it. Let's do const updated, no, update movie. In fact, we're just going to copy all of this at the top. Delete movie, like so. Paste this below like so. And I'm going to call this update movie. Update movie. Still doing the same thing. Update movie. Now we want to say update the details of a movie, right? So it would be like a patch request. Let's just use patch. So we get the particular ID of the movie that we want to update. And aside updating it, we want to send a resource alongside. We want to send a content from the client alongside. Like let's say the initial title was X-Men and we want to change it to Flash or Lucifer. We want to send the title that we want. So we'll be expecting a data from the client from the request.body, right? So we can do const data is equal to request.body. So we can say if data does not provide any data, we want to return an error, right? So we say if not data, if there's no data, we want to say return res.status. So it will be a status code.batch request for JSON, right? We send a message. Data is required. Just data is required. Then we hit save, right? Then what else? We can now find by ID and do find by ID and update. So how do we call the find by ID and update? So this is a little bit tricky. We can use different methods. If we do find, we can do find by ID. Now we can find the movie by ID. Then once we get the movie, we can then proceed to update whatever we want. So we can say movie.title, right? The movie that we found, the title of that movie is equal to the new title, so data.title. So we can now return movie is updated successfully. You can use this, or you can also use find by ID and update. We're going to use it in other implementations. So let's just export update movie, and call this back update movie. Where we're expecting the ID. So the route is update movie, right? I'm just going to go back to localhost. I'm going to change this to patch. Should be patch request. Okay, it's patch already. Let's change it to patch. Localhost 3000. Localhost 3000. Then slash this slash the ID. Let's just use this ID of beauty in black. Why is it not copying? Beauty in black. And I'm just going to send the title. If I hit send and I do not provide anything, data is required. But if I do body, raw, JSON, I do title, and I say I want to change beauty in black to flash, and I hit send. Movies updated successfully, and if we refresh this here, we should have beauty in black to now be flash. Still not working. What could be wrong? Now, I did movie.title. I did movie.title here. Movie.title is equals to data.title, but I did not save. So I have to do await movie.save. I have to save the new change, await movie.save, and I hit save. So this ensures that the data.title now becomes the movie.title, right? So if I go back to postman, this is still loading, should have shown connecting, connected, blah, blah, blah. Why is it taking time? Let's go back to postman. If I hit send, it does work now. It does work now. So let's go back to, it says movies are rated successful. Let's refresh. Now beauty in black should now be flash. So it does work. So we have to, whenever you make a change like so, you have to actually make sure that you have movie.save to save the new update. So with this, we've simply performed CRUD operation on our movie schema. And that being said, let's go a little bit deeper into the rabbit hole. Now, as we proceed to go deeper, we can actually create a functionality whereby we undo routes that does not exist, or routes that we do not have configured in our API structure. So let's say a user calls or a client calls localhost 3000 slash movies or new movies. And since in our router we do not have any functionality that handles new movie, we want to handle such requests gracefully. So we can create a not found middleware that helps us return a route does not exist message. So let's just create a not found.js. Then we can say const not found is equal to async request and response, like so. Then we can just say rest.status. We can do 400, right? .json. We can send a message saying routes does not exist. So you know that rather than us saying 400, we can just use the HTTP status code, right? So we can just say status code dot not found. So with this, we have to export it. Modo.export is equal to not found. Now, because this is a wildcard endpoint, we can just configure it in our app.js like so. Just below the router, the movie router, you can do app.use not found. Alright, so it imports by default at the top like so. So if a user goes to postman now and does let's say a get request, localhost 3000 slash movie slash, let's just say get movies. Let's just use this and hit send. We can see that we get a 404 route does not exist. So by doing by using this not found middleware, we are actually, if you notice, we do not pass the next keyword, right? It means that we are not passing, it's intended to be the last middleware to run. So we have no intentions of passing it to the next middleware, and that's why we're not using the next keyword. So let's say we move this the not found above this and we do it like so, and we hit send. Sorry, because the server is still loading. Okay, just if we hit send, we see route does not exist. And let's say we want to use a route that does exist. If we hit send, we still get route does not exist because the way Express handles routes or requests is from top to bottom, and we are calling this not found before the movie router. So it must always come below the router's configuration. So if we hit send, this should work. If we still have the movie now, we see that it's the API is actually, because we do not have, we deleted the Beauty in Black, no, the X-Men. So it's telling us that it does not, the movie with that ID is not found. So it's working now. So the not found should always come as the last middleware that in our configuration. So that being said, we've learned how to perform CRUD operations in MongoDB that says create, read, update, and delete. We've also learned how to, just like what we did now, we also learned how to handle routes that does not exist. Right? I would say that if you look at our application, there's a major flaw. And what is the major flaw? Let's say, firstly, if a user does not have an account, and a user comes to just by having the API endpoint and just does local shooters and get all movies, they get to see all the movies that exist. And it's really no good for us. And it's a major flaw in our code logic. So how do we handle all of this? And this is why we have to talk about authentication and authorization. So what authentication will help us do is it will ensure that for any user to call this get all movies endpoint, they should have an existing account on the platform, right? So our API endpoint will not just be accessible to everybody or anybody. Now, let's say, okay, let me just start explaining what this is. So if you look at our API right now, our API has a massive security problem. So it means that anyone with the URL that we have, say like localhost 2000, can access it. So anyone can see all the movies that we have in our database, and also anyone can delete everything. So imagine if this app was now with 3 users. So it's going to be a total chaos, right? So what we want to do now is, well, we are going to try to fix this vulnerability, and also would be learning how to use the JWT, which means the JSON Web Token, right? So it helps us to prevent these vulnerabilities, right? So that anybody cannot just come to the platform to delete a movie, or anyone cannot just see all the movies. Let me give a quick illustration. Let's say we have a push request like localhost 3000 creates movie, and a particular user, let's call the user Alice, creates a movie. Let's say they create Beauty in Blacks and they hit send. They create a movie. Imagine another user called, let's say Bob, comes on the platform and finds this particular movie and deletes it. So we also want to ensure authorization. Now, what is the difference between authentication and authorization? Let me try give a real analogy. Let's say I'm coming to visit you at your house. And in your house, you do not want, say, crocodiles or alligators to come into the house. You want to confirm that I belong to your species, like I'm an Homo sapien, I'm a human being. So you check through your gate and you see that, okay, this person is a human being. It can come in. So that is authentication. You're confirming that this person can come into your house. Now, let's say I come into your house for the first time. We're not really friends, and I just want to barge into your bedroom where your wife is. You're going to be skeptical. You're going to say, what are you trying to do in my bedroom? So I am not authorized, though I have been allowed into your house, I am not authorized to go into your bedroom to lay with your wife. So that is what authorization is. So just like Harley's creating a movie, Bob should not be authorized or should not have the ability, though they've been both authenticated on the platform, right? Bob should not have the ability to delete the movies that Alice has created. So we have to fix all of this vulnerability, right? And that being said, we would have to like create an endpoint where a user can log in, can register login, say we can actually implement updates user details or maybe change password. I might leave that to you. But basically user have to be able to log in, then a user should be able to register login, and also user should have authorization, right, to perform certain tasks. So we must implement authorization functionality alongside to prevent anything that might cause any form of misunderstanding. Now, npm, like I've said, also npm comes with quite a number of useful tools, right? So npm comes with what we call the JWT. Now, if I search npm JWT, or let's just search JWT means JSON Web Token. I search JSON Web Token npm. If you come to the npm documentation, you see that an implementation of JSON Web Token, it tells us that this was well developed by. So the JSON Web Token basically gives us the ability to perform authentication and authorization easily in Node.js. I'm just going to say that, but as we get into programming, you're going to see into coding, you're going to see how all of this works. So that being said, let's proceed to create a user schema, right? So a user schema whereby they can get to register and log in. So if we copy this, let's just copy this at first, then let's install JSON Web Token. Let's npm install JSON Web Token so to get added to our dependencies, right? Now we can create. Now the next step is because of the vulnerability, we want to create a user schema, right? Because we want to ensure that certain users can perform certain things. Because with our current logic, anybody can just do anything. So let's create a user schema, right? So you can say user schema.js. So we can do const model like we did before. We can do const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. So require mongoose, then we can do const user schema, camel casing, user schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema. Right, new mongoose dot schema, like so. Then what's the first thing that I would want to? I want like an email, right? User should have an email, and this email would be type of string. Now, one thing that I want us to notice is that the email must be unique, right? We don't want multiple users to share the same email. So we can enforce it by saying true, then say email already exists. Email already exists. Now, what other thing? Email already exists. What am I getting? I should not be getting an error here. Sorry, let me see what I've done. Okay, email already exists. So we have this email being set. What other thing do you think we should do? Should the user have should it be required? Yes, it should be required. So required should be true also. Then we can say please provide email. Like so. Then we can also say password or name. Let's do name. We're going to do name. I'm going to copy all of this. So the name should be required as the name of the user, type of string, true. Name does not have to be unique. We have people that can have the same names, but different personalities. So I'll just say, please provide name. Then also we can say that the user should have a password, right? Then password can be type of string, right? Password can be type of string. Please provide password. Then what else? I think that is all. Is there any other thing we should add? Let's just do mongoose. Let's export its module or export. Then do mongoose the model, right? Then we say user. So this will create a user collection in our movies DB on MongoDB. So we can now say user schema. Thinking, is there any other thing? Email name, password. What else? So Now, with this functionality, we're simply saying that we want a user to be able to log in, to a user to be able to create an account, to be able to log in also. And we also want to have protected routes. So those protected routes is that we're ensuring that only certain users can do certain things, right? So let's also add timestamp. Remember what this timestamp does? Timestamps to be true. So it helps us track when the user creates an account and if they get to update it, right? So we see the created at and updated at variables. Now we can proceed, since we have our user model, we can now proceed to start working on the controller, right? So we can create this user.js like so. Then we can do cons register. So this will be our register controller. Let me just call it. So I'm going to say register, right? I'm going to do async, then request and response. Now, when a user wants to create an account, is it a get, a post, a put, or patch? It is a post request, right? It is a post request because we will be receiving data from the client. So it could be const data is equals to request or body. So if you do as the control.log data, I'll just say this is the registration details. This is registration details. Then I'll just say comma, then data. So with this, we'll be able to see the data that the user sends from the request, from the client request. So now how do you create a data? We can actually use quite a number of implementations. The more you delve into MongoDB, there are quite a number of them. Some people might do new user schema. So this are my ID vscode automatically imports it from model. You know how to import something. Some people might do new user schema, then just pass in data like so. Then now say const new user is equal to something like this. Const new user is equals to something like this. But we do not want to use this approach. I do not want to use that approach. I can just do const new user is equal to await user schema dot create. So I want to just create, that was what we used just for consistency. That was what we used when we were actually creating a movie. Dot create. I'm fond of using dot create, so I'll just go with it. So dot create what data. Dot create, then it receives data. Now, because in our user schema, we have email required. In fact, the password too is required. In fact, all the feeds are required. So we can say, if not, we can say if the user does not provide any data, right? We can return an error and say return response.status. Now just say status code the badge request as a badge request because are you not sending anything to the client? So the server, I mean to say, so .json, I'll say message, please provide data, or just say data is required. So you can, as you deem fit, I'll just say data is required. Required. Yeah. So data is required, like so. Then we can now, if it does work, we can proceed to create a new user, then send a response back to the client that a new user has been created. So I'm just going to copy this. Then I'll do, that's one of the status. Everything is created. This will be created. Then I'll say user is created successfully. User is created successfully. Then I'll send in, some people might call it payload, or I'll just say data. I'll just say data and I'll say new user. So with this, we're sending back the new user to the client and we can export it. Node.export. Node.export like so. As I say register. So with this, we've exported the register endpoint. So let's test it to see if it works. But we have to also configure it in our routes. Remember that in our routes, we just handled only for movies. So let's proceed to do the same for users. So if we say user.js and I do const, remember how we handle the route in the movies? We do const router is equals to require express.router, then we call it like so. Then we can now do, because it's a push request, you can do router.post. Then we say register. Then we can now call the register function. Like so from the controller, from the user controller. Then we can now do export the router module.export is equals to router. Then in our app.js, remember that we only have the movie router. We only have our app using the movie router. So we have to import the user router to user router is equals to require /route, okay, /route/user routes/user. So we have it like so. Then we can tell our app to use app.use user router. So we're good to go. Then what do we have to do next? Let's test our API. So now, what if a user sends, I'm thinking about something. Okay, let's try postman. Let's create a new push request. I'm just going to create a new one. I'm going to make sure this is post. I'm going to say localhost 3000/register. Now it's sent. It's telling me that data is required. Now, just for better specificity in our code, right here in our app.js, I can proceed to do something like this /v1/user to track the version of. So sometimes when you're working with a team, you want to like always track the version of the implementation that you've made so far. So you can do /v1/user. But in this case, I'm just going to do /user. Then for movies, I'm going to do /movies like so. So rather than just saying /register, I'll just do /user/register. And if I hit send, it still works. So it's telling us why are we getting data is required, because we were not sending anything in the body. So I'm going to select raw, make sure that it's in JSON. So because I'm not sending anything in the body, I'm saying that data is required. So let's say I attach. Remember that in our user schema, we are requiring email, name, and password. What if the user just sends only email like so? Let's say johndoe@gmail.com. I'll hit send. We're saying validation error field, user validation field, please provide password, please provide name, and blah, blah, blah. So it's telling us that the user validation field, we only see email log, but we need other things like the name and password. So I feel like we can actually undo that better. So we can say if not data.type, if not data.name, or if not. So right here, I'm just going to say if not data.name, or if not data.email. I'm sure that there's a better way to handle this with JavaScript, or if not data.password. I think that is all. Name, email, and password, right? I can just say, please provide name, email, and password. I'll say email, name, and password is required. So if I hit send now, we can handle the error gracefully. So I think our server was still loading. So if I hit send, please provide email, name, and password. So let's say I now do name to be John, right? And I do password. To be 12345. String also, and I hit send. We see that user is created successfully, John Doe, John, and all of that. But still, remember that this is an async function. Everything does not happen instantly. Let's say we have a server error. Now, this is error that we are handling is just validation error. Let's say we have a server error. We are not actually handling it gracefully, remember? So we have to use the try and catch. Remember the pizza analogy. So we have to use the try and catch error, console.log error, then to the client. What do we want to send to the client? We're just going to copy this. I'm going to send status code 500 internal server error. If there's an error, then if everything is in a scenario whereby everything was successful, we're going to put all of this in the try block. The try handles successes and the catch handles error. So now we have if we go back to MongoDB and we refresh, I hope it does not tell me to log in. if we go back to MongoDB and we refresh, we're going to see all the movies that we have. So now let's create get all movies. Let's create the get all movies endpoint. Now our we have a major issue before we even create get all user endpoints or get all registered user endpoint. We have a major issue. Our password is now being stored as what? As a string. Right. So how do we address this? Like how do we address this? Because our password, now if you check the DB, if you refresh, our password is stored as plain string, and it's very bad. If you click on users, you can see that our password is stored as plain string. So we have to fix this. It's a major vulnerability. Now, just like I usually say, npm comes with quite a number of packages, and one of them is bcrypt. So if you search npm bcrypt, if you click on this, we can install it. Then you can proceed to read documentation. We're going to copy this npm bcrypt. So I'm going to install bcrypt like so. Npm install bcrypt. So what bcrypt does is that bcrypt helps with hashing of password, and it's a one-way process. It's irreversible, and it gives us the ability to compare passwords and to actually hash a password and passing salting. So salting is a concept in cybersecurity. I'm not really a cybersecurity person, but I think it helps to you can pass in bcrypt, you can pass in a number as salting around. So the more we salt, the slower the hashing process is, but the more secure it is. And the higher the salt number, the higher it becomes computationally expensive. So we have to use bcrypt to prevent our password from being stored as just plain string, so that even admins cannot just see what a user has stored their password as, right? So in our register functionality, some developers would actually even configure this hashing process in the schema, but because we're just getting started, let's just configure it in our register. So because we've installed bcrypt, we can actually import it. Bcrypt is equals to require bcrypt. So we have bcrypt here. Now we can create a state here. We can do const hashed password. We can create a variable. I said state. This is not Next.js or React. So I can do await bcrypt dot hash. It comes with this functionality to hash password. Then I can do data dot password. So I pass in the password I want to hash. Right. So now remember that we are sending the entire data that we receive initially. We are sending it like so, the email, John, and email name and password. But now we want to send the email, the name, and password as hashed password, not just the normal password. I think I do not have to use that with keyword. Yeah. So rather than sending email, name, and password, I want the value of password to now be hashed password, right? So I can use destructuring. I can do something like so, data, then I can now do password, right? Is now hashed password. Let's see if that will work. Hashed password. So this is going to send every other thing. Like this is destructuring. No, this is not destructuring. I'm trying to remember the term. This is not destructuring. I can't remember what this is for. I use it a lot. So let's hit send again. We're going to get an error that a user with that email already exists. So user validation field, password is pending. Okay, so we have to use the await keyword with that bcrypt. So we can see that we're receiving something like promise. Let's use await keyword. So our server has crashed. I'm going to say await hashed password, and I'm going to hit send. Let's see if that should work. If I hit send, so data and salt arguments are required. Yes. So in my bcrypt.hash, I only passed in the password, but I did not pass in the salt thing. I talked about salting. So I'm trying to see the documentation here about bcrypt. README. So if you're submitting bugs, security and issue concerns, dependencies, compatibility notes, usage. So it tells us to require Bitscript to declare the sort round and all. So I'm trying to see what the sort round, if they explain it here. But so basically it comes with the compare functionality, the hash functionality, and the sort round. So, and you can even pass in a callback to handle maybe error or further hashing processes as you proceed to store it in your database. But for now, let's just do bcrypt.hash, then we'll pass in the sort round to be 10. So this sort round is to be used in encryption. If specified as a number, then the sort will be generated with. So the sorting helps to actually, it's the degree to which we want our password to be secure, something like that. Yeah. So that's what the sorting is, and you can read more about it. Remember that AI is your friend, right? So if we're getting this error that data and sort arguments are required. So let me hit send again and see if that is resolved. Email already exists. So it's because remember that in our movie schema here, in our user schema here, I mean to say we said that the email is unique. So I'm just going to call this Jane Doe and I hit send. If I hit send, we see that the password is now hashed. So we get email. Now if we go back to our database and I refresh, I'm just going to delete Jane because it's not good to store password as plain strings. All right. Then we see that Jane Doe now, the password is now stored as string. So let me delete John Doe. So what some developers might do as they proceed is rather than even passing the sort round directly here, in our .env, we can create something like this: sort round is equal to 10. Then here in our user schema, I can just say process.env.sort rounds. So it automatically treats it as 10. So we have our login functionality already set. So what we have to do now is we have the registration functionality set. Now what we have to do now is do login, right? So let's create a login function. We're going to do const login is equals to async require and request and response, right? Then try and catch the catch block. So just try undo success and the catch undo error, console.log error, right? So we can just console.log error, then return the error message if there's an error. Now in the try block, let's also export login. Now in the try block, firstly, in logging in, we want to check if the user exists, right? So we can do const user is equals to await user schema dot find. Then we want to check if the user exists. So most of the time, user is going to log in by email and password. So we can not find by ID now. We can do find one, right? We can do find one, email and email. Or let's say data.email. So the data.email will be whatever the user sent from the client, right? So we're expecting the data because when the user wants to log, they're sending a request. So the request will have body. That is what the data that they want to use to log in, right? So data.request.body. Then we can say if not, we can undo this also. If not, email and password. So let's just destructure it like so. Let's just destructure email and password from the body, from the data. So we say if not email, and if the user does not also provide the password, we want to return. I'm just going to copy what we have here, like so. Then I'm going to do return badge request. Please provide email and password. Please provide email and password. Then in my const request, in my try block, I'm going to find the email, user by email, since I've already destructured email, like so from the data. Then if the user does not exist, I'm going to return. Remember that we almost always use the return keyword in the conditions. Then return badge request, user not found, right? Or should that be a 404? I was going to say user not found. I'm just going to say user not found. I'm going to leave it as badge request. So if the user does not exist, but if the user exists, we now want to check that the password that the user is putting matches what we have hashed on the database, right? We want to check that what the user puts in matches what we have hashed. So we can do const compare password. Now we're going to be using the bcreate compare password. Remember that, let's check the bcreate documentation. We can see compare, it takes in the plain text and the hashed password. So we remember that we have the hashed password in our database, right? So we can do await bcrypt compare, right? Compare. Now we're going to pass in what? The plain text, that would be password, and the hashed password. So that would be user.password. Remember that we are finding the user first. So this will be the user in the database. So if you do user.password, it's going to reference the hashed password. So this is either true or false. So if you say if not compare password, we'll just say we can return. So this is either true or false. The compare is returning a boolean. So we can say bad request. We say incorrect password. So if it is false, but if the user does exist, we're going to send a response. I'm just going to copy this here, like so. We're going to respond and say login is successful. So I'm going to say login is okay. So say login is successful. Then I can return a data payload. I'm just going to say data. Then I'm going to return user. I'll just say user is user, the user that we found here. So let's check if this functionality works. So if we go back to our user router, we do router, this is a push request to write, because the user is sending something from the client and they want to log in, although they are not creating a new resource. So I'm just going to do /login, then I'm going to say login. So this login is the function from our controller. So we already have our app.js to handle our user router. So we have to do localhost 3000/user/login. So let's go back to postman, I'm going to just change this to /user/login. Then I'm going to say, I'm going to remove the name. If I try to use Jane-Doe and I hit send, we have login is successful, but we're returning the user data and we're returning their password alongside, which is bad. Let's say I change the name, I use the wrong name, I hit send, we're seeing user not found because we don't have a Jado. What we have is Jane-Doe. If I hit send, it does work, but we're sending in the password and it's bad for the client. We should not be sending the password over the database. So one implementation that we can use, I did not see that before, we can decide to destructure this, right? I can just say const user data is equal to something like, I can just do user and I will do password, right? I can destructure, no, I can do user, then I'll do user.password. User.password. But this is a JavaScript object, so this will not work. How can I do this? Well, one method to returning this is to do we can do .select, then do -password. Yes, this should work. But I know this approach too should also work. I don't know why I'm not wrapping my head around this, but if you do .select and -password, we should not be sending the user the password too. So let's try it. Let's hit send. Argument data and argument hash required. Oh, so because we're removing password, we cannot access password here. And because we cannot access password here, since we've removed it from the user that we find -password, what we can do is we can now destructure other data from the user and isolate the password. So basically, the user is by default returned as a Mongoose document. So we have to convert it to a JavaScript object to enforce the destructuring function, right? So I can remove the .select password that we have here, like so. .select minus password. So right here, I can convert this user. I can just say user to JS object. I'm just going to call this. Yes, that's JS object. So I can do user to object. Then I can now destructure other data and isolate password. So I can do it like so. Const password. I can just call password hashed password. Since I already have your password variable at the top, so it would not conflict. And I can do other data like so. Then I can destructure it from user to JS object. So what I can push it to do here is in this user, I can just send other data. So with this, I've successfully been able to isolate password. So let's test that in postman. So if I hit login and I hit send, I now get login is successful, the ID, email, and I did not get the password returned. Well, there's another approach. Some people might just do delete. Some people might do delete, might use delete keyword. They can just do delete user.password here. If you just delete user.password or do user, that approach can work. So let's try it out here. For it send, user to object is not defined. Wait, okay, I'm just going to console to log this out. Then it send again. Oh, it sends the password. Delete user.password. Then I think we have to do await user.save. Yeah, something like this. I'm not sure if that approach will work, but I'm quite sure that we can use the delete keyword, but it's not working. So for now, let's just go with the, I might like revisit this later. Let's just go with the destructuring method. So other data, like so. So with this, we are sending back the user data without sending the password. So we have our register and login functionality in place already, right? So we also want to create the update function whereby a user can decide to update their profile, right? So let's do const update profile. We can say async, request and response, right? Then we can find the user, right? We can find the user. Now, I want to throw a question. How do we know that the current user is actually the user? Or how do we know that the user that is logged in is the one that wants to update their particular profile? Because in updating the user, it's either we receive a request parameter, right? So that we know that this is the ID that is associated with the user, so, right? So there are quite a number of approaches to this, and this is where JWT token comes in. So let's say we have two users on our app, then a particular user wants to update the profile of another user. How do we enforce or how do we ensure that the current user is the user that wants to update the profile? That is another user is not doing it on behalf of the other person. And so when we talk about authorization, we have to actually now implement JSON Web Tokens. I remember that we installed JSON Web Tokens. So basically, let's revisit what a JSON Web Token is. So let's go back to our browser and search what is a JSON Web Token. So this is the website JWT.io. So a JSON Web Token is an open standard that defines a compact and self-contained way for securely transmitting information between parties as a JSON object. So it helps with securely transmitting information between parties as a JSON object. So the JSON Web Token can be used for quite a number of things. There are some scenarios. It can be used for authorization and information exchange. So a JSON Web Token has three structures. It has the header, the payload, and the signature. So this would be the header, this would be the payload, and this would be the signature. So the header typically consists of two parts: the type of the token, which it is, for example. So the header is the type of token that it is, right? The type of token and the signing algorithm and the type. Then the payload is the second part, that is this, like so, the second one after the dot. The payload is claims about the second part of the token is the payload, which contains the claim. So the claims are a statement about an entity like data. So, and we also have the signature. So the signature is the part you have to take the encoder, is the part you have to take the encoded header, the encoded payload, the secret, the algorithm. So the signature is more like the secret, like the secret of the JWT token. And we're going to so it tells us, putting all of that together, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have something that looks like this. So this first part will be the header, then the other one, the payload, and the last part will be the signature. So we have to use JSON Web Tokens to enforce that authorization is adequately done, and we have it installed here. So let's proceed. Now, remember that when we were creating the register, we ensured that we hashed the password and all of that stuff. So when we want to log in, we can also create, whenever a user logs in, we attach an authorization token, or we attach a token with that particular user, right? So how do we do that? So it is from that token that we can ensure that this user that is logging in is the owner of this token. So we use the token for authorization and ensuring that user can perform certain tasks like updating his or own profile, viewing their own movies and all of that. So how do we implement this? So the first step is to actually import JSON Web Token by doing const, let's say JSON Web Token, or JWT is equal to require JSON Web Token, like so. Then in our login, after we have all of these, the compare password, we can do const token, right? So we can do JWT dot sign. So we're signing what? Now, if you look at this particular sign object, the sign object takes in the payload and it takes in a secret. So we can sign with this. We can do JWT dot sign, right? So we can, what do we want to sign? We want to pass in the payload. So the payload is like the data that we want to attach to the particular token. So we can say the email of the user. So email of the user. Then we can attach the JWT secret. Now, the JWT secret is very, very important. In what sense? So the JWT secret helps us to create a unique identifier for each token that we can actually use to verify each token, right? So most of the time, the JWT token is expected to be 32 character, to be a 32 character string for better security, right? So we can, the JWT secret should not be exposed, so we can create it in a .env file. And just say JWT secret like so. We can call it something, but in a normal, I'm just going to say OX blah 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 blah. So, yep. But it should be something that is secure, and I think the longer the length, the better secure it is. So in my right here, I can just do process.env.jwt secret. Now, while this is done, we can also now set, why are we getting an error? Missing initializer in const declaration. Okay, so because we did not complete this, I'm just going to console.log it out. Then also, we can pass in the time when the token would expire, right? So we can pass in when the token will expire. So if I click on, if I just click on JWT.sign, so you see that it takes in the payload, the secret, and the sign options. So the sign options can be expiry date and some other stuffs. So we're just going to put in when the token will expire. So I do not want that to be public too, so I can just do JWT expires in. If I just say 7 days, like so, this would mean that the token expires in 7 days. 1H will mean 1 hour. And all of these are in the documentation. So let's go back to users. I'm just going to pass in what expires in. So it should be process.env.jwt expires in. So why I saved it in the .env. JWT expires in. So so we have our token being set. So if we log console.log token, so we can see it, console.log token, I can now proceed to send the token to alongside. I'll just do token to be token. So when what we're doing here is we're creating a JWT token and we're sending it back as a response to the client. So the client can maybe decide to store it, that is the front-end user or the front-end developer can decide to store it in maybe in session or as a local storage for authorization and all of that. Now, we have this set up. We can go back to our login and test it. If we hit send, we see that a unique token has been created. So what we can do now is we can actually now use this token to perform certain tasks. So whenever a user creates an account, do we have to check if the user is doing anything? If the user, it's the right user that wants to know, we do not have to authorize that particular route for registration. Do we have to authorize for login? The only things we have to check for login is if the email exists in database, or we do not necessarily have to enforce authorization. But when it comes to things like updating a password or deleting a profile, we want to be sure that it is the current user that is logged in that is carrying out the that action, right? So we have a token. This first part that comes before the first dot is the header, the second is the payload, and the third is the header, payload, and secret, right? Is that it? Header, payload, and signature, I mean to say. So everything's in the documentation, how the JWT token works. You can see that this is how it is sent, authorization, authentication, when the user. So you can just check the documentation for better clarity. So we have our token being sent, and this is it logged here in the terminal. I'm just going to remove control the log token. So now we want to update profile. So what do we have to do? Now, in updating the profile, we want to be sure that the user that is logged in, because a user has to be logged in, right? The user that is logged in is the one carrying out the action. That is the current user that is logged in. And so our token will expire in 7 days. And once the 7 days is gone, the user has to like relog in. Now, to enforce authorization, we can create an authorization middleware so that in our update profile, well, let's say we have update profile and const delete profile, right? Something like this. For these actions, we want to be sure that it's the current user that is logged in that is doing the updating of the profile and deleting of their profile if they want to. Imagine that here we have to do const user, write the authorization logic here, and also come into delete profile and write the authorization topic. It's going to authorization logic is going to be very, very stressful as developers. So we want to be lazy but still be the most efficient. So what we can do is we can create a reusable code such as a middleware to always enforce this check. So we can create a middleware and do authorization. And just do authorization.js. So I'm just going to call this authorization.js. Like so. Then we have to now start implementing the logic for effecting this. So we can do const authorization and do const authorization is equal to request. It takes async, request and response, right? And because it's a middleware, it will take the word next, then next, like so. And my async is not correct, so it has to be async, right? So what do we have to do? Firstly, we want to check, when it comes to authorization, we need a token. Right? So we have to get the token from the header. So conventionally, tokens are usually attached to an header. They're usually attached to an header. So we need the token. So we can do const token, or token is equals to request dot headers dot authorization, like so. This is how we get the token from the header. Now, we can do if not token, or let's just call this auth token. Let's call it auth token. Because whenever a client is sending the response, they would attach the token here. They will come here, click on headers, then they will attach the token here. They will do authorization, then they will attach the token like the keyword bearer, bearer and the token name. So it will be e.y blah 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 blah, something like that, you get. So that is how it has been sent. So to know what the token is in our server, in our API logic, you can just, in our server logic, you can just tap into it by doing request.headers.authorization. Right, so I'm just going to do console.log auth token so we can see. Then I'll do if the auth token is not provided, or if the auth token does not start with, this is a JavaScript method, it does not start with bearer, right? I can just do, I can return a response, return response.status, I'll just use status code dot unauthorized, let me use unauthorized, right? Or I should just write and use, I'll just do bad request, I'll just say, the JSON, sorry, the JSON, then I'll send a message, please provide token, like so. Let's just export the middleware module, the export is equal to authorization. Now, I can see even the token, if you did not provide the token, let's return an error that please provide token, right? So with this, we have this logic in place that checks for our token. Now, I'm going to explain how we're going to use the authorization middleware. So what we can do next is now try to decode the token. So once we've checked this, that the user has provided the token, we can now do const decoded token. Const decoded token is equal to await, or we can just do, is this, does it need to, is it, I do await, I'm going to know, await JWT dot JWT, okay, so I have to import JWT, so I'll do const JWT is equal to require JSON web token. So what we're doing here, we're importing JWT, we've created this authorization middleware, we're checking if the auth token is sent whenever the request is being made, right? Then we're checking if the user provides the auth token and if it starts with bearer, because conventionally, when you're sending it, you have to attach the word bearer. So you might be thinking that, why do we have to use the word bearer? Like, why is it used? So firstly, it's an HTTP standard. And also, what this bearer simply implies is that it takes a token at first, and it simply means that is indicating that we need to verify this token. So it's not just a password or other HTTP credentials. So is allowing our server know that we need to verify this token. That is why we have to use the keyword bearer. So we can do JWT.verify, JWT.verify. So what are we verifying? We're verifying what? Now, if you see the verify function, we do not have to, it takes in the token, right? So we could just do auth token. Then it also takes in the secret. So we just do process. So we're using the secrets as the signature to check, to compare that, okay, is this the actual secret that was used to sign the token when it was being created. So remember that in our login here, we signed a token. We passed in this payload that it is this, the token is storing email, right? Then we pass this as the secret and we pass the time when it will expire. So when we are also verifying, we also need the JWT secret too in the verification, like so. So I do not have to pass the await keyword here. So we now have the decoded token. So if I do console.log decoded token, we should get the decoded token. Let's just send a response back. We do not, let's not, we just have to call next. Let's just call next after this, like so. But because this is an async operation, right? Do we have to use the try and catch? No, I don't think this is an async operation. We are not actually requesting anything. So I'm just going to leave it like so. But how do we now use this authorization middleware? So what the authorization middleware is expecting is that we're expecting the auth token, we're logging it, we're checking if the user provides, or if the client sends an auth token, if it starts with the word bearer, then if it does not, we return this error message. Then if this statement does not run, we decode the token and we consider the log token and we pass it to the next middleware, right, using the next keyword. But how do we use the authorization middleware? So Remember that we do not need to use the authorization middleware when the user is registering an account. We do not need to use the authorization middleware when the user wants to log in, but we need the authorization middleware when the user say they want to update their profile. So to do this, let's just say let's just return a response. I'm just going to return a response like so. Then when we call the update profile, I just want to do, let me just export it. I'm going to explain. Then I just want to say, yeah, just going to return profile is updated. So this would be, so let me just do 200 dot created, no, dot okay. Can I just do update is successful, just for us to test. Now, how do we enforce that our route, this particular route, the update profile uses the authorization middleware? We can come to our route section and do router.post, right? Router.post slash update profile. I'm just going to call this update profile. Then I'm going to do update profile like so. So I import it. Then to ensure that our authorization, our update profile uses the authorization middleware, we can just do authorization here like so. Authorization. So we import this authorization from the middleware's slash authorization, then we use it here like so. So by doing this, our update profile would use the authorization middleware, and this would not be using because we do not pass it here. So if I come to my update profile, if I go to postman, I copy this route, remember that it will be slash user, right, slash update profile, because this is how we configured in our app.js. So if I do slash user slash update profile and I just hit send, we should get please provide token, please provide token. And why are we getting please provide token even though we do not have any provide token configuration here? It's because we are saying that our user route should use this authorization token, and it's checking if you can see that the auth token is none, but it's checking if this is checking this statement, and because we are using the authorization middleware, it is returning that error. But if you come here to our user router like so, and we remove authorization, and we hit send. If you come here to our user, and we hit send here like so, we will just get updated successful because it's no longer using the authorization middleware. So that is how you use authorization middleware. So it can be easily reusable as a middleware. So we can now now proceed to start implementing the functionality. So let's log in once again. Let's log in. I think we have the details here. Right. Let's log in once again. If I hit send with Jane Doe, I get login successful. So I'm just going to copy this. And over time, we're going to see how to store all these tokens as a global variable or state variable in Postman. So if I come to headers, if I change this to slash update profile, right, slash update profile, and I attach the header like so, authorization, then I do bearer, and I put in the token and I hit send. So it says invalid token. So I think maybe I did not copy all of the token. Let me just check. So we're getting invalid token. So let me do bearer space bearer. So we're getting an invalid token. So let's check what could be the reason why we are getting this error. Now, let's go back to our code base and see. Now we are having auth token to be bearer EY like so, or we're getting invalid token. Why are we getting invalid token? So the verify functionality here does not have, like, we're sending bearer alongside this. So what we should be sending here as this auth token should not have the word bearer. It should just be this EY, this JWT token without the word bearer. So the bearer is is an HTTP standard, and it's just to make our logic know that we want to verify this token. It's not like a normal password or other HTTP credential, right? So how do we extract the token from the word bearer? So we can do, let's rename this to auth header. Let's just call it auth header and do console the log auth header. Then here we can do if not auth header. Then we can do if not auth header yet. So let's just change It's like so. So we can now enforce this. We can now do const auth token equal to, we can use the dot split method. Since this has a space between it always has a space, we can do auth header dot split, right? Dot split. So remember that this returns it turns it into an array, right? So the array, it will now be the second object. You know, arrays start at 0, so the bearer will be at 0, and the token will be at 1, right? Because of the space. So just for better, if I just do const auth token like so, and I do not pass it here like this, and let me just pass in my auth header. I'll just do auth header the split at 1 here like so. So we can see how we returns auth token. Then if you go back to postman and hit send, if you go to postman and hit send, you see update is successful. And in our log here, you're seeing that it returns this auth token as an array where bearer is at 0 and the token is at 1. So if we just do auth token here to be 1, then remove this, then just do auth token. So that should fix the error that we were having. So with this, our update profile function now works, right? Without throwing an error. So let's go back to our user, our update profile, and initiate or complete this functionality. Yeah, we are not done yet. In our auth token, if we console.log decoded token, you see that the decoded token is the this is when it expires. This is the I can't remember what this IAT is, but this is now the email that we attached when we were actually doing the login function. Remember that in our login function here, we passed in the sign in JWT.sign, we passed in email, and that is what we see here. We see the email to be generated, we see the expiry. I can't remember what this IAT is, or created that. Maybe this was when we created the token. So that being said, we now want to store. We can create a user request. We can do const request we can just do request the user request dot user is equal to decoded token. Is equal to decoded token. So what this is doing is we're saving the user request, that is the user initiating the request, to be the decoded token if all of this passes. So if we want to use, say, the email, we can just do decoded token dot email, right? Or we could do rec.user.email, right? We can do rec.user.email. So let me just do console.log rec.user.email and see console.log console.log request.user.email. If I hit, I think the server is still okay. If I hit send, we now see that the request.user.email is now Jane-Do. So this functionality does work like so. Now let's just go back to our user controller, and in this update profile, remember that the authorization will only be called in the update profile, right? Because this is where we pass the middleware. So if we go back to our user controller and we do const, because we've wrapped this update profile to use the authorization middleware, we could just do const email. We can destructure email, right, is equal to request or user, like so. It's just like saying email is equal to request or user dot email. And you know that was the functionality we configured here. We just did direct the user is equal to the decoded token, and we know that is Jane-Do, or whatever email that the user uses, right? So we can just do const email is equal to request the user. So I destructure email from request the user. Then I can proceed to find user. I can do const user is equals to, every user has an email, right? And it's even required in our model schema. So I can do await user schema dot find one, right? If I find by email, right? So this find, we can use it to find. Let's just do find by email. Then or we could do find one, anyone. We just do if not user, we want to return 404 that user not found. Alright, I just want to copy one of these. User not found here, like so. User not found. Then how do I initiate the update? Now remember that when a user wants to make an update, they have to send what they want to update from the client, right? Let's say their name and all of that, right? So we can now we expect something from the body, right? We can just do const data is equals to request dot body. Then they could send quite a number of things. What they might want to update. Now, this is not a change password route. This is just to maybe update their name or email, right? So we would be expecting the data, right? We'll be expecting, let's say we can do if not data dot email or if not data dot name, right? We can do return response the status. Then the status code will be bad request because we expect that they'll do .json. They'll do message. Please provide name and email, like so. Then we can now if it does not, then if that passes, we find the user by the email. Well, the user still sends. We need to know what they want to update here. So I was thinking, why do we even have to tap the email? But it's good that the authorization checks that the user is logged in. So if the user token is wrong, it just reverts with all of this. But I was thinking that why are we even looking for email if the user still sends email form? So they might decide to not send. So let's use this operator. I'll just do please provide data. More like so. Let's just do please provide data. Let's not check. So we just do if not data. Let's just do if not data. If not data, please provide data. Or data is required. Whatever you want to name that error message. Then we can find by email. Then we can now update the data that the user wants to update, right? We can use data the user wants to update. So if the user does not exist, but if the user exists, now there are quite a number of approaches to do this. We can do find by ID, find and update. We can do find one and update. Since we're not using ID to find, we can do find one and update. So this allows us to find the request that matches this, that is the email that matches this. Then to do the update, we pass in the data, right, that the user wants to update. Then we also now do new. We can do new to be true. So this new to be true ensures that this particular operation is saved, right? So let's try this. Now let's also do try and catch, because we might have an error, right? Try and catch error, console.log error. Then we can move all of this just into the try block. So this find by ID and update, once again, we pass in the check if the email matches the email that exists in the user token that we destructed from request or user. Then we pass in what the user wants to update, which is the data, and we use this new true to be true keyword to enforce that the change is saved. So let's if there's an error, we want to send back this error message back to the client. So like so, then let's test it with postman. So if we hit send, we should have data is update is successful. Is there a data? Oh, okay, there's a data. So if we remove all of this, I'm just going to cut it. If we hit send, please provide data, that works. Then let's say we want to change the email to Jane Doe. Or let's say we want to change it to dojane at gmail.com. If we hit send, update is successful. Okay. Now we can, in my authorization, I'm just going to remove all these logs so that we do not keep seeing it. Then in this user.js, we want to now send user. So I'm just going to, I want to see the new user data in the client, right? So user, let's run it again and hit send. Okay, the server was still loading. Let's hit send. User not found. Jane. So it looks like our if Jane is not found. I'm trying to update profile. Why is it saying user not found? So I think it's because we recently updated. Now it's because we recently updated our. We're finding by email, right? But the email has changed. We're finding by email and the email has changed. I recently just updated our profile. So since the email is mutable, it's not really the best approach for us right now, right? It's not the best approach for us right now. So in our login, why don't we remember that when we started working with MongoDB, I mentioned that the ID is immutable and necessarily used for identification. So in our login, rather than just using the email here in the sign, we can also use ID. So I'm just going to do ID. Let's use ID also and do ID to be user.id. So let's use this approach. So when we find the user, we just do user.id. Even this email, we can do user.email. Then we have to tweak our configuration here. Do we have to tweak our configuration? No, we do not have to tweak it. Let's just leave it like so. So we'll just tap into request the user.id to know what the ID is. So since we're not just attaching email alone, right? We are assigning ID also as part of the token. So let's create a user. Let's go back to postman. Let's just create a user. Where's the create user? Okay, let's create a user. So that will be /user/register. I want to register Jack Grealish, and I hit send. Please provide name, email, and password. Okay, so the name will be, I'm just going to call the name Jack, like so, and I hit send. Invalid sort round. Sort must be in the form of, so let's check our code. So when we're registering an account, invalid sort round. So what could be wrong? What could be wrong? What could be wrong? What could be wrong? So let me hit send again. Invalid sort. So the error is coming from, let me pass this as 10 and see. And hit send. Server is not still running yet. So it's taking time. But why are we having the invalid sort round? We've done registration before. Code can be really funny. So if I hit send here like so, it does work. So it means that most likely our server was not treating the process.env well. So I'm wondering why that is happening. Process.env.sort. I'm just going to copy this. The env sort rounds. So that being said, let's proceed. So I think the issue was with that sort round. So when I used 10, it did work. So we have Jack Grealish created. Now let's log in with Jack Grealish details. Like so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be login. Then if I hit send, we have that Jack Grealish is now created. So I'm going to copy this token, Jack Grealish token. Then rather than finding a user, we can just do, since we have, let me pass the token here first, like so, J8. Then if I click on update profile, I want to now update the user by, ID. So rather than, I'll just do ID, right, is equals to, then I'll do find by ID and update. So this will just be ID, then data and new true. So if I hit send, because the ID is, this is the best approach because the ID is immutable. So I want to change Jack Grealish name from being Jack to, I'm just going to do name. Let me do name. Then I'll do Grealish. So rather than from being Jack, I just want to do Grealish. So if I hit send, we have update successful. We see that the new name of Jack Grealish is now Grealish, no longer Jack. So our find by ID is working perfect. Find by ID and update. Another method you can use is you can do maybe user user.name is equal to the data.name, right? Then you can now proceed to do await user.save. You might try to use this approach too. Then here you would not be doing find by ID and object, you just be doing find by ID. So when you find the user, you now update the user details here like so. But let's just use that approach. I think is fair enough. So our user schema now works. So let's create a get user ID. I mean to say a get user endpoint. So let's call it const get user. So we should be able to get their own details. It should be the logged in user. So do get user profile. Let's call it get user profile. Then we do async request and response. So would this be an authorization route, authorized route? Yes. Any user cannot just get any user details. So I'm just going to copy. Let me just do const ID is equal to request or user ID, structure ID. Then I find the user by ID. Const user is equals to. I'm just going to copy this logic that we have here. Then paste it below like so. Then also return the user. So if the user exists, I just want to return the user details like so. User details is returned successfully and return the user. So I'm going to export get user profile, get user profile. Then in my router, I'm going to also use copy this here. I'm just going to do, ignore this please. I'm just going to do get user. Then I'll do get user profile. So if I go back to, so this would be a get request, not a post request. So why are we having an error? Handler must be a function. Handler must be a function. So async request and response. I'm going to check what that is. So in this should be okay 200. So handler should be response save. Okay, I think because I have not saved it. So this should work. So do the route, the endpoint is what? Get user. So I'm just going to copy this. It will be user slash get user slash get user like so. You say get request. You don't need to attach anything to the body. Then if I hit send, you must make sure that if you're calling an authorized route, like for instance, if you remove this authorization keyword from the headers, it will tell please provide token because it needs authorization, right? So if we hit send now, we're getting data is not defined. Okay, so I think I did not finish this logic here. I'm having data somewhere. Fine, this should just be find by ID. Then I'm to remove all of this here like so. Then remove this other one like so. So just find by ID and I pass the ID straight up. So let's hit send. We should get the user details. We now see that we get the user details and we're sending password alongside, and that is bad, right? So in here, we can just do .select minus password like so. Then if we hit send, that should work. So if we hit send, we do not want to send the user password. And now we see that the name is now Grealish and all of that, and the update is working. So with this, we've basically learned authorization and how to use it in user account. I'm leaving the delete profile to you. So that would be find by ID and what? Delete. So to be a delete method. So I'm leaving it to you. So as we proceed, we're now going to dive in how to link users and movie together. That is model relationship in MongoDB using Node.js. So we're going to ensure that we're enforcing that for any movie to exist, any movie watchlist to exist, it's created by a user. And when a user creates a movie, only that user should be able to delete it. They will have a general endpoint whereby all user that has an account on the platform will be able to see all the movies, but any movie that would be existing on our database must have been created by a user. So that being said, let's start working on integrating movie model relationship in MongoDB. Then after that, we'll be approaching the ending of this tutorial, which will be using AI for recommendations and all other things. So let's go. So now let's talk about model relationship in MongoDB. How do we ensure that every movie that exists on our database is actually created by a user? A user can see all the movies that they've created, and they can see all the movies that exist on the database and can make update functionality. So let's just work on the relation relational function between models in MongoDB. So if we head back to MongoDB, we can see that we have movies and we have users. These are the two schemas that we have in our movies DB, right? Now we have Flash and Beauty in black, and for the users, we currently have Dojane and Jack Grealish. So we want to ensure that every movies that we have in our movies DB is created by a user on the platform. So what can we do? Let's delete all of this from MongoDB on the website. Let's head back to our code base. Now, what we have to tweak is now this is the terminal, sorry. Now, what we have to tweak now is the model. So let's go to the movies model, the movie schema model. Now, it currently has the title and year and genre and rating. We can actually add the user. We can add a user schema to our movie schema. So how do we do this? We can create another variable of user like so, then add a comma. So this user will be a data type of MongoDB. So the type, it will be a data type of MongoDB schema, and you're going to see it. So it will be mongoose.schema types.object ID. So what this will simply be doing it will be referencing the user ID, right? And because our user is showing a relationship, each movie created is showing a relationship with user, it will have a reference of what? Of user. To have a reference of, so the object ID that we're referencing is that is the one that belongs to a user, right? And we want to require it to be true. So it'll be like so true, then movie must belong to a user, like so. So with this functionality, we already have this set up. So type, object ID, reference user, require true, then movie must belong to a user. So for each, let's go back to our movie controller now. Now we currently have create movie. If we do this, I will go to postman, and this is the create movie section, right? Let's check the body. You see our beauty. I'm just going to change this to men in black. And if I hit send, route does not exist. Okay, so because remember that in our app.js, we changed movie to be /movies right here for the movie router. So we have to do /movies/create movie. So if we hit send, it's going to tell us, it's telling us movie is created successfully. Men in black, then something is wrong, right? What could be wrong? Our movie schema, we've enforced that user should be true, required. So I used require instead of required. All right, so I'm going to do required, refresh here, delete this. I'm going to drop it. Then if I hit send, we should get still going. Oh, I did not hit save. Shit. So required, refresh, delete. So it's going to throw an error that a movie must belong to a user. So we are creating a movie without attaching an actual user. So if I hit send, it says movie validation field, user, movie must belong to a user. So this is the error message, right? So we have to tweak our create movie functionality. So to do that, remember that we already, in our user.js, we already instantiated this authorization functionality, that is the authorization middleware, and we used it in our user controller by doing ID of rec.user. We can also use that in our create movie functionality. So we can copy this like so, then go back to the movie controller. At the top here, we can do cause ID rec.user, get the ID from the request.user in the authorization middleware. Yeah. Then what can we do? We can then proceed to find a user that matches this ID. So we can do const user is equal to require const user is equal to await movie schema. I mean user schema, right? User schema dot find, right? So we can now do find by, let's just find by ID, then we'll find by ID. So if the user does not exist, right, we can now, I'm just going to copy one of the logic here. If the user does not exist, I want to say user not found. Then if the user, I'm just going to move this here. If the user exists, we want to now proceed with this additional functionality. Now, one thing I also want you to notice is in this create data, we can now append, we have this create data like so, and now wherever the user will be sending, please take note of this, whatever the user will be sending, right, would not have the ID of the user. So by default, remember that in our models, we already have the user section, right? So whatever the user will be sending from the data would not have that user, right? So what we would do is we would now in calling this dot create, we have to append user to the data, right? Because the data by default will not have the user ID. Or the front end, if the front end, let's say when the user logs in, there's a way we can, the front end developer can undo this, but since we're just purely working on the backend, let's do it ourselves. So we can do data, we can do it like so. Let's do like a JavaScript object. This should work. Then do ID user, right? Then we'll give it the ID. Then we will now do the data. So this should work. So let's hit send. Now the create movie would not, if we try to do this, we get an error, right? Because in our routes here, we've not used authorization. So let's test it. If I hit send, you see, cannot destructure the property of ID because it's not yet using the authorization. So if I do create movie and I do authorization like so, automatically imports it and I hit send. Let's see if that should work. Now it's not working. It's not good. Okay, the server is not yet loaded. Please provide token. So in our headers here, we have to provide the token. So I'm just going to do authorization bearer, right? Because we're now using the authorization middleware. I'm going to get the token from here. I'm just going to copy all of this. Come back here. We'll paste it like so. And hit send. So the movie is now created successfully. So it tells us that the movie has a user of, the data is user, and now it does work. So with this, we are attaching every movie to a user. So if you go to MongoDB, if you refresh, we're going to see that the user now, this 6FD4 belongs to the user that has an ID of FD4, which is Grealish. So with that, we are now attaching a relationship between the movie and a user. So that is that for that. So it's only a user that is logged in or that has an account that would be able to actually create a movie. So we want to also create a function that will be called get all movies by user or get all user movies. Let's call it get all user movies. So we're going to be const get, just going to add the terminal for now, get all user movies. Then we can do async request and response like so. Then how to work around this? First, this will be a get request, right? You can do try and catch. So error, also the log error, and I'm going to return a response like so. Now in our try block, how do we go around this? Think one, think two, think three. Okay, let's go. Const user is equal to, we want to get all movies that belong to a user. So how do we get this? So we're going to do movies, not users, movies, right? Since this will be an array, most likely. So we're going to do await movies, movie schema dot find. So what are we finding? We're finding all movies that belong to a particular user, right? So we need the ID of the user. invariably. So we can do const ID is equal to request the user, like so. Then in here, we can find movies by ID or by user ID, right? So let's just do find, not find by ID. We're going to do find by user ID. So we'll do user, then we can now do ID. So we're finding by user ID. Then we can now do if not movies. That is, we can do if not movies, or we can do if movies.length, because that will return an array of movies. If movies.length is equal to 0, that is the array is empty. We want to say no movies found. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to return movies not found, or no movies found. No movies found. Like so. Then if we do have movies, we want to also return the movies like so. I'm going to do just paste this here, movies found successfully. Then this will be movies too. So I'm going to export the function here at the bottom, get all movies. So get all movies by user. Sorry, I mean to say by user. Get all user movies. So in our route, we can also create a get all router.get dot slash get all user movies. And we do get all user movies like so. Then this is a get request. So we can test it in Postman, right? If we go to Postman and change this to get all user movies. If we hit send, it's going to tell us route does not exist. So I think get all user movies. Get all user movies. Get all starts fishy. Get all user movies. Did I not hit save? This is it. Get all user movies. Oh, it had to be /movies, right? /movies / get all user movies. So you see, cannot destroy a property of ID. This also has to use authorization. And there are quite a number of ways to do all of this, but some people might do at the top here. One way to do it easily, any route that does not use authorization like so, we can do it like this, cut it, then come to the bottom here, then do it like so, then do router.use authorization. So at the very bottom, at the very top here, all these routes will not be using authorization, and here all the routes will be using authorization. So the more you build, just make sure that you're building stuffs. I know that we might not be able to like go deep dive into all of this, but there are quite a number. So if you do like this, anything that you pass just under this would be authorized routes. So you can just say authorized routes here, like so. So if we hit send here, we're going to get an error. I think it has not saved. Everything has not. Okay, just connect here. So if we hit send, please provide token. So in our headers here, I'm just going to copy all of this. So it's been I can't remember the last time I tried saving a variable in Postman, but there's a way. I'm going to try and refresh it. So authorization, hit send. Now we now have movies found successfully. And we see that the movies that the user has is this. But let's say we log in with this other user here that does not have a movie, that's Dojane. We're going to see that no movies found, and that should be a fall for, right? So I want to see if I can remember how to store variables globally. So you can click on globals. So add a variable. I'm just going to call this token. Then I'm going to add the value here like so. I'm going to remove bearer and I'm going to hit save. So I've saved the global variable and I called it token, right? Is it saved? Did I not save that? Yes, so I already have a token called globals. So right here in my, rather than me having to type header here, type like so, rather than me having to type EY, I can just copy this here, remove all of this. I'll just do bearer bearer, and I'll do token. So it automatically references it. So if I do token like so and I hit send, I can easily reference what the token is. So that is how to store a variable in Postman. Then we have get all movies by user now. What else can we do? Now with this, you can proceed to implement update user movies and all of that stuff, right? So with this, we've learned how to actually link both a movie and a user schema together, right? So that being said, let's now proceed to integrating AI with our application. Now let's start working on our AI implementation for our Movie Watchlist API, right? Now this is the last section, and based on our user reference or our user preference, as we proceed to implement AI, we want to be able to recommend movies for them. So part of the AI functionality that we'll be doing here will be to get user movie recommendation using AI. We also want to be able to analyze a movie that a user wants to check and also do things like smart AI manipulation to the database for a particular user, then also be able to review a movie, right? So how do we do all of this? Firstly, to recommend a movie to a user based on previous movies that they've added or watched, we want to be able to how do I say it? We want to be able to feed certain data to AI. So there are things that are required, right? Like the user's genre of movie that they usually see, and also movies that they've completed. So this being said, we have to now actually tweak our movie model. Now, if we check our movie schema, we had users, this was how we linked a particular movie to a particular user, right? When we talked about model relationship, we also talked about the title, and this was required, the title of the movie, the year of the movie, the genre, and the rating. And this timestamp is simply meant to show the time that the movie was created and time whenever it gets updated, right? So because we want to now start feeding data to AI, the genre, as we see here, was not required. We just passed in that it's a type of string. We passed in these values and said that the message to be value is not a value. If a user tries to add any other genre that is not this, we're going to get that value. Let's say the user adds romance, it would get back romance is not a valid genre. Let me just even add romance here. Romance. Right. So if I hit save, okay, the comma should be after this, like so. Now, romance will be a valid genre. So if the user types in a value that does not belong, you're going to get that is not a valid genre. So we have to now require, I'm just going to copy this. We have to require the genre of the movie, right? So the require will be true. Then we'll say movie genre is required. We need it because we want to start feeding AI data. Then also we want to add the status of the movie, like movie status. So we want to be sure if a movie has been completed or if it's still ongoing, that is if the user is watching it, or if the user has not started, if it's just pending, right? So we can create a movie status variable like so. Then we can say type of string. We're just going to copy this. Then we also want to add enum, like because we have given values that we want the user to fill in particularly. So we can do pending, right? Then we can also do ongoing, right? Then we can also do completed. So this should have a comma. Then the message is the user puts in any value aside all of this. The message will be value is not a valid status. It's not a valid movie status. Like so. So with this, we can now start proceed to feed in AI data, right? So let's create an AI controller where we had to actually implement the AI logic for our movies. So I'm going to just do AI.js. Now, this is where we start doing the bulk of the work. How do we get to integrate AI into our application? Well, we can use the OpenAI documentation. So I'm just going to search OpenAI documentation to go through all of this. And as developers, documentation is very, very important to understanding the bulk of work that we have to do. So we can easily click on docs. You're currently on the docs. We can click on overview. Then it tells us, make your first API request in minutes, learn the basic of the OpenAI plan. Let's click on get started. So the OpenAI API provides a simple interface to the state-of-the-art AI model for text generation, natural language processing, computer vision, and all of that stuff. And majorly, the bulk of the things that I'll be doing here will be text generation, right? Like movie recommendation, analyzing a movie. What we expect back as output would be a text, most likely. So we're being told that the first step to do is to create and export an API key. Before you begin, create an API key in the dashboard, which you will use to securely access the API store, blah, blah, blah. So to get this, we would need to go to settings. Then you click on API keys here to get your own API key. I already have an account with OpenAI. So you have to create an account with your email and password. Then just follow suit as we do. Then you get your API key right here. Then also, it's not free. Yes, to use the OpenAI API key, you can easily add as low as $1 or $2 to just for testing purpose, right? Then also, you can now, once you've done all of this, make sure that you've actually, because you would be getting insufficient quota error if you try to do it without paying, then you can go back to the API keys, get your API key. You can even get your API key before you start doing all of these. Then you can now head back. Let's head back to documentation. So you get your API key from here like so. So that being said, let's get back into coding. So we get our API key, you create it in your .env, right? You create it in your .env. Then make sure you have it added. Then we can now start the implementation. So the first step is to actually, the second step would now be after you get your API key, you can install OpenAPI. So I'm going to copy this, open terminal, then do npm install OpenAI. Right, so OpenAI will then be added to our package.json like so as a dependency. Then we can now start with the code implementation. So what are we being told to do? We're told to, with the OpenAPI SDK install, create a file called, I think MJS means minifier.js. We're not using that. We're using JS, not minifier.js, and copy the example code into it. So after we copy this, we're told to execute the code with node example m.js. So let's test this first. So if you come to our AI controller, now you remember that we are not using the imports. So when you're working with JavaScript, in some people's code base, you're going to see imports. Imports. Let's say we have .env like so, like how we did it here. I'm just going to copy this. Like how we have imports. In our scenario, in most of our scenario, we have const require. We use the require keyword like so. Some people would do imports. In some people's code base, you say import.env from the env. Now the difference, this syntax, the intent is to do the same thing, but if we try it in our code logic, it would most likely not work. Why? Because whenever you use the require keyword, it is often associated with CommonJS, right? CommonJS. So this is a CommonJS syntax in JavaScript. Then this ES is like more like I would say a ESLint development, or it's more recent. Yeah, it's more recent. So this is called an ES module, but this is what we are working with, and that's why we've been using the require statement. So in in documentation here, we're seeing that we have to do the import, but because we are not using the ES module, we're using a common module. We're just going to do, rather than having this, like, so we're going to do const OpenAI is equal to require OpenAI like so. The same thing, different modules, you get. So we can now create a client instance using the new keyword of OpenAI, right? Then we can do it like so. Then we can copy this. Const response is equal, and we're told to run node example, wherever the name of the file would be. So I'm just going to copy this, then come back here and do something like so. But well, if you notice here, we're using the await keyword, right? I remember that to use the await keyword, we have to use it has to be in an async function. If not, our app will crash, right? So let's say we do node, because this is in the controller folder, we have to do controllers, right? /AI. If we hit enter, we're saying require OpenAI. Can determine the intended module because require because the require and top level awaits are present. If the code is intended to be CommonJS, wrap. So it's telling us that because this is a CommonJS, if it is a CommonJS, wrap the await in an async function, and that's what I was just talking about. And if the code is to be an ES module, replace require with import. So this is not an ES module; it's a CommonJS module, right? So we have to wrap this function because it has the await keyword into an async function. So we can do const test. Let's just call it test OpenAI is equal to async. This is just a function. We don't have to pass request and response, right? Just want to log something in our terminal. Then I'm going to paste this here, then also paste this here. Then at the end, I'm just going to call test so that anytime I run node controller OpenAI, this is going to be called like so. Now this should work. Let's test it. Okay, so it's telling us to please pass an API key. So after you get your API key from the top here, from settings and all, we have to wrap our new instance of OpenAI to use our API key. And how do we do that? So to do that, we have to pass the API key into this parameter here, into this instance here. So I can do API key. Then I will now I already have my API key in my .env. Process.env, then just do open. This is why I named it to be open API key, like so. So if I run this, so what we are doing is we are making a request to a client. I want to get a response of write a one sentence bedtime story about a unicorn. So we're expecting a logged response of output text. So if I do node controller AI, I'm still getting OpenAI API key. I'm getting missing credential. Please pass an API key or set this to be. Okay. So let me check my .env. I have my OpenAI key to be open API key, OpenAI API key. So I'm going to copy this just to be sure. Then I'm going to do this here, like so process.env, then paste this here. Now I'm just showing you, although you can't see entirely what my API key is. I'm just showing this because of this tutorial. You should never show your API key to anybody. Then API key process.env. So I'm going to try it out again. Node controllers AI. So it's telling me that it can't read my API key. So what I'm going to do is, I think it's because I'm running Node directly in terminal. I'm going to require .env also at the top, and let's see if that fixes it. I'm going to do require .env .config here, like so, then call it. So I've passed API key. So let's see if that should work. Hopefully it does work. So it's saying, so it does work now. So because I was calling from the terminal directly and not, normally I wrapped my app entirely to use it, but because I was calling from terminal, I had to just import the .env.config at the top. Then it returns under a moonlight. So it's writing a one sentence bedtime story about a unicorn. And this is what we have here. So our test does work now. So now what we have to do is implement the recommendation functionality. Let's go back to documentation and read more. So we have our test implemented. So executes, analyze image and files. We really do not want to do anything with files for now and all of that stuff. So let's click on text generation. So with the OpenAI API, you can use a large language model to generate text from a prompt, making use of JWT, blah, blah, blah. So here is a simple example using responses API, our recommended API for all new projects. So initially, there was another approach. If you scroll down the documentation, there was another approach that was being used before the responses model was implemented. But since this is since the responses API is the new one, let's just go with it. So here's a simple approach using the responses API. Let's just check the responses API and see what we can do with it. So it's telling us the responses open API, most advanced interface, blah, blah, blah. To create a model response, provide the text or image inputs. We'll just be using text and we are going to do it like so. Right, OpenAI responses.create, and that is what we have here. But in our own situation, we called this client and they called it OpenAI. So let's use the responses API for what we want to do, right? So we're going to pass in the inputs, the model 4.1, but the most recent model is GPT-5, right? The most recent model is GPT-5, and that was what we used here. So this being said, let's make sure you go to the documentation, very, very important. So this being said, let's get straight into the get AI recommendation for our movie. So how do we implement this? I'm just going to log this out and I'm going to create a function called const get AI recommendation. Get AI recommendation. I'm going to do async request and response like so. Then let's start. So because it's an async function and we'll be making requests to a server, we definitely want to use the try and catch, right? So the try to undo successes and the catch to undo errors. I'm just going to do console.log error. Then I'm going to copy one of these error response. I'm just going to copy this and send it back to the client. They're like so. Yep. Now I'm going to do model.export. Model.export is equal to get AI recommendation. Get AI recommendation like so. Then what do we have to do? Now, the first step is because we want to get recommendations of movie, we want to by default get the user movies. So it is the user's movies that we have based on the user's preference that would now expect the AI to recommend movie, right? So let's do const user movies will be equal to await movie schema, right? Movie schema dot what find. Then we are finding all the user movie. I remember that it is the user that has the relationship. This is where we link the user relationship or the movie relationship to a user. So we're going to find what user. Now remember that also this will be an authorized route because if a user does not have an account, how does he want to request for a movie recommendation? So we're going to use the authorization functionality that we created, which will be rec.user, right? So it will be rec.user.id, rec.user.id, or we can decide to destructure ID. We can just do const ID like we did in, let's do rec.user. Remember, we used the same approach here in the get user profile and also in the update profile, right? So we can just do find the user that matches that particular ID. Now, what do we want to do next? Let's say a particular user wants to get AI recommendation for movies and has not watched any movie or does not have any movie on his watch list. We want to return if user movies, because this is going to be an array, right? If user movies.length is equal to 0, we want to return a response that I'm just going to copy this for the sake of time. I'm just going to say user movies not found, right? I'm just going to return this and say user has no movies added yet. User has no movies added yet, like so. Then what else do we have to do? So we have this functionality to check for user movies, right? Then we've checked if the user has a movie. And what we can do next is we can now start analyzing the user preference. So we want to check movies that the user has watched. And how do we know movies that the user has watched? To know the movies that the user has watched, the movie status must have been completed, right? So I forgot to add this movie status here. By default, it should not be required, but by default, whenever a user creates a movie, it can be pending. So this will be a default for value anytime user creates a movie. So we want to check movies that the user has watched. So we have to filter in this movie schema, this movie schema that we get, we want to filter all the movies that the user has watched that has been completed. So we can do const watched movies, const watch movies is equal to user movies dot find, right? Or should we do filter? Let's do the filter. Should be the filter. because find only returns the first predicate that matches that when the predicate is true, right? So let's do filter. So filter returns, let's do filter. There's a bit of filter, right? Let's just remove this. Then what can we do next? We will now check the movie, like so, the movie where the status has been completed. So we can have the movie status, right? That is equal to what? Completed. So that is how we know the movies that the user has watched, right? Then how do we know movies also? Because we want AI recommendation, we want to check movies that also have high rating from the user, right? So the rating can be from within 1 to 10. So we have to also use the filter method. We can just call this const filter movies. High rated movies. I mean to say, sorry, high rated movies is equal to watched. Now, how do we know movies that are high rated? Movies that user has watched, right? So it will not be the watched movies. You feel me? Dot was filter. Then from the high rated movies that user has watched, because how do you rate a movie that you've not watched? So we just do movie, then we do, sorry, this should be movie dot. So we check the movie dot rating that is, let's say, greater than 4 or 5. Should we do greater than 4? Let's just do greater or equals to 4. So with this, we can now know what the high rated movies can be. So the next step, if you check this our logic where we want to get a response from AI, from GPT-5, from the model GPT-5, we have to pass in an input like so. So we can just copy all of this, or let me just say I can do const response will be equals to what? Await client. What we initialize there with OpenAI key, right? We can do await client dot responses dot create. Then I pass this like so. I pass the model to be GPT-5. And also, what do I have to do next? Then I have to pass the inputs. You remember in the first test, we had to write a one sentence bedtime story about a unicorn. Now for this input, what do we want to do? We want to send in because we want AI recommendation, what we want to send into, we want the AI to know that it's a movie recommendation. So this is what we call is prompt engineering, right? So if I go back here like so, not API REST, but I'm going to click on docs, then text generation using GPT-5, no text generation. So we're just telling the AI to write a one sentence bedtime story. Now, when using AI, you know that prompt engineering is very, very important. If I click on prompt engineering, so prompt engineering is the process of writing effective instructions for a model such that it consistently generates content that meets your requirement. So because we are working on a movie recommendation program, you want the AI to adequately know that the instructions that we want is that it is a what? It is a movie recommendation expert, right? So it's telling us some prompt engineering techniques work wherever, pinning your production application, blah, 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 building evals and all. So you see that this message here is telling you that GPT-5, reason effort, you can pass all of these parameters if you want instructions, talk like a pirate and all of that stuff. So yeah, let's just pass in our input and make the AI know what we're trying to enforce, right? So we can do, should we pass in the instruction and say talk like a pirate? Okay, let's pass in that instruction. Let's try that. It was not in our test. So the instruction here should be, we're going to pass instruction. I was going to put a comma here and give this as empty string. So I'm going to say now it's saying talk like a pirate. I'm going to say instruction, you are a movie recommendation expert. So I'm going to leave this like so, yeah. So I'm making I'm sending this request that the instruction that you are a movie recommendation expert. Then the inputs would now be based on this user, or I would say based on the user, what should we say? Based on the user favorite movie, right? Favorite movie. That is, I'll now put in favorite movie. This movie that they have highly rated, right? So how do I pass this highly rated movie? I was just going to say highly rated. Let me just say highly rated movies. So how do I pass this highly rated movies here? Now, to pass the highly rated movies here, this filter function returns an array. And most likely, it's just as if you were typing, think about how you're typing something in ChatGPT as a prompt. It wants to get everything as a string. If you send it an array to be, it will most likely be confused. So how do we convert all of this to text and make sure that it is well formatted like you're typing? So because we want to attach JavaScript with normal string, what do we have to use? We have to use template literals, right? So we're going to do something like this. We want to attach normal string with JavaScript. I'm going to use template literals. I'll say highly rated movies, and I can do high rated movies. But I do not want to stop as so, because you see, this is an array, right? It's an array of watch movies, and it's not going to be, AI is not going to treat it very well. So I have to actually format this to string. So I can do DOM map because it's an array, right? So I can now map each movie. So the highly rated movies, remember that the highly rated movies will have what? It will have the title too. It will also have the year, because it's a movie. It's not just a single one. So each movie has a title and year, right? So we can now we map the movie, then we can now return for each one. We can do something like so. We can say movie, right? Movie.year. I hope we don't get an error with this. Let's just try that. Movie.year. So title, I do not spell title very well. Movie.title. Then also the movie.year. Then what else do we have to pass? Then the rating, right? So the rating, I'm just going to say rating to be like so, movie dot rating, not module, movie dot rating. Something is wrong. Movie dot, why is it not aligned? Okay, dot rating, yeah, like so. So with this, we are now telling AI to act as a movie recommendation expert. Your movie recommendation expert based on the user favorite movie, that is the highly rated movie. We're now returning all of this. That is the movie. We're returning it as string, the movie title, the movie year, and the rating. Now remember that this movie might not just be one. The highly rated movies might be more than one. And we're going to log what this would look like. I'm going to log what this would look like. So let me copy all of this. Let me just copy all of this here like so. Then come here and do console.log highly rated movies like so. So let me put this to here. Should that solve it? No. So this should be something like this. Yep. So I want to log. So we're going to see how this will be highly rated movies, the map and all. But because this is not one, it might not just be one. We want to actually join each one by breaking into the next line. So if we do something here like so, dot, we already have this. If I do dot join, right? So I'm joining all the movies, but by the break of a new line. So if I do something like this, we know how to break a new line in JavaScript. So to be this backslash, like so, then n. So with this, we are breaking everything to the new line. So this is the input. We're telling the movie to, based on the user favorite movie, we want you to recommend movies like so, right? Then let's leave it like this. Then we can now send a response back to the client. So in doing all of this, we can now do response.status code let's just say okay, right? Then we can now do .json. Then the message will now be, we can do message, these are your recommended movies. These are your recommended movies, right? And the data can be, I can now do recommended movies to be response. Now remember that this response, what the value itself that has something that is important or that has important is the output.text, right? Because that is what we console.log out.text. So we can just do response.output text. like so. So for better clarity, let's copy all of this here. I'm just going to do, let's copy all of this here. Highly rated movies. I'm just going to do dot join somewhere here. We're going to do dot join. Then I'm going to do it like so. So we can see how it is being sent to, right? So we've created our AI recommendation functionality, and let's export it. Okay, we already exported it. Get AI recommendation, blah blah blah. So what we did here was we got the user that is logged in, which we checks to see if the user has any movie, right? Then we filter the movie that the user has watched. We also filter the movies that the user have completed. This log is just to see what we sent there in the input. So we are saying we're a movie recommendation expert based on the user favorite movie, that is the highly rated movies. So he's recommending movies based on the user favorite movie, like so. So we map through the highly rated movies, right? High rated movies, where we send to AI the movie title, the movie year, and we also send what the we also send the movie rating, right? So let's work on this. So we have this completed. We can now create our route, right? We can create the route, then we can create the AI route too. So we can do AI.js, then I'm just going to copy what we have here like so. I'm going to copy what we have here like so in the AI route, then paste it here. Then I'm going to remove all of this. I'm just going to leave the authorization. Then I'm going to do, what should we do? We can do router.get, right? Router.get. Then this will be recommendation. We're just going to call this recommendation. I'm going to do get AI recommendation like so. Then because it's authorized, I'm going to do authorization. We want it to ensure that. So in our app.js, we can now pass in the AI router here like so. I'm going to do const AI router is equal to require dot slash router dot slash route slash AI, right? Then here I can do app.use. Then we can now do slash AI, right? This would be so that one will be slash AI slash recommendation. There it will not be AI router. So far so good. We've written the get AI recommendation functionality and all of that. So let's go back to our postman and let's create something like localhost. Let's test the endpoint 3000 slash AI slash recommendation, right? And because if we try to hit send, we do not pass, send route does not exist. Okay, let's check recommendation. So if you hit send, it's telling us to provide token because it's an authorized route. So I'm just going to do either authorization. I'm going to do bearer, and token. Let's see what we have. 400. Okay, so it's telling us, did you mean instructions? So where we have instruction here, like, so it's telling us, did you mean instructions? So it should be instructions. You are a movie recommendation expert. So based on the user favorite movie, return all of this. So we are logging. So we get the error here in our node. Okay, so let's check this. So okay, it did not run. Let's fire it again because we had an error. Let's try send instructions. So it might take a little bit of time. So the front-end UI, front-end developer will show loading. Okay, so it says these are your recommended movies. Great. What's the movie's favorite? If you share 1 to 3 lives, if you share 1 to 3 titles, your editor can tailor yourself. So we see that something is wrong with say today's mood, blah blah blah. We get these recommended movies, but if you notice, this is not well formatted. It just sends it as a string, but we want it to be well formatted. So to format this string very well, we have to pass it to a JavaScript object. So firstly, what we can do here, we can do for this particular, where we are sending this recommendation, we can just do const recommendation. Recommendation is equals to JSON dot pass. Let's pass it back. Then I'll put in recommended movies. I'm going to put a response. I mean to say response the output output text. So this would be much more better. UI intuitive, recommended. So recommendation. So if we hit send again, might take a server is still saving. Hit send again. So now let's log. I think we logged highly rated movies, right? So we logged highly rated. Why are we seeing all of these? She's saying I can tailor is not a valid JSON. Okay. So it's telling us that I can tailor. So what we're trying to pass here is not a valid JSON. So we can fix this too. For now, let's just console.log this out and fix the major error that we have. This can be tricky sometimes. Server is still loading. Okay. So it can be tricky sometimes. It's telling us that we do not see. The initial response we had before was recommendation is not defined. Oh shit. So this should be response. I'm just going to do command Z, response output.text. So let's fix the error that we have before we want to make the UI very fine. So I'll hit send. Might take a little while. Then I think this highly rated movies is not being logged. Great is not a valid JSON. So we're trying to still pass it. I did not log this. I did not comment this out, I mean to say. So we had the response we had from AI was it was telling us that we really did not send any movie to it. Right? It was telling us that can we specify the movie? So it means that we really did not send any movie to it. So maybe we do not have. So it says these are the recommended movies. The message, great. Tell me the title of your favorite or of a few. So it's sounding like we did not send anything to it. So what we can do here to be sure is where we have this console.log highly rated movies. I'm just going to do highly rated movies here to see it. Highly rated movies. Maybe we do not have any highly rated movies, then leave a comma. Because we should see it at the top here, except if it is undefined. And it seems not to be logged. So if I hit send again, highly rated movies is just empty. We do not have any highly rated movies, and that is why AI is not treating it. So if we do right here at the top, if you say if highly rated movie, right? So if we do if I rated movies is 0, so if I rated movies is equal to 0, we can now do user has no movies. User has no I-rated movies. User has no I-rated movies yet. So rather than AI telling us, I'm happy to help you. Could you share the title of your first? Let's hit send and see. User has no I-rated movie yet. So this should not be a bad request. I'm just going to say okay. So the user can know that we don't have any I-rated movies that is greater than 4. But why is that? Let's go back to our database and check. Why is that? We have a user we FD4 to be Men in Black, and this is this not the currently logged in user FD4 Jack Grealish, and the user has a movie of we're going to refresh this action completed general to be action, and the rating is 10. So if the movie rating is greater than 4, so I think the error would be coming from how we passed this here. So we're checking watched movies that is completed, right? Let's check our movie schema. Pending, ongoing, completed, AI controller. Highly rated movies is just not anything. So what could be wrong? We are mapping over highly rated movies. We're checking movie status that has been completed, right? Then we'll find the high rated movies are movie rating that is greater or equal to 4, right? Then we'll console.log. So we are not having any highly rated movies. What are we doing wrong? What could be wrong? What could be wrong? So let's try to fix this, right? So movie.rating that is greater than 4. We're filtering movies that are greater than 4. Then movie.status. We're checking for movie.status that is equal to completed. To filter, we get, okay, let's check movie schema. We find the movie schema by ID, right? If user movies.length, that means we have user movies, right? The user has a movie. Then we're filtering through that watched movies, right? User movies.filter, we check the movie status that is equal to completed. Then in the highly rated movies, we're doing, should where the error is coming from. We're filtering movie rating that is greater or equal to 4. But here we're not seeing any high rated movies. So it's a little bit tricky. So let's console.log watched movies. Watched movies. Watched movies. Let's console.log watched movies. Let's hit send. If I hit send, user has no high rated movies. So watched movies is an empty array. So this is where our error is coming from. Why is watch movies an empty array if the user has movie that has been completed? Movie status completed. Default is pending. Movie status. Movie status. So then let's console.log user movies. This is how we debug. It can be really tricky. Let's do console.log user movies. Then see. I know user movies is not an empty array. Then if I hit send, it's still going to have user has no array there. So the movie status is pending. Oh, and now we see the reason why. The movie status is pending and we have status to be completed. So that is why we are having that error, right? So if we refresh this, in fact, let me just refresh and I'm going to delete. I think I'll just delete. I think this was an old movie that we had. I tweaked something on the database. I added completed. The movie status was not. So I'm just going to delete this. Let's create a new movie. So this will be create movie body, right? If we hit send like this, we'd have an error. So we have to add the genre, like so. Then we'll do, let's call it action. Men in Black is an action movie. Then let's do movie status. Code can be really funny. Movie status. Let's make it completed. Right? So I want to create a movie. I'm just going to create quite a number of them. So I have movie status is pending. Why did he return it as pending? Oh, and I know why this is happening. We made some changes in our model. And we did not effect those changes in the controller. Right? But that's been said, let's check. Default is pending, completed. It still sends it as pending. Let's check our movie controller. So if you go to movie, we click on create movie, we have, but we're attaching all of the data that is being sent. If not data, yeah, let's also do if not data because we enforced genre. If not data dot genre, right? You can do movie title, genre, and year is required, right? But we notice that the movie status is not being saved, right? So movie status is still pending. That is a little bit tricky because I use stay horse. That's how I would get stuck debugging that. So I'm going to delete that once again. I'm going to delete it. I use stay horse. Then I'm going to do status. Then I'll hit send. Then we now say that movie status is completed. So we have this. If you go back to this recommendation and we hit send, we should have something different, not just user has narrated movies, right? So let's see what AI is going to send back to us. What should we have? What are we expecting from this? What are we expecting? Let's see what we have. It's taking a little bit of time. I think it's really recommending movies. So what the front end UI will be doing, we'll be showing loading, fetching recommendations and all of that stuff. So it will be more like on the front end side, if you have an idea, you'll be seeing more like it's fetching. You can create a state of it's fetching and all of that. So let's see what we have. It's really taking time. So we have recommended movie. Awesome pick. If you're into fast funny secret angels. Here are the tight I replay. So he sends a little of this football scientist, blah 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 blah. But this is not still what we need. I think we still have to prompt it, and this is where prompt engineering comes in, right? We have to know how to tell AI what we want. So we have to tweak our. It does work. Now it does work, but it's telling us, giving us quite a number of things that we don't. We just want the movie straight up, right? So what can we do further? We can say right here in our inputs where we have this text, we can still write another thing. So based on the user favorite movie, return this. Then we can now also do please. Let's send something. Let's beg it. Let's say please return a JSON. Let's say to return a JSON, yes. So that we can easily pass it to an object. So please return a JSON, right? A JSON object in this format. Then we can now do, right, something like recommendation. Let's tell it to do recommendations. There might be more than one, right? So we have to be very specific. We can do tied to, right? Tied to. This is how JSONs are structured. Tied to, then do, this one should be like this. Movie tied to. What else should we add? Okay, the year to might be important. I'm just going to do year, then year like so. Remember, this is a JSON. Both key and value should be strings. 2023. The year should be a number. 2023. But both the key should be a string. It should always be a string. Then what else can we do? Genre, right? The genre should be, let's just say action, like so. Then what else? What else should we add? What else do you think we should add? Should we just leave it like so? Okay, let's check other things. Now movie schema. What other things should we add? Title, genre. Let's just say user ratings. Let's just do user ratings. Or should we just leave it like so? Let's just leave it like this. So we're going to tell it to return a JSON, right? Then, because it is returning a JSON now, we can easily pass it, right? So we can easily pass this JSON data. Well, before we do that, let's just hit send. Let's test what we have. So we're telling it, please return a JSON object in this format, recommendation, title, and the year. So let's hit send and see what we have. So if we hit send, it's telling us awesome pick. We do not need awesome pick. We just want something straight and direct. Let's see what we're going to have. So it does take a little bit of time. So we see that our highly rated movies is just Men in Black and it has a rating of 10. So yes. Now you see that the way this highly rated movies is being sent is sent like this, Men in Black. And that is why we had to do it this way. So we mapped over it as string, and this /n makes sure that assuming we had more than one, of which we're going to see, it would drop just below this. So it's well formatted when being sent as a prompt. And that is why we had to do this .join and map over the data, because initially this high rated movies is a string. Right, so let's check what we have. Still taking time. So we see recommendations, title, Frozen Empire, the year, and the genre. Deadpool. But this is no, you see, we're just having this break of new line. It's meant to break into a new line, and it's not 9. So what we can do is we can now pass it into a JSON by doing recommendation is equals to JSON.pass. We pass it like so. Then we now send in the recommendation. We're going to call this recommendations. So we're passing this JSON back to an object, so it's going to be well formatted, right? Connecting the database, let it send again and see how it does come back. So with this, we successfully learned how to actually get recommendations from AI, right? Based on the user's request. So while we have this, let's also populate more movies. So I created I requested from an AI from ChatGPT. I told ChatGPT to create a seed data for me. Then this was it. It created quite a number of data that I can use to actually test. So I'm just going to click on get out. I'm going to use get out here. Then the title here will be get out. I want to create a movie for this person. Then also I want to create another movie. I'm going to just copy year and genre to and rating status. I'm just going to copy this. Right. Then I'm going to leave movie status to be completed. So something like this. But this should be in string. The keys should be in string like so. Then aura to like so. Then I hit send. I just want to populate movies. So we have another movie created. I'm also going to copy maybe the notebook. I want something that's rating is low. I want something that's rating is low. Okay, I'm just going to copy inception, and something like that. I'm just going to paste this here. So I have to change title. Should I, if I use beautify, then it won't work. Title, yeah, genre, science fiction, rating. I'm going to give inception rating of 3. Let's call this 3, then change this to double string, like so. Then rating 2, inception. So I think this should do. Then if I hit, I was just going to give this pending. Now it's sent. So we also have quite a number of movies. Now, what do we have here? We now see that based on the user's previous movies that they've seen, we see that the recommendation that we have is now well formatted because it was passed as an object, right? Then we now see Men in Black. We see Men in Black 2, Men in Black 3, Men in Black International, Ghostbusters, then Guardian of the Galaxy, Thor Ragnarok, The World's End, and all of that stuff. So we have our AI recommendation working perfectly. Now, because we've populated new movies, if we should hit send again, we should get a little bit of mix because in the database here, we now have other movies that I think we added these. Let's see what we added. We added Men in Black, we added Get Out, completed. It's an horror movie. So let's see what AI would return for us. And you would see that in our highly rated movies, you now see that the highly rated movies is well formatted when it's being sent as a prompt to GPT-5. It's sending it as highly rated movies, Men in Black, rating 10, then sending Get Out. So it's not just send everything, it's not going to send everything as an array. It's going to make sure that it joins it, then breaks it into the new line. Like what we have here, like so. So I was also telling the AI to return a JSON object in this format: recommendation, title, general, and action. Then we pass it back. You saw how it was when we did not pass it back. It just came in with this in a very poorly formatted way. Then we passed it to a JavaScript object and sent it in here. So this our JSON here automatically now converts it back to a JSON file and sends it as a well-formatted syntax, removing those n/n and all of that. So we see that we now have quite a mix. We have horror science fiction, action science fiction, attack in the block, because we added an horror movie, right? You see horror, the us and all of that. So our AI recommendation works perfectly now. And what we have to do next is to also try to analyze a movie using AI, right? So I can remove this console.logs that we have here, like so, and also remove what we have here. Now we're making progress, right? Let's create const analyze movie. Then I'm going to call this async, right? Request and response. Yes, I forgot to say something too. Let's say you do, I'll come back to that later. I want to talk about refactoring of code bases here. So we don't have to write plenty async request and response and all of that. So let's go to let's finish this up. Let's call analyze movie, right? And following what we have here, how do you think we can proceed to analyze this movie? Well, we want to in analyzing the movie, we want to send certain things to an AI. Now, this analyzed movie would not be about checking the user's already existing movie. It would be about telling the AI to actually analyze this movie, and it should be much more simple, right? And it's going to be a push request because the user is going to be sending something from the client. So you can have try and catch, right? The catch will handle error. Then you can have console.log error, right? Then what can we do? We can actually try to get what we can do is we can get what the client sends. We can do const data is equal to request.body. We can do structured data from request.body, right? So we're expecting, now let's say we're expecting title, right? To analyze the movie, we're expecting the title of the movie and what? Let's just say the title of the movie, right? Let's say we're expecting the title of the movie. So if we do title and year, let's say we're expecting the title and year of the movie, title and year, right? So we request the body, right? So we're getting the title and year. I do not just want to call this data. If I did data, I'll have to do data.title and data.year. So I'm just instruction title and year. So if the user does not provide the title or the year, right, we can return response the status code to be badge request. Why are you sending the badge request? Badge request.json, the JSON, right? Then the message will be, I can't believe that I typed all of this. I should have just copied it. Please provide movie and year. This is what we should have. Please provide movie title and year, right? Then we have this. So if the user does provide this, we just want to send this directly to, we are not trying to save anything to the database, are we? No. What we can do is we're going to copy these responses here. I'm even going to copy the one at the top. I think it's much more simpler. Const response like so, come back here in my try. I'm going to paste this here, const response, uncomment this out. Then GPT-5, then I want to send back the response error if there's an error, right? Then I want to now do, rather than say write a one sentence bedtime story, I want to pass an instructions here, like so your movie recommendation expert, like so yeah, a movie recommendation expert. Or I would say you're a movie analyzer. You're a movie analyzer. English is hard. You're a movie analyzer that provides adequate details, provides adequate details. Movie analyzer, comma, that provides adequate details. Then the input should be analyze this movie and send back a response in this format. In JSON format using this template. I'm just thinking about using this template. So what we can do now is, what template should we use? We have this at the top here, like so recommendation. I'm just going to copy this, then tweak it, right? Then I'm going to do in this template, something like recommendations. Why am I having? I'm going to remove this. Also remove. So I'm having in this template key and value, right? So I'm going to return how should I return this? Like so, right? I'm wondering why I'm having to get this box. This is meant, okay, I think because I broke a new line. No, that should not be a worry. I'm going to do recommendation. I'm surprised I'm having that. Then I'm going to do analyzed. I'm going to do details. This should be like so, details, right? Details of the movie. The key should be the movie details, movie, blah, blah, blah. Then the details of the movie. I'm going to do overall user rating, right? Then I can give it 5/10. That should be the format. What else would we need if we want to watch a movie? Then we should add the genre of the movie, right? Just add genre, maybe science fiction. And if there's any other thing you deem fit that we should add, so analyze the movie and send back a response in JSON using this template, details of the movie, overall rating. Then we can send back a response back to the client. So because it's a JSON, we also want to pass it, right? Then we can do like so, then send back the movie back to the client. So it's going to be okay. This is our AI take. That should be the message. Then I'm going to say analyzed movie. And I'm going to send back analyzed movie. Like so. Let's see what we have, analyzed movie. So we're going to export analyzed movie. Then in our routes, the AI routes, we can do router.post. Please ignore this. We're going to do router.post / analyze, comma, analyze movie. So let's call this /movie /analyze endpoint here. So this would be a post request, right? Post localhost 3000 localhost 3000 /movies /analyze movie. Analyze, like it's just analyze, right? Then we're going to send, if we do not attach a detail, then it ought to be an authorized route too, right? Authorization, want user that is logged in to be able to authorize you to that. We're going to hit send again. Please provide booking. So we do header, we do authorization, then we do bearer, right? Then token. Then if we hit send, we have to pass in the body, right? Route does not exist. AI. I know you're looking like that should be /AI. So we cannot do structure because we did not send in body and title. So we're going to do raw. I'm just going to pass in this in our seed data here. I'm going to use this dummy data. We're going to pass this like so. Inception. Give this blah 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 blah. And we want to make sure this is inception. So let's say I analyze this inception and hit send. Double quoted. What? Oh, sorry. Beautify, send. And let's see what we have back as our response. Take a little bit of time. So we have this analyze movie functionality here. And you can always like prompt this to taste. This is our AI take. Why is there nothing? Oh, analyzed movie. Analyze movie to like so. Analyze. So I think this is clashing. This name. I'm just going to call data analyze movie. My spelling is wrong. Why are you not working? You're telling me that there's an error. Please fix the error yourself. Analyze movie. The rest of what we have. Then other implementation that would work on would be the smart addition. So what I'm going to leave that to you. Yes. So far, so good. You've learned how to integrate AI into our application. So what I want you to do as a trial is to actually create the AI review assistant and also create a smart addition, a smart AI addition. So what I want you to do is in your model, I want you to update the movie schema to have this AI section whereby AI can add other details, right? So this can be type of string. Sorry, this is outside the scope. So this can be AI, right? Comma. Then this here I can have type of string. I think I'm doing something wrong. So I'm just, because of clarity, I'm not going to put above the rating. I'm going to do comma. Then we can have other AI details like AI details about the movie and all, but it's not going to be required. So when you're creating a movie, it can be type of string, AI's unique details. So a user can actually can add additional AI data to a movie that they have existing. So it does not have to be required. You can have AI details, maybe AI rotten tomato take and all of that stuff. So once you call that particular endpoint, the user can actually populate AI details to the given fields that you want, and that will be one. Then also AI review, like AI review assistant. So that one will be like AI should review the movie that has not yet been seen, right? And not just analyze a movie. So the AI will be able to review a movie for a user by just when they attach the title and the year of the movie, and the user can say, "Oh, would I love to watch this movie?" So those are all of the functionality that you have to implement. So far so good. We've learned how to actually do quite a number of things, from learning about HTTP modules, right, to learning about how to undo routes with HTTP module, and we moved to Express. We talked about authentication, authorization, middlewares. We also talked about pre-built middlewares, third-party middlewares like CORS and all of that stuff. Now, let's say you want to give, before we wrap this up, let's say you want to give you've deployed your code base to render and all of that. Then you want to actually ensure that it is accessible by everybody, right? We have to use CORS, right? We have to use CORS to make sure that our API is accessible to everyone. Now I'm going to explain what CORS is. So we see that, please provide the movie title and year if possible so I can analyze it. Now, when we were trying to analyze this movie, there are things that we did not do, right? And what did we not do? We did not analyze, we did not add the title, right? We did not add the title of the movie to the AI inputs when we sent it, right? We did not add the title of the movie, and that's going to give us quite a number of, it's going to give our users, they're just going to be confused that why is there not like, because the client sent the title and the year, but we did not pass it right here. We did not pass it in our movies, in our AI controller. So we have to fix this. So analyze this movie, one movie, analyze this movie. This is the movie here, right? This is the movie title. So we say this is the movie title. We pass the title here, like this is the movie title. Let's use, because we want to attach JavaScript, right? We can do something like so backtick, template literals. This is the movie title, right? The movie title will be what? Title, and the movie year, is the film. The movie year is here. So we'd save. So we have to actually make AI know that, okay, this is what we plan to do and all. So if you hit send, let's send this again and see what we have. So what we'll be covering next is how to actually document your code base and make it accessible by everyone, or like create a documentation that people can usually see. So we see this is our AI take. We see Christopher Nolan's Inception fuses a precision eye structure that's with speculative sci-fi to explore grief, guilt, and the sleepiness of reality. Core bleeds a queue into layered, so it gives, you can tell it to maybe make sure it's not more than 250 characters, or 200 words or 100 words. Then the overall rating is 9 over 10. Now, I think I have to see the movie, then it's science fiction. So we're just going to talk now about how to actually document your code. I'm going to give a little bit of insight on how to host your code for free on render.com. I'm not promoting any project. So that being said, I leave it to you to actually create the AI review assistant and the smart addition for AI, right? So the smart addition will just be that after you get the AI data, you're just going to populate it straight to the database, and you are going to create additional AI object or variables in the movie schema. So that being said, let's get into documenting your code on Postman and creating a general link where it can be accessible to everyone. Now, as we round up, I want you to know that you've come a long way and you've done amazingly well to stick to the end of this tutorial. Now, while there's quite a number of things I could have tried to address, this is the core functionality to how to actually initialize a server API. And you would see that as you proceed, you learn to use various implementations. But there are just some things I would like to say. We could have also created an async wrapper whereby we do not have to always create a try and catch. And that async wrapper will basically just take this async function as a parameter, and we can undo that. Then there's also, in working with a team or a front-end developer, you always want to ensure like that your responses follow similar pattern. Like if you're sticking with message and data, use message and data. For instance, let's say we want to always send response back to the client using response and payload. We can easily create a util folder like so, utils, then we can call maybe create response.js, right? Then we can create a function called create response, and we can do this will take message and payload, right? Payload, let's go to message and payload, then we just want to return message just for consistency pursuit. We want to return message and payload like so. So if we hit save, we can export this module.export is equals to create response. So let's say in our movie.js, rather than saying in this create response, we can just do, I'm going to modify this. You know, we had this like so here. What we can do, we can just do res.status like this. Then we can change this to create response. Create response. So this automatically imports it. If I click onto create response, then yeah, I can just pass in message to be movie is created successfully. Then my payload will now be new movie like this. So it ensures consistency along quite a number. So if I can easily come to here also, I can remove movies found. I can just do create response, right? Like this. I copy this, movies found successfully here. Then also I can just say movies. So I can remove all of this here like so, right? The front end would always know that, okay, they are tapping into message and payload. So if you go to Postman, where we created movies, I think that was, or let's to get movies, right? Get all user movies. I think the one we did, just for get all movies. What did we tweak now? We tweak get all user movies, right? Get all user movies. So this should be it. If we hit send, we're going to see there is now message and payload. So it helps to, so you can proceed to modify it for all of what you have here, for all that you have here. So just use the create response, and that is that for that. So there's quite a number of ways to work around creating your API. Some people have the bin folder or the bin directory. Some people have config. It can go deeper, right? Then in the route, you can also, some people would even create an index.js, then pass all of this index.js, but this works, and that is all that matters. And this is a standard way to actually do all of this, right? Then one thing that I also want to say is that we need to make our code base accessible, right? So let's say you're working with a front-end developer and you're still on development, you've not pushed to production, say on Heroku, AWS, or Render. You can actually create a tunnel here using vscode. I'm going to just delete this. Right, so if you to create a tunnel, remember that our port is running on what? Our port is running on 3000. Also, in some scenarios you want to create a .env for port, so you can do .port, right? So if it does not exist, we want to make it run on 3000. So if the port does not exist in .env, we want to make it run on 3000. So I'm just going to create a port here. I'm going to call it port. I'm going to call it 3000. I like so. So our port is running on 3000. Then to create a tunnel, it's not hard. We can actually come to ports, right? Then we can click on for the port, then put in the port number as 3000, then hit enter. So it's going to starting port forwarding system, right? So we should see this. Once you see this, you want to, the next step is, this is not public. If you click on this, if you copy this, I mean to say, I think this is the copy. If you go back to our browser and we hit this, and we hit enter, we're not going to have anything, right? Okay, so I'm just going to cancel this. So making a request, but to make it public, you just have to right click, then click on port visibility and make it public. So it's going to ask you click on continue. So with this, you have this URL to test your API. So if you go to Postman, what we've copied like so, and rather than using localhost 3000, if we do this, then the tunnel/movies, if we hit send, it still would work. So it should work. Let's see, are we having anything? So it does work, right? So you hit send. So it's no longer just, you can share this URL to some people. Now, in some scenarios, when you share a port like this to people, Node.js automatically does not make it accessible, or by default, your server might not be accessible to every other person, especially when you start maybe hosting it on platforms. So you want to use CORS. We talked about CORS earlier. I'm going to do npm I CORS. I'm just going to search CORS, npm CORS. So CORS it allows access to, like, I think cross origin. It helps to fix cross origin error. So CORS is a node package for providing correct express installation. What it does is it ensures accessibility of our code. So to use it, it's a middleware, right? We talked about it earlier before, if you remember. You can just npm install CORS, then follow the documentation, like require CORS, right? So in our app.js, we can require CORS here, like so. Then once we require CORS, we ensure that our app uses CORS. So when you declare CORS like this, we're saying that our app should use CORS, like every other port can access this. You can use in configuration, you can use. So when you do the origin like so, it means that only this endpoint will be able to access your API, but we can also use the wildcard configuration like so. So you can do your origin, then if you use the asterisk like so, so it means that it's a wildcard. Any browser or server can, or clients can access our app, right? But if you want to restrict it, you can actually use something like so. Just check the documentation. So this is just good to have calls, yes. And there are quite a number of middlewares. You have express rate limiter that ensures that attackers cannot just maybe send multiple requests to our server and crash it. You can look up all of that. So basically, this is a core functionality that works, right? And I explained how you can use the tunnel, right? So if you change all of this, rather than using localhost, you can share this with somebody that is not currently on your local machine. And if you hit send, it just works like it's on localhost. We might not just be as instant as how we get it back on localhost, right? So now that being said, I'm just going to quickly talk about maybe creating documentation of Postman. So now we have all of this code. You can see that we have create movie, we have the get all user movies and all of that. So just like we did before with the token, you can store this in a, rather than you always accessing it, you can copy this, right? Then save it as a global variable, right? Or variables. You can save it as a global variable too. Then what I want to say, so that you don't have to always access it manually here, like so. You get, so you can just save this as a global variable and you will do base URL, wherever you used to save it. Then that being said, let's talk about documentation. So this code is not saved. If I hit save, it's going to tell me save to a new collection. I want to call this collection movie API, or I'm just going to call it movie API, right? So if I hit save, so this will get saved to the movie API, right? Then I can rename this to be create movie. Then I have saved this like so. Also, I can do the same here. I want to put it in the movie API, right? Then I want to call this get all user movies, like so. Should be capital letter, get all user movies. I can hit save. So you can do the same for every other thing. Try to save every other one, like so. Then we now want to start working on documentation. To do the documentation, you can click on this, like so. I hope I remember how to do it. This is not how to do it. Hard folder, you can run, share, copy link, more, generate test, not generate test. How do I create that documentation? Okay, I'm coming. I think this, let me see, comments, documentation. So you click on documentation, then you can now start working on documentation. So you can say, remember that this is for the create movie, you can add a description. So if you click on generate with agent mode, I think that's AI. Okay, I did not want to. I say create a description for this request, for this post request. Let's ask this. So if we hit send, generating agent mode would actually just going to click approve. So it's going to help us generate like, so it says, it creates movie push request in your movie back has now completed documentation. You can now view this documentation in the request description section. Would you like to add text? No, I think I'm just okay with that. So I click on create movie. So it says we can view it in the movie API collection. So we can now see that this movie API has to view complete documentation. So we can see that it helps us. We can see create movie localhost 3000, right? Because we're searching localhost 3000, then you can say endpoint creates a new movie record and system. This endpoint is used to add a movie, blah 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 blah. And so you can proceed to do the same too for, if you click back here, click on documentation, right? This is comment. This is comment. So you can proceed to edit documentation also for get all user movies, right? So this is for get all user movies. You can also do the same here and all of that. So now while this is being said, you can now share your documentation. So we can add a description like this is a movie. Okay, this is a movie API. This is a movie. This is a movie API description. Then you can decide to share it or publish, and once you click on publish, here, it's going to tell you to try identify, blah, blah, blah. Then you can, it will generate a URL for you and you can share with people so they can get to see your documentation like this. And that being said, let's head over to how now. What the tunnel did for us was it helps us to forward the port, but to host it in a standard manner, we can use render. In this situation, I'm just going to explain how to use render. You can create an account. If you don't have an account, you're going to say sign in or get started. To create an account, then click the dashboard here. Then you can click on deploy app. You can decide to deploy a app that you want for free. So your project, click on add new web service. Then you can decide to from your GitHub repositories, or if you don't want to use GitHub, you can use any other source, right? So that being said, you have come to the end of this movie watchlist tutorial. And guess what? There's still quite a number of things that we could have addressed, like I said, but this is the standard way to actually learn how to build an API. So congratulations once again. You've just completed a journey from Node.js fundamentals and all the way to implementing cutting AI integration. So this is not just any other CRUD tutorial. You've built an intelligent, personalized movie recommendation server logic that is actually valid in today's world. So the challenge now is for you to actually deploy your API to production and also add more AI features, like I said, like the AI review, and build a front end. If you do have an idea about building front, you can try to actually integrate it on the front end side and use this as your foundation for your next big project. So that being said, let's actually wrap this up. Bye bye.